Section 1 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 and the Causes which led to that event, by Alexis de Tocqueville, translated by Henry Reeve. Translator's Preface to the second edition. An interval of about 17 years has elapsed since the first publication of this book in France, and of the translation of it, which appeared simultaneously in England. The English version has not been republished, and has long been out of print, but the work itself has retained a lasting place in the political literature of Europe. The historical events which have occurred since the date of its first publication have again riveted the attention of every thinking man on the astonishing phenomena of the French Revolution, which has resumed in these later days its mysterious and destructive course, and a deeper interest than ever seems to attach itself to the first causes of this long series of political and social convulsions, which appear to be as far as ever from their termination. Nor is this interest confined to the state of France alone, for at each succeeding period of our contemporary annals the operation and effects of the same causes may be traced in other countries, and the principles which the author of this book discerned with unerring sagacity derive fresh illustrations every day from the course of events, both abroad and at home. For this reason mainly this translation is republished at the present time, in the hope that it may be read by men of the younger generation who were not in being when it first appeared, and that some of those who read it before may be led by the light of passing events to read it again. For I venture to say that in no other work on the French Revolution has the art of scientific analysis been applied with equal skill to the genesis of these great changes. No other writer has so skilfully traced the continuous operation of the causes, long anterior to the Revolution itself, which have gradually reduced one of the greatest monarchies of Europe to its present condition. Are we to learn from this stern lesson of experience that the hopes of progress are closely united to the germs of dissolution, and that the great transformation hailed with so much enthusiasm 84 years ago was but the prelude of a final catastrophe, that the nation which was the first to plunge into this new order of things by the destruction of all that it once loved and revered is also the first to make manifest its fatal results, and that the last results of civilization are no preservative against the decline of empires. These pages may suggest such reflections, for if the vices and abuses of political society in France before the Revolution were in some measure peculiar to herself, the elements of destruction which the Revolution let loose upon the world are common to all civilized nations. In the present edition, moreover, it appeared to be desirable to make a considerable addition to the volume published in 1856. At the time of his death in the spring of 1859, M. de Tocqueville had made some progress in the continuation of his work, though his labor advanced very slowly, from the minute and conscientious care with which he conducted his researches and elaborated his thoughts. 7 chapters of the new volume were, however, found among his papers by his friend and literary executor, M. Gustave de Beaumont, in a state approaching to completeness, and these posthumous chapters were published in the 7th volume of the collected edition of M. de Tocqueville's works. They have not before been translated, and they are, I believe, but little known in this country. These chapters are not inferior, I think, to any of the works of their author in originality and interest, and they have the merit of bringing down his survey of the state of France before the Revolution to the very moment which preceded the convocation of the States General. I have therefore included these posthumous chapters in the present edition, and they form a third book, in addition to the 2 books of the original volume. Henry Reeve, April 1873. End of section 1. Section 2 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preliminary notice. The book I now publish is not a history of the French Revolution. That history has been written with too much success for me to attempt to write it again. This volume is a study on the Revolution. The French people made in 1789 the greatest effort which was ever attempted by any nation to cut, so to speak, their destiny in halves, and to separate by an abyss that which they had heretofore been from that which they sought to become hereafter. For this purpose they took all sorts of precautions to carry nothing of their past with them into their new condition. They submitted to every species of constraint in order to fashion themselves otherwise than their fathers were. They neglected nothing which could efface their identity. I've always thought that they had succeeded in this singular attempt much less than was supposed abroad, and less than they had at first supposed themselves. I was convinced that they had unconsciously retained from the former state of society most of the sentiments, the habits, and even the opinions, by means of which they had effected the destruction of that state of things, and that without intending it they had used its remains to rebuild the edifice of modern society, insomuch that fully to understand this revolution and its work we must forget for an instant that France which we see before us and examine in her sepulchre that France which is no more. This is what I have endeavored to do, but I have had more difficulty than I could have supposed in accomplishing this task. The first ages of the French monarchy, the Middle Ages, and the revival of letters have each given rise to vast researches and profound disquisitions which have revealed to us not only the events of those periods of history, but the laws, the customs, and the spirit of the government and the nation in those eras. But no one has yet taken the trouble to investigate the 18th century in the same manner and with the same minuteness. We suppose that we are thoroughly conversant with the French society of that date, because we clearly distinguish whatever glittered on its surface. We possess in detail the lives of the most eminent persons of that day, and the ingenuity or the eloquence of criticism has familiarized us with the compositions of the great writers who adorned it. But as for the manner in which public affairs were carried on, the practical working of institutions, the exact relation in which the different classes of society stood to each other, the condition and the feelings of those classes which were as yet neither seen nor heard beneath the prevailing opinions and manners of the country, all our ideas are confused and often inaccurate. I've undertaken to reach the core of this state of society under the old monarchy of France, which is still so near us in the lapse of years, but concealed from us by the Revolution. For this purpose I've not only read over again the celebrated books which the 18th century produced, I've also studied a multitude of works less known and less worthy to be known, but which from the negligence of their composition disclose perhaps even better than more finished productions the real instincts of the time. I've applied myself to investigate thoroughly all the public documents by which the French may, at the approach of the Revolution, have shown their opinions and their tastes. The regular reports of the meetings of the states and subsequently of the provincial assemblies have supplied me with a large quantity of evidence. I have especially made great use of the instructions drawn up by the three orders in 1789. These instructions, which form in the original a long series of manuscript volumes, will remain as the testament of the old society of France, the supreme record of its wishes, the authentic declaration of its last intentions. Such a document is unique in history, yet this alone has not satisfied me. In countries in which the administrative government is already powerful, there are few opinions, desires, or sorrows. There are few interests or passions which are not sooner or later stripped bare before it. In the archives of such a government not only an exact notion of its procedure may be acquired, but the whole country is exhibited. Any stranger who should have access to all the confidential correspondence of the Home Department and the prefectures of France would soon know more about the French than they know themselves. In the 18th century, the administration of the country, as will be seen from this book, was highly centralized, very powerful, prodigiously active. It was incessantly aiding, preventing, permitting. It had much to promise, much to give. Its influence was already felt in 1,000 ways, not only on the general conduct of affairs, but on the condition of families and the private life of every individual. Moreover, as this administration was without publicity, men were not afraid to lay bare before its eyes even their most secret infirmities. I've spent a great deal of time in studying what remains of its proceedings, both at Paris and in several provinces. There, as I expected, I found the whole structure of the old monarchy still in existence, with its opinions, its passions, its prejudices, and its usages. There every man spoke his mind and disclosed his innermost thoughts. I've thus succeeded in acquiring information on the former state of society, which those who lived in it did not possess, for I had before me that which had never been exposed to them. As I advanced in these researches, I was surprised perpetually to find again, in the France of that time, many of the characteristic features of the France of our own. I met with a multitude of feelings which I had supposed to be the offspring of the Revolution, a multitude of ideas which I had believed or to originate there, a multitude of habits which are attributed to the Revolution alone. Everywhere I found the roots of the existing state of French society deeply embedded in the old soil. The nearer I came to 1789, the more distinctly I discerned the spirit which had presided over the formation, the birth, and the growth of the Revolution. I gradually saw the whole aspect of the Revolution uncovered before me. Already it announced its temperament, its genius, itself. There, too, I found not only the reason of what it was about to perform in its first effort, but still more, perhaps, an intimation of what it was eventually to leave behind it. For the French Revolution has had two totally distinct phases. The first, during which the French seemed eager to abolish everything in the past. The second, when they sought to resume a portion of what they had relinquished. Many of the laws and political practices of the old monarchy thus suddenly disappeared in 1789, but they occur again some years later, as some rivers are lost in the earth to burst forth again, lower down, and bear the same waters to other shores. The peculiar object of the work I now submit to the public is to explain why this great revolution, which was in preparation at the same time over almost the whole continent of Europe, broke out in France sooner than elsewhere, why it sprang spontaneously from the society it was about to destroy, and lastly, how the old French monarchy came to fall so completely and so abruptly. It is not my intention that the work I have commenced should stop short at this point. I hope, if time and my own powers permit it, to follow through the vicissitudes of this long revolution these same Frenchmen with whom I have lived so familiarly under the old monarchy, and whom that state of society had formed, to see them modified and transformed by the course of events, but without changing their nature, and constantly appearing before us with features somewhat different, but ever to be recognized. With them I shall proceed to review that first epoch of 1789, when the love of equality and that of freedom shared their hearts, when they sought to found not only the institutions of democracy, but the institutions of freedom, not only to destroy privileges, but to acknowledge and to sanction rights. A time of youth, of enthusiasm, of pride, of generous and sincere passion, which, in spite of its errors, will live for ever in the memory of men, and which will still long continue to disturb the slumbers of those who seek to corrupt or to enslave them. Thus, rapidly following the track of this same revolution, I shall attempt to show by what events, by what faults, by what miscarriages, this same French people was led at last to relinquish its first aim, and, forgetful of freedom, to aspire only to become the equal servants of the world's master. How a government stronger and far more absolute than that which the Revolution had overthrown grasped and concentrated all the powers of the nation, suppressed the liberties which had been so dearly bought, putting in their place the counterfeit of freedom, calling sovereignty of the people the suffrages of electors, who can neither inform themselves nor concert their operations, nor in fact choose, calling votive taxes the assent of mute and enslaved assemblies, and while thus robbing the nation of the right of self-government, of the great securities of law, of freedom, of thought, of speech, and of the pen, that is, of all the most precious and the most noble conquests of 1789, still daring to assume that mighty name. I shall pause at the moment when the Revolution appears to me to have nearly accomplished its work and given birth to the modern society of France. That society will then fall under my observation. I shall endeavor to point out in what it resembles the society which preceded it, and in what it differs, what we have lost in this immense displacement of our institutions, what we have gained by it, and lastly, what may be our future. A portion of this second work is sketched out, though still unworthy to be offered to the public. Will it be given to me to complete it? Who can say? The destiny of men is far more obscure than that of nations. I hope I have written this book without prejudice, but I do not profess to have written it without passion. No Frenchman should speak of his country and think of this time unmoved. I acknowledge that in studying the old society of France, in each of its parts, I have never entirely lost sight of the society of more recent times. I sought not only to discover the disease of which the patient died, but also the means by which life might have been preserved. I've imitated that medical analysis which seeks in each expiring organ to catch the laws of life. My object has been to draw a picture strictly accurate and at the same time instructive. Whenever I have met amongst our progenitors with any of those masculine virtues which we most want and which we least possessed, such as a true spirit of independence, a taste for great things, faith in ourselves and in a cause, I've placed them in relief. So too, when I have found in the laws, the opinions, and the manners of that time traces of some of those vices which, after having consumed the former society of France, still infest us, I've carefully brought them to the light, in order that, seeing the evil they have done us, it might better be understood what evils they may still engender. To accomplish this object, I confess, I've not feared to wound either persons or classes or opinions or recollections of the past, however worthy of respect they may be. I've done so often with regret, but always without remorse. May those whom I have thus perhaps offended forgive me in consideration of the honest and disinterested object which I pursue. Many will perhaps accuse me of showing in this book a very unseasonable love of freedom, a thing for which it is said that no one any longer cares in France. I shall only beg those who may address to me this reproach to consider that this is no recent inclination of my mind. More than 20 years ago, speaking of another community, I wrote almost textually the following observations. Amidst the darkness of the future, 3 truths may be clearly discovered. The first is that all the men of our time are impelled by an unknown force, which they may hope to regulate and to check, but not to conquer, a force which sometimes gently moves them, sometimes hurries them along, to the destruction of aristocracy. The second is that of all the communities in the world, those which will always be least able permanently to escape from absolute government are precisely the communities in which aristocracy has ceased to exist and can never exist again. Lastly, the third is that despotism nowhere produces more pernicious effects than in these same communities, for more than any other form of government, despotism favors the growth of all the vices to which such societies are specially liable, and thus throws an additional weight on that side to which, by their natural inclination, they were already prone. Men in such countries, being no longer connected together by any ties of caste, of class, of corporation, of family, are but too easily inclined to think of nothing but their private interests, ever too ready to consider themselves only, and to sink into the narrow precincts of self in which all public virtue is extinguished. Despotism, instead of combating this tendency, renders it irresistible, for it deprives its subjects of every common passion, of every mutual want, of all necessity of combining together, of all occasions of acting together. It immures them in private life. They already tended to separation. Despotism isolates them. They were already chilled in their mutual regard. Despotism reduces them to ice. In such societies, in which nothing is stable, every man is incessantly stimulated by the fear of falling and by the eagerness to rise; and as money, while it has become the principal mark by which men are classed and distinguished, has acquired an extraordinary mobility, passing without cessation from hand to hand, transforming the condition of persons, raising or lowering that of families, there is scarcely a man who is not compelled to make desperate and continual efforts to retain or to acquire it. The desire to be rich at any cost, the love of business, the passion of lucre, the pursuit of comfort and of material pleasures, are therefore in such communities the prevalent passions. They are easily diffused through all classes. They penetrate even to those classes which had hitherto been most free from them, and would soon enervate and degrade them all, if nothing checked their influence. But it is of the very essence of despotism to favor and extend that influence. These debilitating passions assist its work. They divert and engross the imaginations of men away from public affairs, and cause them to tremble at the bare idea of a revolution. Despotism alone can lend them the secrecy and the shade which put cupidity at its ease, and enable men to make dishonorable gains, whilst they brave dishonor. Without despotic government, such passions would be strong. With it they are sovereign. Freedom alone, on the contrary, can effectually counteract in communities of this kind the vices which are natural to them, and restrain them on the declivity along which they glide. For freedom alone can withdraw the members of such a community from the isolation in which the very independence of their condition places them, by compelling them to act together. Freedom alone can warm and unite them day by day by the necessity of mutual agreement, of mutual persuasion, and mutual complacence in the transaction of their common affairs. Freedom alone can tear them from the worship of money and the petty squabbles of their private interests, to remind them and make them feel that they have a country above them and about them. Freedom alone can sometimes supersede the love of comfort by more energetic and more exalted passions, can supply ambition with larger objects than the acquisition of riches, can create the light which enables us to see and to judge the vices and the virtues of mankind. Democratic communities which are not free may be rich, refined, adorned, magnificent, powerful by the weight of their uniform mass. They may contain many private merits, good fathers of families, honest traders, estimable men of property. Nay, many good Christians will be found there, for their country is not of this world, and the glory of their faith is to produce such men amidst the greatest depravity of manners and under the worst government. The Roman Empire, in its extreme decay, was full of such men. But that which, I am confident, will never be found in such societies is a great citizen, or above all, a great people. Nay, I do not hesitate to affirm that the common level of the heart and the intellect will never cease to sink as long as equality of conditions and despotic power are combined there. Thus I thought, and thus I wrote 20 years ago. I confess that since that time nothing has occurred in the world to induce me to think or to write otherwise. Having expressed the good opinion I had of freedom at a time when freedom was in favor, I may be allowed to persist in that opinion, though she be forsaken. Let it also be considered that even in this I'm less at variance with most of my antagonists than perhaps they themselves suppose. Where is the man who, by nature, should have so mean a soul as to prefer dependence on the caprices of one of his fellow creatures to obedience to laws which he has himself contributed to establish, provided that his nation appear to him to possess the virtues necessary to use freedom aright? There is no such man. Despots themselves do not deny the excellence of freedom, but they wish to keep it all to themselves and maintain that all other men are utterly unworthy of it. Thus it is not on the opinion which may be entertained of freedom that this difference subsists, but on the greater or the less esteem we may have for mankind. And it may be said with strict accuracy that the taste a man may show for absolute government bears an exact ratio to the contempt he may profess for his countrymen. I pause before I can be converted to that opinion. I may add, I think, without undue pretensions, that the volume now published is the product of very extended labors. Sometimes a short chapter has cost me more than a year of researches. I might have surcharged my pages with notes, but I have preferred to insert them in a limited number at the end of the volume, with a reference to the pages of the text to which they relate. In these notes the reader will find some illustrations and proofs of what I have advanced. I could largely augment the quantity of them if this book should appear to require it. End of section 2. Section 3 of the State of Society in France Before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 1, Opposing Judgments Passed on the French Revolution at its Origin. Nothing is better fitted to give a lesson in modesty to philosophers and statesmen than the history of the French Revolution, for never were there events more important, longer in ripening, more fully prepared, or less foreseen. The great Frederick himself, with all his genius, failed to perceive what was coming, and was almost in contact with the event without seeing it. Nay, more, he even acted in the spirit of the Revolution beforehand, and was in some sort its precursor, and already its agent. Yet he did not recognize its approach, and when at length it made its appearance, the new and extraordinary features which were to distinguish its aspect amidst the countless crowd of human revolutions still passed unheeded. The curiosity of all other countries was on the stretch. Everywhere an indistinct conception arose amongst the nations that a new period was at hand, and vague hopes were excited of great changes and reforms. But no one as yet had any suspicion of what the Revolution was really to become. Princes and their ministers lacked even the confused presentiment by which the masses were agitated. They beheld in the Revolution only one of those periodical disorders to which the constitutions of all nations are subject, and of which the only result is to open fresh paths for the policy of their neighbors. Even when they did chance to express a true opinion on the events before them, they did so unconsciously. Thus the principal sovereigns of Germany, assembled at Pillnitz in 1791, proclaimed indeed that the danger which threatened royalty in France was common to all the established powers of Europe, and that all were threatened by the same peril, but in fact they believed nothing of the kind. The secret records of the period prove that they held this language only as a specious pretext to cover their real designs, or at least to color them in the eyes of the multitude. As for themselves, they were convinced that the French Revolution was an accident, merely local and temporary, which they had only to turn to good account. With this notion they laid plans, made preparations, and contracted secret alliances. They quarreled among themselves for the division of their anticipated spoils, split into factions, entered into combinations, and were prepared for almost every event except that which was impending. The English, indeed, taught by their own history, and enlightened by the long practice of political freedom, perceived dimly, as through a thick veil, the approaching spectre of a great revolution, but they were unable to distinguish its real shape, and the influence it was so soon to exercise upon the destinies of the world, and upon their own, was unforeseen. Arthur Young, who travelled over France just as the Revolution was on the point of breaking out, and who regarded it as imminent, so entirely mistook its real character that he thought it was a question whether it would not increase existing privileges. As for the nobility and clergy, says he, if this revolution were to make them still more preponderant, I think it would do more harm than good. Burke, whose genius was illuminated by the hatred with which the Revolution inspired him from its birth, Burke himself hesitated for a moment, uncertain at the sight. His first prediction was that France would be enervated and almost annihilated by it. France is, at this time, in a political light, to be considered as expunged out of the system of Europe. Whether she could ever appear in it again as a leading power was not easy to determine. But at present he considered France as not politically existing, and most assuredly it would take up much time to restore her to her former active existence. Gallicoque ebellis florissa audivimus might possibly be the language of the rising generation. The judgment of those on the spot was not less erroneous than that of distant observers. On the eve of the outbreak of the Revolution, men in France had no distinct notion of what it would do. Amidst the numerous instructions to the delegates of the States General, I have found but two which manifest some degree of apprehension of the people. The fears expressed all relate to the preponderance likely to be retained by royalty, or the court as it was still called. The weakness and the short duration of the States General were a source of anxiety, and fears were entertained that they might be subjected to violence. The nobility were especially agitated by these fears. Several of their instructions provide, "The Swiss troops shall take an oath never to bear arms against the citizens, not even in case of riot or revolt. Only let the States General be free, and all abuses would easily be destroyed." The reform to be made was immense, but easy. Meanwhile the Revolution pursued its course. By degrees the head of the monster became visible. Its strange and terrible aspect was disclosed. After destroying political institutions, it abolished civil institutions also. After changing the laws, it changed the manners, the customs, and even the language of France. After overthrowing the fabric of government, it shook the foundations of society and rose against the Almighty himself. The Revolution soon overflowed the boundaries of France with a vehemence hitherto unknown, with new tactics, with sanguinary doctrines, with armed opinions, to use the words of Pitt, with an inconceivable force which struck down the barriers of empires, shattered the crowns of Europe, trampled on its people, though, strange to say, it won them to its cause. And as all these things came to pass, the judgment of the world changed. That which at first had seemed to the princes and statesmen of Europe to be one of the accidents common in the life of a nation now appeared to them an event so unprecedented, so contrary to all that had ever happened in the world, and at the same time so widespread, so monstrous, and so incomprehensible, that the human mind was lost in amazement at the spectacle. Some believe that this unknown power, which nothing seemed to foster or to destroy, which no one was able to check, and which could not check itself, must drive all human society to its final and complete dissolution. Many looked upon it as the visible action of the devil upon earth. The French Revolution has a satanic character, says M. de Maistre, as early as 1797. Others, on the contrary, perceived in it a beneficent design of Providence to change the face not only of France, but of the world, and to create, as it were, a new era of mankind. In many writers of that time may be seen somewhat of the religious terror which Salvian felt at the incursion of the barbarians. Burke, reverting to his first impressions, exclaimed, "Deprived of the old government, deprived in a manner of all government, France fallen as a monarchy to common speculators, might have appeared more likely to be an object of pity or insult, according to the disposition of the circumjacent powers, than to be the scourge and terror of them all. But out of the tomb of the murdered monarchy in France has arisen a vast, tremendous, unformed spectre, in a far more terrific guise than any which ever yet have overpowered the imagination and subdued the fortitude of man. Going straight forward to its end, unappalled by peril, unchecked by remorse, despising all common maxims and all common means, that hideous phantom overpowered those who could not believe it was possible she could at all exist," etc. And was the event really as extraordinary as it appeared to those who lived at the time when it took place? Was it so unprecedented, so utterly subversive, so pregnant with new forms and ideas as they imagined it to be? What was the real meaning, the real character? Would have been the permanent effects of this strange and terrible revolution? What did it in reality destroy, and what has it created? The proper moment for examining and deciding these questions seems now to have arrived, and we are now standing at the precise point where this vast phenomenon may best be viewed and judged. We are far enough removed from the Revolution to be but slightly touched by the passions which blinded those who brought it about, and we are near enough to it to enter into the spirit which caused these things to happen. Ere long this will have become more difficult, for as all great revolutions, when successful, sweep away the causes which engendered them, their very success serves to render them unintelligible to later generations. End of section 3. Section 4 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 2. The fundamental and final object of the Revolution was not, as has been supposed, the destruction of religious authority and the weakening of political power. One of the first acts of the French Revolution was to attack the Church, and amongst all the passions born of the Revolution, the first to be excited and the last to be allayed were the passions hostile to religion. Even when the enthusiasm for liberty had vanished and tranquillity had been purchased at the price of servitude, the nation still revolted against religious authority. Napoleon, who had succeeded in subduing the liberal spirit of the French Revolution, made vain efforts to restrain its anti-Christian spirit. And even in our own time we have seen men who thought to atone for their servility towards the meanest agents of political power by insolence towards God, and who, whilst they abandoned all that was most free, most noble, and most lofty in the doctrines of the Revolution, flattered themselves that they still remained true to its spirit by remaining irreligious. Nevertheless, it is easy now to convince ourselves that the war waged against religions was but one incident of this great revolution, a feature striking indeed but transient in its aspect, a passing result of the ideas, the passions, and special events which preceded and prepared it, and not an integral part of its genius. The philosophy of the 18th century has rightly been looked upon as one of the chief causes of the Revolution, and it is quite true that this philosophy was profoundly irreligious, but we must be careful to observe that it contains two distinct and separable parts. One of these relates to all the new or newly revived opinions concerning the condition of society and the principles of civil and political laws, such, for instance, as the natural equality of mankind and the abolition of all privileges of caste, of class, of profession, which is the consequence of that equality. The sovereignty of the people, the omnipotence of social power, the uniformity of laws, all these doctrines were not only causes of the French Revolution, they were its very substance. Of all its effects they are the most fundamental, the most lasting, and the most true as far as time is concerned. In the other part of their doctrines, the philosophers of the 18th century attacked the Church with the utmost fury. They fell foul of her clergy, her hierarchy, her institutions, her dogmas, and in order more surely to overthrow them, they endeavored to tear up the very foundations of Christianity. But as this part of the philosophy of the 18th century arose out of the very abuses which the Revolution destroyed, it necessarily disappeared together with them, and was, as it were, buried beneath its own triumph. I will add but one word to make myself more fully understood, as I shall return hereafter to this important subject. It was in the character of a political institution, far more than in that of a religious doctrine, that Christianity had inspired such fierce hatreds. It was not so much because the priests assumed authority over the concerns of the next world, as because they were landowners, landlords, tithe owners, and administrators in this world, not because the Church was unable to find a place in the new society which was about to be constituted, but because she filled the strongest and most privileged place in the old state of society which was doomed to destruction. Observe how the progress of time has made and still makes this truth more and more palpable day by day, in the same measure that the political effects of the Revolution have become more firmly established, its irreligious results have been annihilated, in the same measure that all the old political institutions which the Revolution attacked have been entirely destroyed, that the powers, the influences, and the classes which were the objects of its especial hostility have been irrevocably crushed, until even the hatred they inspired has begun to lose its intensity. In the same measure, in short, as the clergy has separated itself more and more from all that formerly fell with it, we have seen the power of the Church gradually regain and re-establish its ascendancy over the minds of men. Neither must it be supposed that this phenomenon is peculiar to France. There is hardly any Christian church in Europe that has not recovered vitality since the French Revolution. It is a great mistake to suppose that the democratic state of society is necessarily hostile to religion. Nothing in Christianity, or even in Catholicism, is absolutely opposed to the spirit of this form of society, and many things in democracy are extremely favorable to it. Moreover, the experience of all ages has shown that the most living root of religious belief has ever been planted in the heart of the people. All the religions which have perished lingered longest in that abode, and it would be strange indeed if institutions which tend to give power to the ideas and passions of the people were, as a permanent and inevitable result, to lead the minds of men towards impiety. What has just been said of religious may be predicated even more strongly of social authority. When the Revolution overthrew at once all the institutions and all the customs which up to that time had maintained certain gradations in society and kept men within certain bounds, it seemed as if the result would be the total destruction not only of one particular order of society, but of all order, not only of this or that form of government, but of all social authority, and its nature was judged to be essentially anarchical. Nevertheless, I maintain that this too was true only in appearance. Within a year from the beginning of the Revolution, Mirabeau wrote secretly to the king, "Compare the new state of things with the old rule. There is the ground for comfort and hope. One part of the acts of the National Assembly, and that the more considerable part, is evidently favorable to monarchical government. Is it nothing to be without parliaments, without the pays d'etat, without a body of clergy, without a privileged class, without a nobility. The idea of forming a single class of all the citizens would have pleased Richelieu. This equality of the surface facilitates the exercise of power. Several successive reigns of an absolute monarchy would not have done as much for the royal authority as this 1 year of revolution. Such was the view of the revolution taken by a man capable of guiding it. As the object of the French Revolution was not only to change an ancient form of government, but also to abolish an ancient state of society, it had to attack at once every established authority, to destroy every recognized influence, to efface all traditions, to create new manners and customs, and, as it were, to purge the human mind of all the ideas upon which respect and obedience had hitherto been based. Thence arose its singularly anarchical character. But clear away the ruins, and you behold an immense central power, which has attracted and absorbed into unity all the fractions of authority and influence which had formerly been dispersed amongst a host of secondary powers, orders, classes, professions, families, and individuals, and which were disseminated throughout the whole fabric of society. The world had not seen such a power since the fall of the Roman Empire. This power was created by the Revolution, or rather it arose spontaneously out of the ruins which the Revolution had left. The governments which it founded are more perishable, it is true, but 100 times more powerful than any of those which it overthrew. We shall see hereafter that their fragility and their power were owing to the same causes. It was this simple, regular, and imposing form of power which Mirabeau perceived through the dust and rubbish of ancient, half-demolished institutions. This object, in spite of its greatness, was still invisible to the eyes of the many, but time has gradually unveiled it to all eyes. At the present moment it especially attracts the attention of rulers. It is looked upon with admiration and envy, not only by those whom the Revolution has created, but by those who are the most alien and the most hostile to it. All endeavor within their own dominions to destroy immunities and to abolish privileges. They confound ranks, they equalize classes, they supersede the aristocracy by public functionaries, local franchises by uniform enactments, and the diversities of authority by the unity of a central government. They labor at this revolutionary task with unwearied industry, and when they meet with occasional obstacles, they do not scruple to copy the measures as well as the maxims of the Revolution. They've even stirred up the poor against the rich, the middle classes against the nobility, the peasants against their feudal lords. The French Revolution has been at once their curse and their instructor. End of section 4. Section 5 of the State of Society in France Before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 3, showing that the French Revolution was a political revolution which followed the course of religious revolutions, and for what reasons. All mere civil and political revolutions have had some country for their birthplace, and have remained circumscribed within its limits. The French Revolution, however, had no territorial boundary. Far from it. One of its effects has been to efface, as it were, all ancient frontiers from the map of Europe. It united or it divided mankind, in spite of laws, traditions, characters, and languages, turning fellow countrymen into enemies and foreigners into brothers, or rather it formed an intellectual country common to men of every nation, but independent of all separate nationalities. We should search all the annals of history in vain for a political revolution of the same character. That character is only to be found in certain religious revolutions, and accordingly it is to them that the French Revolution must be compared, if any light is to be thrown upon it by analogy. Schiller remarks with truth in his History of the 30 Years' War that the great Reformation of the 16th century had the effect of bringing together nations which scarcely knew each other. and of closely uniting them by new sympathies. Thus it was that Frenchmen warred against Frenchmen, while Englishmen came to their assistance. Men born on the most distant shores of the Baltic penetrated into the very heart of Germany in order to defend Germans, of whose existence they had never heard until then. International wars assumed something of the character of civil wars, whilst in every civil war foreigners were engaged. The former interests of every nation were forgotten in behalf of new interests. Territorial questions were succeeded by questions of principle. The rules of diplomacy were involved in inextricable confusion, greatly to the horror and amazement of the politicians of the time. The very same thing happened in Europe after 1789. The French Revolution was then a political revolution, which in its operation and its aspect resembled a religious one. It had every peculiar and characteristic feature of a religious movement. It not only spread to foreign countries, but it was carried thither by preaching and by propaganda. It is impossible to conceive a stranger spectacle than that of a political revolution which inspires proselytism, which its adherents preach to foreigners with as much ardor and passion as they have shown in enacting it at home. Of all the new and strange things displayed to the world by the French Revolution, this assuredly is the newest. On penetrating deeper into this matter, we shall most likely discover that this similarity of effects must be produced by a latent similarity of causes. The general character of most religions is that they deal with man by himself, without taking into consideration whatever the laws, the traditions, and the customs of each country may have added to his original nature. Their principal aim is to regulate the relations of man towards God, and the rights and duties of men towards each other, independently of the various forms of society. The rules of conduct which they inculcate apply less to the man of any particular country or period than to man as a son, a father, a servant, a master, or a neighbor. Being thus based on human nature itself, they are applicable to all men and in all times and in all places. It is owing to this cause that religious revolutions have so often spread over such vast spheres of action and have seldom been confined, like political revolutions, to the territory of a single nation or even of a single race. If we investigate this subject still more closely, we shall find that the more any religion has possessed the abstract and general character to which I refer, the wider has it spread, in spite of all differences of laws, of climate, and of races. The pagan religions of antiquity, which were all more or less bound up with the political constitution or the social condition of each nation, and which displayed even in their dogmas a certain national and even municipal character, seldom spread beyond their own territorial limits. They sometimes engendered intolerance and persecution, but proselytism was to them unknown. Accordingly, there were no great religious revolutions in Western Europe previous to the introduction of Christianity, which easily broke through barriers that had been insurmountable to the pagan religions, and rapidly conquered a large portion of the human race. It is no disrespect to this holy religion to say that it partly owed its triumph to the fact that it was more free than any other faith from everything peculiar to any one nation, form of government, social condition, period, or race. The French Revolution proceeded, as far as this world is concerned, in precisely the same manner that religious revolutions proceed with regard to the next. It looked upon the citizen in the abstract, irrespective of any particular society, just as most religions look upon man in general, independently of time or country. It did not endeavor merely to define what were the especial rights of a French citizen, but what were the universal duties and rights of all men in political matters. It was by thus recurring to that which was least peculiar, and we might almost say most natural, in the principles of society and of government, that the French Revolution was rendered intelligible to all men, and could be imitated in 100 different places. as it affected to tend more towards the regeneration of mankind than even towards the reform of France. It roused passions such as the most violent political revolutions had never before excited. It inspired a spirit of proselytism and created the propaganda. This gave to it that aspect of a religious revolution which so terrified its contemporaries, or rather we should say it became a kind of new religion in itself, a religion imperfect, it is true, without a God, without a worship, without a future life, but which, nevertheless, like Islam, poured forth its soldiers, its apostles, and its martyrs over the face of the earth. It must not, however, be imagined that the mode of operation pursued by the French Revolution was altogether without precedent, or that all the ideas which it developed were entirely new. In every age, even in the depths of the Middle Ages, there had been agitators who invoked the universal laws of human society in order to subvert particular customs, and who have attempted to oppose the constitutions of their own countries with weapons borrowed from the natural rights of mankind. But all these attempts had failed. The firebrand which ignited Europe in the 18th century had been easily extinguished in the 15th. Revolutions are not to be produced by arguments of this nature until certain changes have already been effected in the condition, the habits, and the manners of a nation, by which the minds of men are prepared to undergo a change. There are periods in which men differ so completely from each other that the notion of a single law applicable to all is entirely incomprehensible to them. There are others in which it is sufficient to show to them from afar off the indistinct image of such a law in order to make them recognize it at once and hasten to adopt it. The most extraordinary phenomenon is not so much that the French Revolution should have pursued the course it did and have developed the ideas to which it gave rise, but that so many nations should have reached a point at which such a course could be effectually employed and such maxims be readily admitted. End of section 5. Section 6 of the state of society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 4, showing that nearly the whole of Europe had had precisely the same institutions, and that these institutions were everywhere falling to pieces. The tribes which overthrew the Roman Empire, and which in the end formed all the modern nations of Europe, differed among each other in race, in country, and in language. They only resembled each other in barbarism. Once established in the dominions of the empire, they engaged in a long and fierce struggle, and when at length they had gained a firm footing, they found themselves divided by the very ruins they had made. Civilization was almost extinct, public order at an end, the relations between man and man had become difficult and dangerous, and the great body of European society was broken up into thousands of small, distinct, and hostile societies, each of which lived apart from the rest. Nevertheless, certain uniform laws arose all at once out of the midst of this incoherent mass. These institutions were not copied from the Roman legislation. Indeed, they were so much opposed to it that recourse was had to the Roman law to alter and abolish them. They have certain original characteristics which distinguish them from all other laws invented by mankind. They corresponded to each other in all their parts, and taken together they formed a body of law so compact that the articles of our modern codes are not more perfectly coherent. They were skillfully framed laws intended for a half-savage state of society. It is not my purpose to inquire how such a system of legislation could have arisen, spread, and become general throughout Europe, but it is certain that in the Middle Ages it existed more or less in every European nation, and that in many it prevailed to the exclusion of every other. I have had occasion to study the political institutions of the Middle Ages in France, in England, and in Germany, and the further I proceeded in my labours, the more was I astonished at the prodigious similarity which existed amongst all these various sets of laws. And the more did I wonder how nations so different and having so little intercourse could have contrived laws so much alike, not but they continually and almost immeasurably differ in their details and in different countries, but the basis is invariably the same. If I discovered a political institution, a law of fixed authority in the ancient Germanic legislation, I was sure, on searching further, to find something exactly analogous to it in France and in England. Each of these three nations helped me more fully to understand the others. In all three, the government was carried on according to the same maxims. Political assemblies were formed out of the same elements and invested with the same powers. Society was divided in the same manner, and the same gradation of classes subsisted in each. In all three, the position of the nobles, their privileges, their characteristics, and their disposition were identical. As men they were not distinguishable, but rather, properly speaking, the same men in every place. The municipal constitutions were alike. The rural districts were governed in the same manner. The condition of the peasantry differed but little. The land was owned, occupied, and tilled after the same fashion, and the cultivators were subjected to the same burthens. From the confines of Poland to the Irish Channel, the lord's estate, the manorial courts, the fiefs, the quit-rents, feudal service, feudal rights, and the corporations or trading guilds were all alike. Sometimes the very names were the same, and what is still more remarkable, the same spirit breathes in all these analogous institutions. I think I may venture to affirm that in the 14th century the social, political, administrative, judicial, economical, and literary institutions of Europe were more nearly akin to each other than they are at the present time, when civilization appears to have opened all the channels of communication and to have levelled every obstacle. It is no part of my scheme to relate how this ancient constitution of Europe gradually became wasted and decayed. It is sufficient to remark that in the 18th century it was everywhere falling into ruin. On the whole, its decline was less marked in the east than in the west of the continent, but on all sides old age and decrepitude were visible. The progress of this gradual decay of the institutions of the Middle Ages may be followed in the archives of the different nations. It is well known that each manor kept rolls called terriers, in which from century to century were recorded the limits of fiefs and the quit-rents, the dues, the services to be rendered, and the local customs. I've seen rolls of the 13th and 14th centuries which are masterpieces of method, perspicuity, concision, and acuteness. The further we advance towards modern times, the more obscure, ill-digested, defective, and confused do they become. In spite of the general progress of enlightenment, it seems as if political society became barbarous, while civil society advances towards civilization. Even in Germany, where the ancient constitution of Europe had preserved many more of its primitive features than in France, some of the institutions which it had created were already completely destroyed. But we shall not be so well able to appreciate the ravages of time when we take into account what was gone, as when we examine the condition of what was left. The municipal institutions which in the 13th and 14th centuries had raised the chief towns of Germany into rich and enlightened small republics still existed in the 18th, but they were a mere semblance of the past. Their ancient traditions seemed to continue in force. The magistrates appointed by them bore the same titles and seemed to perform the same functions, but the activity, the energy, the municipal patriotism, the manly and prolific virtues which they formerly inspired had disappeared. These ancient institutions appeared to have collapsed without losing the form that distinguished them. All the powers of the Middle Ages which were still in existence seemed to be affected by the same disease. All showed symptoms of the same languor and decay. Nay more, whatever was mixed up with the constitution of that time, and had retained a strong impression of it, even without absolutely belonging to those institutions, at once lost its vitality. Thus it was that the aristocracy was seized with senile debility, Even political freedom, which had filled the preceding centuries with its achievements, seemed stricken with impotency wherever it preserved the peculiar characteristics impressed upon it by the Middle Ages. Wherever the provincial assemblies had maintained their ancient constitution unchanged, they checked instead of furthering the progress of civilization. They seemed insensible and impervious to the new spirit of the times. Accordingly, the hearts of the people turned from them towards their sovereigns. The antiquity of these institutions had not made them venerable. On the contrary, the older they grew, the more they fell into discredit, and strangely enough they inspired more and more hatred in proportion as their decay rendered them less capable of mischief. The actual state of things, said a German writer who was a friend and contemporary of the period anterior to the French Revolution, seems to have become generally offensive to all, and sometimes contemptible. It is strange to see with what disfavor men now look upon all that is old. New impressions creep into the bosom of our families and disturb their peace. Our very housewives will no longer endure their ancient furniture. Nevertheless, at this time Germany, as well as France, enjoyed a high state of social activity and constantly increasing prosperity, but it must be borne in mind that all the elements of life, activity, and production were new, and not only new, but antagonistic to the past. Royalty no longer had anything in common with the royalty of the Middle Ages. It enjoyed other prerogatives, occupied a different place, was imbued with a different spirit, and inspired different sentiments. The administration of the state spread in all directions upon the ruins of local authorities. The organized array of public officers superseded more and more the government of the nobles. All these new powers employed methods and followed maxims which the men of the Middle Ages had either not known or had condemned, and indeed they belonged to a state of society of which those men could have formed no idea. In England, where at the first glance the ancient constitution of Europe might still seem in full figure, the case is the same. Setting aside the ancient names and the old forms, in England the feudal system was substantially abolished in the 17th century. All classes of society began to intermingle. The pretensions of birth were effaced. The aristocracy was thrown open. Wealth was becoming power. Equality was established before the law. Public employments were open to all. The press became free. The debates of Parliament public. Every one of them new principles unknown to the society of the Middle Ages. It is precisely these new elements, gradually and skilfully incorporated with the ancient constitution of England, which have revived without endangering it, and filled it with new life and vigor without destroying the ancient forms. In the 17th century, England was already quite a modern nation, which had still preserved and, as it were, embalmed some of the relics of the Middle Ages. This rapid view of the state of things beyond the boundaries of France was essential to the comprehension of what is about to follow, for no one who has seen and studied France only can ever, I venture to affirm, understand anything of the French Revolution. End of section 6. Section 7 of the State of Society in France Before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 5. What was the peculiar scope of the French Revolution? The preceding pages have had no other purpose than to throw some light on the subject in hand, and to facilitate the solution of the questions which I laid down in the beginning, namely, what was the real object of the Revolution, what was its peculiar character, for what precise reason it was made, and what did it effect. The Revolution was not made, as some have supposed, in order to destroy the authority of religious belief. In spite of appearances, it was essentially a social and political revolution, and within the circle of social and political institutions, it did not tend to perpetuate and give stability to disorder, or, as one of its chief adversaries had said, to methodize anarchy, but rather to increase the power and the rights of public authority. It was not destined, as others have believed, to change the whole character which civilization had previously assumed to check its progress, or even essentially to alter any of the fundamental laws upon which human society in Western Europe is based. If we divested of all the accidental circumstances which altered its aspect in different countries and at various times, and consider only the revolution itself, we shall clearly perceive that its only effect has been to abolish those political institutions which during several centuries had been in force among the greater part of the European nations, and which are usually designated as feudal institutions, in order to substitute a more uniform and simple state of society and politics based upon an equality of social condition. This was quite sufficient to constitute an immense revolution, for not only were these ancient institutions mixed up and interwoven with almost all the religious and political laws of Europe, but they had also given rise to a crowd of ideas, sentiments, habits, and manners which clung around them. Nothing less than a frightful convulsion could suddenly destroy and expel from the social body a part to which all its organs adhered. This made the revolution appear even greater than it really was. It seemed to destroy everything, for what it did destroy was bound up with and formed, as it were, one flesh with everything in the social body. However radical the revolution may have been, its innovations were, in fact, much less than has been commonly supposed, as I shall show hereafter. What may truly be said is that it entirely destroyed, or is still destroying, for it is not at an end, every part of the ancient state of society that owed its origin to aristocratic and feudal institutions, everything in any way connected with those institutions, or in any degree, however slight, imbued with their spirit. It spared no part of the old world, save such as had always been foreign to those institutions, or could exist apart from them. Least of all was the revolution a fortuitous event. It took the world by surprise, it is true, but it was not the less the completion of a long process, the sudden and violent termination of a work which had successively passed before the eyes of 10 generations. If it had not taken place, the old social structure would equally have fallen sooner in one place and later in another, only it would have crumbled away by degrees instead of falling with a crash. The revolution effected on a sudden and by violent and convulsive effort, without any transition, without forethought, without mercy, that which would have happened little by little if left to itself. This was its work. It is surprising that this view of the subject, which now seems so easy to discern, should have been so obscured and confused even to the clearest perceptions. Instead of redressing their grievances, says Burke of the representatives of the French nation, and improving the fabric of their state to which they were called by their monarch and sent by their country, they were made to take a very different course. They first destroyed all the balances and counterpoises which served to fix the state and to give it a steady direction, and which furnish sure correctives to any violent spirit which may prevail in any of the orders. These balances existed in the oldest constitution and in the constitution of all the countries in Europe. These they rashly destroyed, and then they melted down the whole into one incongruous, ill-connected mass. Burke did not perceive that he had before his eyes the very revolution which was to abolish the ancient common law of Europe. He could not discern that this and no other was the very question at issue. But why, we may ask, did this revolution, which was imminent throughout Europe, break out in France rather than elsewhere, and why did it there display certain characteristics which have appeared nowhere else, or at least have appeared only in part? This second question is well worthy of consideration, and the inquiry will form the subject of the following book. End of section 7. Sections 8 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 1. Why feudal rights had become more odious to the people in France than any other country. It must at first sight excite surprise that the Revolution, whose peculiar objective was, as we have seen, everywhere to abolish the remnant of the institutions of the Middle Ages, did not break out in the countries in which these institutions, still in better preservation, caused the people most to feel their constraint and their rigor, but on the contrary, in the countries where their effects were least felt, so that the burden seemed most intolerable where it was in reality least heavy. In no part of Germany at the close of the 18th century was serfdom as yet completely abolished, and in the greater part of Germany the people were still literally adscripti glebbi, as in the Middle Ages. Almost all the soldiers who fought in the armies of Frederick II and of Maria Theresa were in reality serfs. In most of the German states as late as 1788 a peasant could not quit his domain, and if he quitted it he might be pursued in all places wherever he could be found and brought back by force. In that domain he lived subject to the seigneurial jurisdiction which controlled his domestic life and punished his intemperance or his sloth. He could neither improve his condition nor change his calling, nor marry without the good pleasure of his master. To the service of that master a large portion of his time was due. Labor rents, corvées, existed to their full extent, and absorbed in some of these countries 3 days in the week. The peasant rebuilt and repaired the mansion of the lord, carted his produce to market, drove his carriage, and went on his errands. Several years of the peasant's early life were spent in the domestic service of the manor house. The serf might, however, become the owner of the land, but his property always remained very incomplete. He was obliged to till his field in a certain manner, under the eye of the master, and he could neither dispose of it nor mortgage it at will. In some cases he was compelled to sell its produce, in others he was restrained from selling it. His obligation to cultivate the ground was absolute. Even his inheritance did not descend without deduction to his offspring. A fine was commonly subtracted by the lord. I'm not seeking out these provisions in obsolete laws. They are to be met with even in the code framed by Frederick the Great and promulgated by his successor at the very time of the outbreak of the French Revolution. Nothing of the kind had existed in France for a long period of time. The peasant came and went, and bought and sold, and dealt and labored as he pleased. The last traces of serfdom could only be detected in 1 or 2 of the eastern provinces annexed to France by conquest. Everywhere else the institution had disappeared, and indeed its abolition had occurred so long before that even the date of it was forgotten. The researches of archaeologists of our own day have proved that as early as the 13th century serfdom was no longer to be met with in Normandy. But in the condition of the people in France another and a still greater revolution had taken place. The French peasant had not only ceased to be a serf, he had become an owner of land. This fact is still at the present time so imperfectly established, and its consequences, as will presently be seen, have been so remarkable that I must be permitted to pause for a moment to examine it. It has long been believed that the subdivision of landed property in France dates from the Revolution of 1789 and was only the result of that revolution. The contrary is demonstrable by every species of evidence. 20 years at least before that revolution, agricultural societies were in existence which already deplored the excessive subdivisions of the soil. The divisions of inheritances, said M. de Durgeot, about the same time, is such that what sufficed for a single family is shared among 5 or 6 children. These children and their families can therefore no longer subsist exclusively by the land. Necker said a few years later that there was in France an immensity of small rural properties. I met the following expressions in a secret report made to one of the provincial intendants a few years before the Revolution. Inheritances are divided in an equal and alarming manner, and as every one wishes to have something of everything, and everywhere the plots of land are infinitely divided and perpetually subdivided, might not this sentence have been written in our days? I have myself taken the infinite pains to reconstruct, as it were, the survey of landed property as it existed in France before the Revolution, and I have in some cases effected my object. In pursuance of the law of 1790, which established the land tax, each parish had to frame a return of the landed properties then existing within its boundaries. These returns have for the most part disappeared. Nevertheless, I have found them in a few villages, and by comparing them with the rolls of the present holders, I found that in these villages the number of landed proprietors at that time amounted to 1/2, frequently to 2/3 of their present number. A fact which is the more remarkable if it be remembered that the total population of France has augmented by more than 1/4 since that period. Already, as at the present time, the love of the peasant for property in land was intense, and all the passions which the possession of the soil has engendered in his nature were already inflamed. Land is always sold above its value, said an excellent contemporary observer, which arises from the passion of all the inhabitants to become owners of the soil. All the savings of the lower orders which elsewhere are placed out at private interest or in the public securities are intended in France for the purchase of land. Amongst the novelties which Arthur Young observed in France when he visited that country for the first time, none struck him more than the great division of the soil among the peasantry. He averred that half the soil of France belonged to them in fee. I had no idea, he often says, of such a state of things, and it is true that such a state of things existed at that time nowhere but in France, or in the immediate neighbourhood of France. In England there had been peasant landowners, but the number of them had already considerably decreased. In Germany there had been at all times and in all parts of the country a certain number of peasant freeholders who held portions of the soil in fee. The peculiar and often eccentric laws which regulated the property of these peasants are to be met with in the oldest of the Germanic customs, but this species of property was always of an exceptional character, and the number of these small proprietors was very limited. The districts of Germany in which, at the close of the 18th century, the peasants were possessed of land and lived almost as freely as in France, lay on the banks of the Rhine. In those same districts the revolutionary passions of France spread with the utmost velocity, and have always been most intense. The tracts of Germany, which remained, on the contrary, for the longest time inaccessible to these passions, are those where no such tenures of land had yet been introduced. The observation deserves to be made. It is, then, a vulgar error to suppose that the subdivision of landed property in France dates from the Revolution. This state of things is far older. The Revolution, it is true, caused the lands of the church and a great portion of the lands of the nobility to be sold, but if any one will take the trouble, as I have sometimes done, to refer to the actual returns and entries of these sales, it will be seen that most of these lands were purchased by persons who already held other lands, so that, though the property changed hands, the number of proprietors increased far less than is supposed. There was already an immensity of these persons, to borrow the somewhat ambitious, but in this case not inaccurate expression of M. Necker. The effect of the Revolution was not to divide the soil, but to liberate it for a moment. All these small landowners were in reality ill at ease in the cultivation of their property, and had to bear many charges or easements on the land which they could not shake off. These charges were no doubt onerous, but the cause which made them appear insupportable was precisely that which might have seemed calculated to diminish the burden of them. The peasants of France had been released, more than in any other part of Europe, from the government of their lords by a revolution not less momentous than that which had made them owners of the soil. Although what is termed in France the Ancien Régime is still very near to us, since we live in daily intercourse with men born under its laws, that period seems already lost in the night of time. The radical revolution which separates us from it has produced the effect of ages. It has obliterated all that it has not destroyed. Few persons, therefore, can now give an accurate answer to the simple question, how were the rural districts of France administered before 1789? And indeed no answer can be given to that question with precision and minuteness without having studied not books but the administrative records of that period. It is often said that the French nobility, which had long ceased to take part in the government of the state, preserved to the last the administration of the rural districts. The seigneurs governed the peasantry. This again is very like a mistake. In the 18th century, all the affairs of the parish were managed by a certain number of parochial officers who were no longer the agents of the manor or domain, and whom the lord no longer selected. Some of these persons were nominated by the intendant of the province, others were elected by the peasants themselves. The duty of these authorities was to assess the taxes, to repair the church, to build schools, to convoke and preside over the vestry or parochial meeting. They attended to the property of the parish and determined the application of it. They sued and were sued in its name. Not only the lord of the domain no longer conducted the administration of these small local affairs, but he did not even superintend it. All the parish officers were under the government or the control of the central power, as we shall show in a subsequent chapter. Nay, more, the seigneur had almost ceased to act as the representative of the crown in the parish, or as the channel of communication between the king and his subjects. He was no longer expected to apply in the parish the general laws of the realm, to call out the militia, to collect the taxes, to promulgate the mandates of the sovereign, or to distribute the bounty of the crown. All these duties and all these rights belonged to others. The seigneur was in fact no longer anything but an inhabitant of the parish, separated by his own immunities and privileges from all the other inhabitants. His rank was different, not his power. The seigneur is only the principal inhabitant, was the instruction constantly given by the provincial intendants to their sub-delegates. If we quit the parish and examine the constitution of the larger rural districts, we shall find the same state of things. Nowhere did the nobles conduct public business either in their collective or their individual capacity. This was peculiar to France. Everywhere else the characteristic features of the old feudal society were partially preserved. The possession of the soil and the government of those who dwelt on the soil were still commingled. England was administered as well as governed by the chief owners of the soil, even in those parts of Germany, as in Prussia and in Austria, in which the reigning princes had been most successful in shaking off the control of the nobles in the general affairs of the state. They had left to that class, to a great degree, the administration of rural affairs, and though the landed proprietor was in some places controlled by the government, his authority had nowhere been superseded. To say the truth, the French nobility had long since lost all hold on the administration of public affairs, except on one single point, that namely of justice. The principal nobles still retained the right of having judges who decided certain suits in their name, and occasionally established police regulations within the limits of their domain. But the power of the crown had gradually cut down, limited, and subdued this seigneurial jurisdiction to such a degree that the nobles who still exercised it regarded it less as a source of authority than as a source of income. Such had been the fate of all the peculiar rights of the French nobility. The political element had disappeared, the pecuniary element alone remained, and in some instances had been largely increased. I speak at this moment of that portion of the beneficial privileges of the aristocracy which were especially called by the name of feudal rights, since they were the privileges which peculiarly touched the people. It is not easy to ascertain in what these rights did precisely still consist in 1789, for the number of them had been great, their diversity amazing, and many of these rights had already vanished or undergone a transformation, so that the meaning of the terms by which they were designated was perplexing even to contemporaries, and is become obscure to us. Nevertheless, by consulting the works of the domanial jurists of the 18th century, and from attentive researches into local customs, it will be found that all the rights still in existence at that time may be reduced to a small number of leading heads. All the others still subsisted, it is true, but only in isolated cases. The traces of seigneurial labor rents, corvées, may almost everywhere be detected, but they were already half extinguished. Most of the tolls on roads had been reduced or abolished, yet there were few provinces in which some such tolls were not still to be met with. Everywhere, too, seigneurs levied dues on fairs and markets. Throughout France they had the exclusive right of sporting. Generally they alone could keep dovecotes and pigeons. Almost everywhere the peasant was compelled to grind at the seigneurial mill and to crush his grapes in the seigneurial wine press. A very universal and onerous seigneurial right was that of the fine called l'ode et vente, paid to the lord every time lands were bought or sold within the boundaries of his manor. All over the country the land was burdened with quit rents, rent charges, or dues in money or in kind, due to the lord from the copyholder, and not redeemable by the latter. Under all these differences one common feature may be traced. All the rights were more or less connected with the soil or with its produce. They all bore upon him who cultivates it. The spiritual lords of the soil enjoyed the same advantages, for the church, which had a different origin, a different purpose, and a different nature from the feudal system, had nevertheless at last intimately mingled itself with that system, and though never completely incorporated with that foreign substance, it had struck so deeply into it as to be incrusted there. Bishops, canons, and incumbents held fiefs or charges on the land in virtue of their ecclesiastical functions. A convent had generally the lordship of the village in which it stood. The church held serfs in the only part of France in which they still existed. It levied its labor rents, its due on fairs and markets. It had the common oven, the common mill, the common wine press, and the common bull. Moreover, the clergy still enjoyed in France, as in all the rest of Christendom, the right of tithe. But what I am here concerned to remark is, that throughout Europe at that time the same feudal rights, identically the same, existed, and that in most of the continental states they were far more onerous than in France. I may quote the single instance of the seigneurial claim for labor. In France this right was unfrequent and mild. In Germany it was still universal and harsh. Nay, more, many of the rights of feudal origin, which were held in the utmost abhorrence by the last generation of Frenchmen, and which they considered as contrary not only to justice but to civilization, such as tithes, inalienable rent charges, or perpetual dues, fines or harriots, and what were termed in the somewhat pompous language of the 18th century the servitude of the soil, might all be met with at this time to a certain extent in England, and many of them exist in England to this day. Yet they do not prevent the husbandry of England from being the most perfect and the most productive in the world, and the English people is scarcely conscious of their existence. How comes it, then, that these same feudal rights excited in the hearts of the people of France so intense a hatred that this passion has survived its object, and seems therefore to be unextinguishable? The cause of this phenomenon is that, on the one hand, the French peasant had become an owner of the soil, and that on the other he had entirely escaped from the government of the great landlords. Many other causes might doubtless be indicated, but I believe these two to be the most important. If the peasant had not been an owner of the soil, he would have been insensible to many of the burdens which the feudal system had cast upon landed property. What matters tithe to a tenant farmer? He deducts it from his rent. What matters a rent charged to a man who is not the owner of the ground? What matter even the impediments to free cultivation to a man who cultivates for another? On the other hand, if the French peasant had still lived under the administration of his landlord, these feudal rights would have appeared far less insupportable, because he would have regarded them as a natural consequence of the constitution of the country. When an aristocracy possesses not only privileges but powers, when it governs and administers the country, its private rights may be at once more extensive and less perceptible. In the feudal times the nobility were regarded pretty much as the government is regarded in our own. The burdens they imposed were endured in consideration of the security they afforded. The nobles had many irksome privileges, they possessed many onerous rights, but they maintained public order, they administered justice, they caused the law to be executed, they came to the relief of the weak, they conducted the business of the community. In proportion as the nobility ceased to do these things, the burden of their privileges appeared more oppressive, and their existence became an anomaly. Picture to yourself a French peasant of the 18th century, or I might rather say the peasant now before your eyes, for the man is the same. His condition is altered, but not his character. Take him as he is described in the documents I have quoted, so passionately enamored of the soil that he will spend all his savings to purchase it, and to purchase it at any price. To complete this purchase he must first pay a tax, not to the government, but to other landowners of the neighborhood, as unconnected as himself with the administration of public affairs, and hardly more influential than he is. He possesses it at last. His heart is buried in it with the seed he sows. This little nook of ground, which is his own in this vast universe, fills him with pride and independence. But again these neighbors call him from his furrow and compel him to come to work for them without wages. He tries to defend his young crops from their game. Again they prevent him. As he crosses the river they wait for his passage to levy a toll. He finds them at the market, where they sell him the right of selling his own produce, and when on his return home he wants to use the remainder of his wheat for his own sustenance, of that wheat which was planted by his hands and has grown under his eyes, he cannot touch it till he has ground it at the mill and baked it at the bakehouse of these same men. A portion of the income of his little property is paid away in quit rents to them also, and these dues can neither be extinguished nor redeemed. Whatever he does, these troublesome neighbors are everywhere on his path, to disturb his happiness, to interfere with his labor, to consume his profits. And when these are dismissed, others in the black garb of the church present themselves to carry off the clearest profit of his harvest. Picture to yourself the condition, the wants, the character, the passions of this man, and compute, if you are able, the stores of hatred and of envy which are accumulated in his heart. Feudalism still remained the greatest of all the civil institutions of France, though it had ceased to be a political institution. Reduced to these proportions, the hatred it excited was greater than ever, and it may be said with truth that the destruction of a part of the institutions of the Middle Ages rendered 100 times more odious that portion which still survived. End of section 8. Section 9 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 2, showing that administrative centralization is an institution anterior in France to the Revolution of 1789, and not the product of the Revolution or of the Empire, as is commonly said. At a period when political assemblies still existed in France, I once heard an orator, in speaking of administrative centralization, call it that admirable achievement of the Revolution which Europe envies us. I will concede the fact that centralization is an admirable achievement. I will admit that Europe envies us its possession, but I maintain that it is not an achievement of the Revolution. On the contrary, it is a product of the former institutions of France, and I may add, the only portion of the political constitution of the monarchy which survived the Revolution, inasmuch as it was the only one that could be made to adapt itself to the new social condition brought about by that revolution. The reader who has the patience to read the present chapter with attention will find that I have proved to demonstration this proposition. I must first beg to be allowed to put out of the question what were called the les pays d'etat, that is to say, the provinces that managed their own affairs, or rather had the appearance, in part, of managing them. These provinces, placed at the extremities of the kingdom, did not contain more than a quarter of the total population of France, and there were only two among them in which provincial liberty possessed any real vitality. I shall revert to them hereafter, and show to what an extent the central power had subjected these very states to the common mould. But for the present I desire to give my principal attention to what was called in the administrative language of the day les pays d'élection. Although in truth there were fewer elections in them than anywhere else. These districts encompassed Paris on every side. They were contiguous, and formed the heart and the better part of the territory of France. To any one who may cast a glance over the ancient administration of the kingdom, the first impression conveyed is that of a diversity of regulations and authorities, and the entangled complication of the different powers. France was covered with administrative bodies and distinct officers who had no connection with one another, but who took part in the government in virtue of a right which they had purchased, and which could not be taken from them. But their duties were frequently so intermingled and so nearly contiguous as to press and clash together within the range of the same transactions. The courts of justice took an indirect part in the legislative power, and possessed the right of framing administrative regulations which became obligatory within the limits of their own jurisdiction. Sometimes they maintained an opposition to the administration, properly so called, loudly blamed its measures, and proscribed its agents. Police ordinances were promulgated by simple justices in the towns and boroughs where they resided. The towns had a great diversity of constitutions, and their magistrates bore different designations, sometimes as mayors, sometimes as consuls, or, again, as syndics, and derived their powers from different sources. Some were chosen by the king, others by the lord of the soil, or by the prince holding the fief. Some again were elected for a year by their fellow citizens, whilst others purchased the right of governing them permanently. These different powers were the last remains of the ancient system, but something comparatively new or greatly modified had by degrees established itself among them, and this I have yet to describe. In the centre of the kingdom, and close to the throne, there had been gradually formed an administrative body of extraordinary authority, in the grasp of which every power was united after a new fashion. This was the King's Council. Its origin was ancient, but the greater part of its functions were of recent date. It was at once a supreme court of justice, inasmuch as it had the right to quash the judgments of all the ordinary courts, and a superior administrative tribunal, inasmuch as every special jurisdiction was dependent on it in the last resort. It possessed, moreover, as a council of state subject to the pleasure of the king, a legislative power, for it discussed and proposed the greater part of the laws, and fixed and assessed the taxes. As the superior administrative board, it had to frame the general regulations which were to direct the agents of the government. Within its walls all important affairs were decided, and all secondary powers controlled. Everything finally came home to it. From the centre was derived the movement which set everything in motion, yet it possessed no inherent jurisdiction of its own. The king alone decided, even when the council appeared to advise, and even when it seemed to administer justice. It consisted of no more than simple givers of advice, an expression used by the Parliament in one of its remonstrances. This council was not composed of men of rank, but of personages of middling or even low extraction, former intendants or other men of that class thoroughly versed in the management of business, all of whom were liable to dismissal by the Crown. It generally proceeded in its course quietly and discreetly, displaying less pretension than real power, and thus it had but little lustre of its own, or rather it was lost in the splendor of the throne to which it stood so near. At once so powerful that everything came within its scope, and so obscure that it has scarcely been remarked by history. As the whole administration of the country was directed by a single body, so nearly the entire management of home affairs was entrusted to the care of one single agent, the Comptroller General. On opening an almanac of France before the Revolution, it will be found that each province had its special minister, but on studying the administration itself in the legal records of the time, it will soon be seen that the minister of the province had but few occasions of any importance for exercising his authority. The common course of business was directed by the Comptroller General, who gradually took upon himself all the affairs that had anything to do with money, that is to say, almost the whole public administration, and who thus performed successively the duties of Minister of Finance, Minister of the Interior, Minister of Public Works, and Minister of Trade. As in truth the central administration had but one agent in Paris, so it had likewise but a single agent in each province. Nobles were still to be found in the 18th century, bearing the titles of governors of provinces. They were the ancient and often the hereditary representatives of feudal royalty. Honors were still bestowed upon them, but they no longer had any power. The intendant was in possession of the whole reality of government. This intendant was a man of humble extraction, always a stranger to the province, and a young man who had his fortune to make. He never exercised his functions by any right of election, birth, or purchase of office. He was chosen by the government among the inferior members of the Council of State, and was always subject to dismissal. He represented the body from which he was thus severed, and for that reason was called, in the administrative language of the time, a detached commissioner. All the powers which the council itself possessed were accumulated in his hands, and he exercised them all in the first instance. Like the council, he was at once administrator and judge. He corresponded with all the ministers, and in the province was the sole agent of all the measures of the government. In each canton was placed below him an officer nominated by himself and removable at will, called the sub-delegate. The intendant was very commonly a newly created noble. The sub-delegate was always a plebeian. He nevertheless represented the entire government in the small, circumscribed space assigned to him as much as the intendant did in the whole, and he was amenable to the intendant as the intendant was to the minister. The Marquis d'Argenson relates in his Memoir that one day Law said to him, "I never could have believed what I saw when I was Comptroller of Finance. Do you know that this kingdom of France is governed by 30 intendants? You have neither parliament, nor estates, nor governors. It is upon 30 masters of requests dispatched into the provinces that their evil or their good, their fertility or their sterility, entirely depends." These powerful officers of the government were, however, completely eclipsed by the remnants of the ancient aristocracy, and lost in the brilliancy which that body still shed around it, so that even in their own time they were scarcely seen, although their finger was already on everything. In society the nobles had over such men the advantages of rank, wealth, and the consideration always attached to what is ancient. In the government the nobility were immediately about the person of the prince, and formed his court, commanded the fleets, led the armies, and in short did all that most attracts the observation of contemporaries, and too often absorbs the attention of posterity. A man of high rank would have been insulted by the proposal to appoint him as intendant. The poorest man of family would generally have disdained the offer. In his eyes, the intendants were the representatives of an upstart power, new men appointed to govern the middle classes and the peasantry, and as for the rest, very sorry company. Yet, as Law said, and as we shall see, these were the men who governed France. To commence with the right of taxation, which includes, as it were, all other rights, it is well known a part of the taxes were farmed. In these cases the King's Council negotiated with the financial companies, fixed the terms of the contract, and regulated the mode of collection. All the other taxes, such as the taille, the capitation tax, and the vingtieme, were fixed and levied by the agents of the central administration, or under their all-powerful control. The council every year, by a secret decision, fixed the amount of the taille and its numerous accessories, and likewise its distribution among the provinces. The taille had thus increased from year to year, though public attention was never called to the fact, no noise being made about it. As the taille was an ancient tax, its assessment and collection had been formerly confided to local agents, who were all more or less independent of the government by right of birth or election, or by purchase of office. They were the lords of the soil, the parochial collectors, the treasurers of France, or officers termed the élus. These authorities still existed in the 18th century, but some had altogether ceased to busy themselves about the taille, whilst others only did so in a very secondary and entirely subordinate manner. Even here the entire power was in the hands of the intendant and his agents. He alone, in truth, assessed the taille in the different parishes, directed and controlled the collectors, and granted delays or payments or exemptions. As the other taxes, such as the capitation tax, were of recent date, the government was no longer embarrassed in respect to them by the remnants of former powers, but dealt with them without any intervention of the parties governed. The Comptroller General, the Intendant, and the Council fixed the amount of each quota. Let us leave the question of money for that of men. It is sometimes a matter of astonishment how the French can have so patiently borne the yoke of the military conscription at the time of the Revolution, and ever since, but it must be borne in mind that they had been already broken in to bear it for a long period of time. The conscription had been preceded by the militia, which was a heavier burden, although the amount of men required was less. From time to time the young men in the country were made to draw lots, and from among them were taken a certain number of soldiers, who were formed into militia regiments, in which they served for 6 years. As the militia was a comparatively modern institution, none of the ancient feudal powers meddled with it. The whole business was entrusted to the agents of the central government alone. The council fixed the general amount of men and the share of each province. The intendant regulated the number of men to be raised in each parish. His subdelegate superintended the drawing of the lots, decided all cases of exemption, designated those militiamen who were allowed to remain with their families and those who were to join the regiment, and finally delivered over the latter to the military authorities. There was no appeal except to the intendant or the council. It may be said with equal accuracy that, except in the pays d'etat, all the public works, even those that had a very special destination, were decided upon and managed by the agents of the central power alone. There certainly existed local and independent authorities, who, like the seigneur, the boards of finance, and the grand voyer, surveyors of public roads, had the power of taking a part in such matters of public administration. But all these ancient authorities, as may be seen by the slightest examination of the administrative documents of the time, bestirred themselves but little, or bestirred themselves no longer. All the great roads, and even the crossroads leading from one town to another, were made and kept up at the cost of the public revenue. The council decided the plan and contracted for its execution. The intendant directed the engineering works, and the subdelegate got together the compulsory laborers who were to execute them. The care of the byroads was alone left to the old local authorities, and they became impassable. As in our days, the body of the Pensée Chaussée was the great agent of the central government in relation to public works, and in spite of the difference of the times, a very remarkable resemblance is to be found in their constitution now and then. The administration of the Ponts-et-Chaussées had a council and a school, inspectors who annually travelled over the whole of France, and engineers who resided on the spot and who were appointed to direct the works under the orders of the intendant. A far greater number of the institutions of the old monarchy than is commonly supposed to have been handed down to the modern state of French society, but in their transmission they have generally lost their names, even though they still preserve the same forms. As a rare exception, the Ponts-et-Chaussées have preserved both one and the other. The central government alone undertook, with the help of its agents, to maintain public order in the provinces. The Maréchaussée, or mounted police, was dispersed in small detachments over the whole surface of the kingdom, and was everywhere placed under the control of the intendants. It was by the help of these soldiers, and if necessary of regular troops, that the intendant warded off any sudden danger, arrested vagabonds, repressed mendacity, and put down the riots which were continually arising from the price of corn. It never happened, as had been formerly the case, that the subjects of the crown were called upon to aid the government in this task, except indeed in the towns, where there was generally a town guard, the soldiers of which were chosen, and the officers appointed by the intendant. The judicial bodies had preserved the right of making police regulations and frequently exercised it, but these regulations were only applicable to a part of the territory, and more generally to one spot only. The council had the power of annulling them, and frequently did annul them in cases of subordinate jurisdiction, but the council was perpetually making general regulations applicable to all parts of the kingdom, either relative to subjects different from those which the tribunals had already settled, or applicable to those which they had settled in another manner. The number of these regulations, or arrêts du conseil, as they were then called, was immense, and they seem to have constantly increased the nearer we approached the Revolution. There is scarcely a single matter of social economy or political organization that was not reorganized by the arrêt du conseil during the 40 years preceding that event. Under the ancient feudal state of society, the lord of the soil, if he possessed important rights, had at the same time very heavy obligations. It was his duty to succor the indigent in the interior of his domains. The last trace of this old European legislation is to be found in the Prussian Code of 1795, which says the lord of the soil must see that the indigent peasants receive an education. It is his duty to provide means of subsistence to those of his vassals who possess no land, as far as he is able. If any of them fall into want, he must come to their assistance. But no law of the kind had existed in France for a long time. The lord, when deprived of his former power, considered himself liberated from his former obligations, and no local authority, no council, no provincial or parochial association had taken his place. No single being was any longer compelled by law to take care of the poor in the rural districts, and the central government had boldly undertaken to provide for their wants by its own resources. Every year the council assigned to each province certain funds derived from the general produce of the taxes, which the intendant distributed for the relief of the poor in the different parishes. It was to him that the indigent laborer had to apply, and in times of scarcity it was he who caused corn or rice to be distributed among the people. The council annually issued ordinances for the establishment of charitable workshops, ateliers de charité, where the poor among the peasantry were enabled to find work at low wages, and the council took upon itself to determine the places where these were necessary. It may be easily supposed that alms thus bestowed from a distance were indiscriminate, capricious, and always very inadequate. The central government, moreover, did not confine itself to relieving the peasantry in time of distress. It also undertook to teach them the art of enriching themselves, encourage them in this task, and force them to it if necessary. For this purpose, from time to time, it caused distributions of small pamphlets upon the science of agriculture to be made by its intendants and their subdelegates, founded schools of agriculture, offered prizes, and kept up at a great expense nursery grounds, of which it distributed the produce. It would seem to have been more wise to have lightened its weight and modified the inequality of the burdens which then oppressed the agriculture of the country, but such an idea never seems to have occurred. Sometimes the council insisted upon compelling individuals to prosper whether they would or no. The ordinances constraining artisans to use certain methods and manufacture certain articles are innumerable, and as the intendants had not time to superintend the application of all these regulations, there were inspectors general of manufactures who visited in the provinces to insist on their fulfillment. Some of the arrêts du Conseil even prohibited the cultivation of certain crops which the council did not consider proper for the purpose, whilst others ordered the destruction of such vines as had been, according to its opinion, planted in an unfavorable soil. So completely had the government already changed its duty as a sovereign into that of a guardian. End of section 9. Section 10 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 3, showing that what is now called administrative tutelage was an institution in France anterior to the Revolution. In France, municipal freedom outlived the feudal system. Long after the landlords were no longer the rulers of the country districts, the towns still retained the right of self-government. Some of the towns of France continued down to nearly the close of the 17th century to form, as it were, small democratic commonwealths in which the magistrates were freely elected by the whole people and were responsible to the people, in which municipal life was still public and animated, in which the city was still proud of her rights and jealous of her independence. These elections were generally abolished for the first time in 1692. The municipal offices were then what was called put up to sale. Mises en office was the technical expression. That is to say, the king sold in each town to some of the inhabitants the right of perpetually governing all their townsmen. This measure cost the towns at once their freedom and their well-being, for if the practice of the sale of commissions for a public employment sometimes proved useful in its effects when applied to the courts of justice, since the first condition of the good administration of justice is the complete independence of the judge, this system never failed to be extremely mischievous whenever it was applied to posts of administrative duty, which demand above all things responsibility, subordination, and zeal. The government of the old French monarchy was perfectly aware of the real effects of such a system. It took great care not to adopt for itself the same mode of proceeding which it applied to the towns, and scrupulously abstained from putting up to sale the commissions of its own intendants and subdelegates. And it well deserves the whole scorn of history that this great change was accomplished without any political motive. Louis XI had curtailed the municipal liberties of the towns because he was alarmed by their democratic character. Louis XIV destroyed them under no such fears. The proof is that he restored these rights to all the towns which were rich enough to buy them back again. In reality, his object was not to abolish them, but to traffic in them. And if they were actually abolished, it was without meaning it, by a mere fiscal expedient. The same thing was carried on for more than 80 years. 7 times within that period the crown resold to the towns the right of electing their magistrates, and as soon as they had once more tasted this blessing, it was snatched away to be sold to them once more. The motive of the measure was always the same, and frequently avowed. Our financial necessities, says the preamble to an edict of 1722, compel us to have recourse to the most effectual means of relieving them. The mode was effectual, but it was ruinous to those who bore this strange impost. I am struck with the enormity of the sums which have been paid at all times to purchase back the municipal offices, writes an intendant to the Comptroller General in 1764. The amount of these sums spent in useful improvements would have turned to the advantage of the town, which has, on the contrary, felt nothing but the weight of authority and the privileges of these offices. I have not detected a more shameful feature in the whole aspect of the government of France before the Revolution. It seems difficult to say with precision at the present time how the towns of France were governed in the 18th century, for besides that the origin of the municipal authorities fluctuated incessantly, as has been just stated, each town still preserved some fragments of its former constitution and its peculiar customs. There were not, perhaps, 2 towns in France in which everything was exactly similar, but this apparent diversity is fallacious and conceals a general resemblance. In 1764 the government proposed to make a general law on the administration of the towns of France, and for this purpose it caused reports to be sent in by the intendants of the crown on the existing municipal government of the country. I have discovered a portion of the results of this inquiry, and I have fully satisfied myself by the perusal of it that the municipal affairs of all these towns were conducted in much the same manner. The distinctions are merely superficial and apparent. The groundwork is everywhere the same. In most instances the government of the towns was vested in 2 assemblies. All the great towns were thus governed, and some of the small ones. The first of these assemblies was composed of municipal officers, more or less numerous according to the place. These formed the executive body of the community, the corporation, or corps de la ville, as it was then termed. The members of this body exercised a temporary power, and were elected when the king had restored the elective power, or when the town had been able to buy up its offices. They held their offices permanently upon a certain payment to the crown, when the crown had appropriated the patronage and succeeded in disposing of it by sale, which was not always the case, for this sort of commodity declined in value precisely in proportion to the increasing subordination of the municipal authority to the central power. These municipal officers never received any stipend, but they were remunerated by exemptions from taxation and by privileges. No regular gradation of authority seems to have been established among them. Their administration was collective. The mayor was the president of the corporation, not the governor of the city. The second assembly, which was termed the General Assembly, or, as we should say in England, the livery, elected the corporation wherever it was still subject to election, and always continued to take a part in the principal concerns of the town. In the 15th century this General Assembly frequently consisted of the whole population. This custom, said one of the authors of these reports, was consistent with the popular spirit of our forefathers. At that time the whole people elected their own municipal officers. This body was sometimes consulted by the corporation, and to this body the corporation was responsible. At the end of the 17th century the same state of things might sometimes be met with. In the 18th century the people, acting as a body, had ceased to meet in this General Assembly. It had by that time become representative, but it must be carefully remarked that this body was no longer anywhere elected by the bulk of the community or impressed with its spirit. It was invariably composed of notables, some of whom sat there in virtue of a personal right, others were deputed by guilds or companies from which each of them received imperative instructions. As this century rolled on, the number of these notables, sitting in virtue of their own right, augmented in the popular assembly. The delegates of the working guilds fell away, or disappeared altogether. They were superseded by the delegates of the great companies, or, in other words, the assembly contained only burgesses and scarcely any artisans. Then the citizens, who were not so easily imposed on by the empty semblance of liberty, as is sometimes supposed, ceased everywhere to take an interest in the affairs of the town, and lived like strangers within their own walls. In vain the civic magistrates attempted from time to time to revive that civic patriotism which had done so many wonders in the Middle Ages. The people remained deaf. The greatest interests of the town no longer appeared to affect the citizens. They were asked to give their suffrages when the vain counterfeit of a free election had been retained. But they stood aloof. Nothing is more frequent in history than such an occurrence. Almost all the princes who have destroyed freedom have attempted at first to preserve the forms of freedom, from Augustus to our own times. They flattered themselves that they should thus combine the moral strength which public assent always gives with the conveniences which absolute power can alone offer. But almost all of them have failed in this endeavor, and have soon discovered that it is impossible to prolong these false appearances where the reality had ceased to exist. In the 18th century, the municipal government of the towns of France had thus everywhere degenerated into a contracted oligarchy. A few families managed all the public business for their own private purposes, removed from the eye of the public, and with no public responsibility. Such was the morbid condition of this administration throughout the whole of France. All the intendants pointed it out, but the only remedy they suggested was the increased subjection of the local authorities to the central government. In this respect, however, it was difficult for success to be more complete. Besides the royal edicts, which from time to time modified the administration of all the towns in France, the local bylaws of each town were frequently overruled by orders in council, which were not registered, passed on the recommendation of the intendants without any previous inquiry, and sometimes without the citizens of the towns themselves knowing anything of the matter. This measure, said the inhabitants of a town which had been effected by a decree of this nature, has astonished all the orders of the city, who expected nothing of the kind. The towns of France at this period could neither establish an octroi on articles of consumption, nor levy a rate, nor mortgage, nor sell, nor sue, nor farm their property, nor administer that property, nor even employ their own surplus revenues without the intervention of an order in council, made on the report of the intendant. All their public works were executed in conformity to plans and estimates approved by the council. These works were adjudged to contractors before the intendant or his subdelegates, and were generally entrusted to the engineers or architects of the state. These facts will doubtless excite the surprise of those who suppose that the whole present condition of France is a novelty, but the central government interfered more directly in the municipal administration of the towns than even these rules would seem to indicate. Its power was far more extended than its right to exercise it. I meet with the following passage in a circular instruction addressed about the middle of the last century by a comptroller general to all the intendants of the kingdom. You will pay particular attention to all that takes place in the municipal assemblies. You will take care to have a most exact report of everything done there, and of all the resolutions taken, in order to transmit them to me forthwith, accompanied with your own opinion on the subject. In fact, it may be seen from the correspondence of the intendant with his subordinate officers that the government had a finger in all the concerns of every town, the least as well as the greatest. The government was always consulted. The government had always a decided opinion on every point. It even regulated the public festivities, ordered public rejoicings, caused salutes to be fired, and houses to be illuminated. On one occasion I observed that a member of the burgher guard was fined 20 livres by the intendant for having absented himself from a Te Deum. The officers of these municipal corporations had therefore arrived at a becoming sense of their own insignificance. "We most humbly supplicate you, Monseigneur," such was the style in which they addressed the king's intendant, "to grant us your good will and protection. We will endeavour not to show ourselves unworthy of them by the submission we are ready to show to all the commands of your greatness." "We have never resisted your will, Monseigneur," was the language of another body of these persons, who still assumed the pompous title of peers of the city. Such was the preparation of the middle classes for government, and of the people for liberty. If at least this close dependence of the towns on the state had preserved their finances, but such was not the case. It is sometimes argued that without centralization the towns would ruin themselves. I know not how that may be, but I know that in the 18th century centralization did not prevent their ruin. The whole administrative history of that time is replete with their embarrassments. If we turn from the towns to the villages, we meet with different powers and different forms of government, but the same dependence. I find many indications of the fact that in the Middle Ages the inhabitants of every village formed a community distinct from the lord of the soil. He, no doubt, employed the community, superintended it, governed it, but the village held in common certain property which was absolutely its own. It elected its own chiefs and administered its affairs democratically. This ancient constitution of the parish may be traced in all the nations in which the feudal system prevailed, and in all the countries to which these nations have carried the remnants of their laws. These vestiges occur at every turn in England, and the system was in full vigor in Germany 60 years ago, as may be demonstrated by reading the Code of Frederick the Great. Even in France in the 18th century, some traces of it were still in existence. I remember that when I proceeded for the first time to ascertain from the archives of one of the old intendancies of France what was meant by a parish before the Revolution, I was surprised to find in this community, so poor and so enslaved, several of the characteristics which had struck me long ago in the rural townships of the United States, and which I had then erroneously conceived to be a peculiarity of society in the New World. Neither in the one nor in the other of these communities is there any permanent representation or any municipal body in the strict sense of that term. Both the one and the other were administered by officers acting separately under the direction of the whole population. In both, meetings were held from time to time, at which all the inhabitants, assembled in one body, elected their own magistrates, and settled their principal affairs. These two parishes, in short, are as much alike as that which is living can be like that which is dead. Different as have been the destinies of these two corporate beings, their birth was in fact the same. Transported at once to regions far removed from the feudal system and invested with unlimited authority over itself, the rural parish of the Middle Ages in Europe is become the township of New England, severed from the lordship of the soil, but grasped in the powerful hand of the state. The rural parishes of France assume the form I am about to describe. In the 18th century the number and the name of the parochial officers varied in the different provinces of France. The ancient records show that the officers were more numerous when local life was more active, and that they diminished in number as that life declined. In most of the parishes they were in the 18th century reduced to two persons, the one named the collector, the other most commonly named the syndic. Generally, these parochial officers were either elected or supposed to be so, but they had everywhere become the instruments of the state rather than the representatives of the community. The collector levied the taille under the direct orders of the intendant, the syndic, placed under the daily direction of the sub-delegate of the intendant, represented that personage in all matters relating to public order or affecting the government. He became the principal agent of the government in relation to military service, to the public works of the state, and to the execution of the general laws of the kingdom. The seigneur, as we have already seen, stood aloof from all these details of government. He had even ceased to superintend them or to assist in them. Nay, more, these duties, which had served in earlier times to keep up his power, appeared unworthy of his attention in proportion to the progressive decay of that power. It would at last have been an offence to his pride to require him to attend to them. He had ceased to govern, but his presence in the parish and his privileges effectually prevented any good government from being established in the parish in place of his own. A private person, differing so entirely from the other parishioners, so independent of them, and so favourably by the laws, weakened or destroyed the authority of all rules. The unavoidable contact with such a person in the country had driven into the towns, as I shall subsequently have occasion to show, almost all those inhabitants who had either a competency or education, so that none remained about the seigneur but a flock of ignorant and uncivilized peasants, incapable of managing the administration of their common interests. A parish, as Turgot had justly observed, is an assemblage of cabins, and of inhabitants as passive as the cabins they dwell in. The administrative records of the 18th century are full of complaints of the incapacity, indolence, and ignorance of the parochial collectors and syndics. Ministers, intendants, subdelegates, and even the country gentlemen are forever deploring these defects, but none of them had traced their defects to their cause. Down to the Revolution, the rural parishes of France had preserved in their government something of that democratic aspect which they had acquired in the Middle Ages. If the parochial officers were to be elected, or some matter of public interest to be discussed, the village bell summoned the peasants to the church porch, where the poor as well as the rich were entitled to present themselves. In these meetings there was not, indeed, any regular debate or any decisive mode of voting, but every one was at liberty to speak his mind, and it was the duty of the notary, sent for on purpose and operating in the open air, to collect these different opinions and enter them in a record of the proceedings. When these empty semblances of freedom are compared with the total impotence which was connected with them, they afford an example in miniature of the combination of the most absolute government with some of the forms of extreme democracy, so that to oppression may be added the absurdity of affecting to disguise it. This democratic assembly of the parish could indeed express its desires, but it had no more power to execute its will than the corporate bodies in the towns. It could not speak until its mouth had been opened, for the meeting could not be held without the express permission of the intendant, and to use the expression of those times which adapted their language to the fact, under his good pleasure. Even if such a meeting were unanimous, it could neither levy a rate, nor sell, nor buy, nor let, nor sue, without the permission of the king's council. It was necessary to obtain a minute of council to repair the damage caused by the wind to the church steeple, or to rebuild the falling gables of the parsonage. The rural parishes most remote from Paris were just as much subject to this rule as those nearest to the capital. I found records of parochial memorials to the council for leave to spend 25 livres. The inhabitants had indeed commonly retained the right of electing their parochial magistrates by universal suffrage, but it frequently happened that the intendant designated to this small electoral body a candidate who never failed to be returned by a unanimity of suffrages. Sometimes, when the election had been made by the parishioners themselves, he set it aside, named the collector and syndic of his own authority, and adjourned indefinitely a fresh election. There are thousands of such examples. It is difficult to conceive a more cruel fate than that of these parochial officers. The lowest agent of the central government, the subdelegate, bent them to every caprice. Often they were fined, sometimes imprisoned, for the securities which elsewhere defended the citizens against arbitrary proceedings had ceased to exist for them. "I've thrown into prison," said an attendant in 1750, "some of the chief persons in villages who grumbled, and I've made these parishes pay the expense of the horsemen of the patrol. By these means they have been easily checkmated. The consequence was that these parochial functions were not considered as honours, but as burdens to be evaded by every species of subterfuge." Yet these last remnants of the ancient parochial government were still dear to the peasantry of France, and even at the present day, of all public liberties, the only one they thoroughly comprehend is parochial freedom. The only business of a public nature which really interests them is to be found there. Men who readily leave the government of the whole nation in the hand of a master revolt at the notion of not being able to speak their mind in the administration of their own village. So much weight is there yet in forms the most hollow. What has been said of the towns and parishes of France may be extended to almost all the corporate bodies which had any separate existence and collective property. Under the social condition of France anterior to the Revolution of 1789, as well as at the present day, there was no city, town, borough, village, or hamlet in the kingdom. There was neither hospital, church, fabric, religious house, nor college, which could have an independent will in the management of its private affairs, or which could administer its own property according to its own choice. Then as now, the executive administration, therefore, held the whole French people in tutelage, and if that insolent term had not yet been invented, the thing itself already existed. End of section 10. Section 11 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 4, Administrative Jurisdiction and the Immunity of Public Officers are institutions of France anterior to the Revolution. In no country in Europe were the ordinary courts of justice less dependent on the government than in France, but in no country were extraordinary courts of justice more extensively employed. These two circumstances were more nearly connected than might be imagined. As the king was almost entirely powerless in relation to the judges of the land, as he could neither dismiss them nor translate them, nor even, for the most part, promote them, as in short he held them neither by ambition nor by fear, their independence soon proved embarrassing to the crown. The result had been, in France, more than anywhere else, to withdraw from their jurisdiction the suits in which the authority of the crown was directly interested, and to call into being, as it were beside them, a species of tribunal more dependent on the sovereign, which should present to the subjects of the crown some semblance of justice without any real cause for the crown to dread its control. In other countries, as for instance in some parts of Germany, where the ordinary courts of justice had never been as independent of the government as those of France, no such precautions were taken, and no administrative justice, as it was termed, existed. The sovereign was so far master of the judges that he needed no special commissions. The edicts and declarations of the kings of France, published in the last century of the monarchy, and the orders in council promulgated within the same period, almost all provided, on behalf of the government, that the differences which any given measure might occasion and the litigation which might ensue should be exclusively heard before the intendants and before the council. It is moreover ordered by His Majesty that all the disputes which may arise upon the execution of this order, with all the circumstances and incidents thereunto belonging, shall be carried before the intendant to be judged by him, saving an appeal to the council, and all courts of justice and tribunals are forbidden to take cognizance of the same. Such was the ordinary form of these decrees. In matters which fell under laws or customs of an earlier date, when this precaution had not been taken, the council continually intervened by way of what was termed evocation, or the calling up to its own superior jurisdiction from the hands of the ordinary officers of justice suits in which the administration of the state had an interest. The registers of the council are full of minutes of evocation of this nature. By degrees the exception became the rule, and a theory was invented to justify the fact. It came to be regarded as a maxim of state, not in the laws of France, but in the minds of those by whom those laws were applied, that all suits in which a public interest was involved, or which arose out of the construction to be put on any act of the administration, were not within the competency of the ordinary judges, whose only business it was to decide between private interests. On this point we, in more recent times, have only added a mode of expression. The idea had preceded the Revolution of 1789. Already at that time most of the disputed questions which arose out of the collection of the revenue were held to fall under the exclusive jurisdiction of the intendant and the King's Council. So too with reference to the regulation of public wagons and stage-coaches, drainage, the navigation of rivers, etc., and in general all the suits in which the public authorities were interested came to be disposed of by administrative tribunals only. The intendants took the greatest care that this exceptional jurisdiction should be continually extended. They urged on the Comptroller General and stimulated the Council. The reason one of these officers assigned to induce the Council to call up one of these suits deserves to be remembered. As an ordinary judge, said he, is subject to fixed rules which compel him to punish any transgression of the law, but the council can always set aside rules for a useful purpose. On this principle it often happened that the intendant or the council called up to their own jurisdiction suits which had an almost imperceptible connection with any subject of administrative interest, or even which had no perceptible connection with such questions at all. A country gentleman quarrels with his neighbor, and being dissatisfied with the apparent disposition of his judges, he asks the council to evoke his cause. The intendant reports that, although this is a case solely affecting private rights, which fall under the cognizance of the courts of justice, yet that his Majesty can always, when he pleases, reserve to himself the decision of any suit whatever, without rendering any account at all of his motives. It was generally before the intendant or before the provost of the maréchaussée that all the lower order of people were sent for trial by this process of evocation when they had been guilty of public disturbances. Most of the riots so frequently caused by the high price of corn gave rise to transfers of jurisdiction of this nature. The intendant then summoned to his court a certain number of persons who formed a sort of local council, chosen by himself, and with their assistance he proceeded to try criminals. I found sentences delivered in this manner, by which men were condemned to the galleys and even to death. Criminal trials decided by the intendant were still common at the close of the 17th century. Modern jurists, in discussing the subject of administrative jurisdictions, assert that great progress has been made since the Revolution. Before that era, they say, the judicial and administrative powers were confounded. They have since been distinguished and assigned to their respective places. To appreciate correctly the progress here spoken of, it must never be forgotten that if on the one hand the judicial power under the old monarchy was incessantly extending beyond the natural sphere of its authority, yet on the other hand that sphere was never entirely filled by it. To see one of these facts without the other is to form an incomplete and inaccurate idea of the subject. Sometimes the courts of law were allowed to enact regulations on matters of public administration which was manifestly beyond their jurisdiction. Sometimes they were restrained from judging regular suits, which matters of public administration, which was to exclude them from the exercise of their proper functions. The modern law of France has undoubtedly removed the administration of justice from those political institutions into which it had very improperly been allowed to penetrate before the Revolution. But at the same time, as has just been shown, the government continually invaded the proper sphere of the judicial authorities, and this state of things is unchanged, as if the confusion of these powers were not equally dangerous on the one side as on the other, and even worse in the latter mode. For the intervention of judicial authority in administrative business is only injurious to the transaction of affairs, but the intervention of administrative power in judicial proceedings depraves mankind and tends to render men at once revolutionary and servile. Amongst the 9 or 10 constitutions which have been established in perpetuity in France within the last 60 years, there is one which it was expressly provided that no agent of the administration can be prosecuted before the ordinary courts of law without having previously obtained the assent of the government to such a prosecution. This clause appeared to be so well devised that when the constitution to which it belonged was destroyed, this provision was saved from the wreck, and it has ever since been carefully preserved from the injuries of revolutions. The administrative body still calls the privilege secured to them by this article one of the great conquests of 1789, but in this they are mistaken, for under the old monarchy the government was not less solicitous than it is in our own times to spare its officers the unpleasantness of rendering an account in a court of law like any other private citizens. The only essential difference between the two periods is this. Before the Revolution, the government could only shelter its agents by having recourse to illegal and arbitrary measures. Since the Revolution, it can legally allow them to violate the laws. When the ordinary tribunals of the old monarchy allowed proceedings to be instituted against any officer representing the central authority of the government, an order in council usually intervened to withdraw the accused person from the jurisdiction of his judges and to arraign him before commissioners named by the council, for as was said by a councillor of state of that time, a public officer thus attacked would have had to encounter an adverse prepossession in the minds of the ordinary judges, and the authority of the king would have been compromised. This sort of interference occurred not only at long intervals, but every day, not only with reference to the chief agents of the government, but to the least. The slightest thread of a connection with the administration sufficed to relieve an officer from all other control. A mounted overseer of the Board of Public Works, whose business was to direct the forced labor of the peasantry, was prosecuted by a peasant whom he had ill-treated. The council evoked the cause, and the chief engineer of the district, writing confidentially to the intendant, said on this subject, "It is quite true that the overseer is greatly to blame, but that is not a reason for allowing the case to follow the ordinary jurisdiction, for it is of the utmost importance to the Board of Works that the courts of common law should not hear or decide on the complaints of the peasants engaged in forced labor against the overseers of these works. If this precedent were followed, those works would be disturbed by continual litigation arising out of the animosity of the public against the officers of the government." On another occasion, the intendant himself wrote to the Comptroller General with reference to a government contractor who had taken his materials in a field which did not belong to him. "I cannot sufficiently represent to you how injurious it would be to the interests of the administration if the contractors were abandoned to the jurisdiction of the ordinary courts, whose principles can never be reconciled to those of the government." These lines were written precisely 100 years ago, but it appears as if the administrators who wrote them were our own contemporaries. End of section 11. Section 12 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 5. showing how centralization had been able to introduce itself among the ancient institutions of France and to supplant without destroying them. Let us now briefly recapitulate what has been said in the 3 preceding chapters. A single body or institution placed in the center of the kingdom regulated the public administration of the whole country. The same minister directed almost all the internal affairs of the kingdom. In each province a single government agent managed all the details. No secondary administrative bodies existed, and none which could act until they had been set in motion by the authority of the state. Courts of extraordinary jurisdiction judged the causes in which the administration was interested, and sheltered all its agents. What is this but the centralization with which we are so well acquainted? Its forms were less marked than they are at present, its course was less regular, its existence more disturbed, but it is the same being. It has not been necessary to add or to withdraw any essential condition. The removal of all that once surrounded it at once exposed it in the shape that now meets our eyes. Most of the institutions which I have just described have been imitated subsequently and in 100 different places, but they were at that time peculiar to France, and we shall shortly see how great was the influence they had on the French Revolution and on its results. But how came these institutions of modern date to be established in France amidst the ruins of feudal society? It was a work of patience, of address, and of time, rather than of force or of absolute power. At the time when the Revolution occurred, scarcely any part of the old administrative edifice of France had been destroyed, but another structure had been, as it were, called into existence beneath it. There is nothing to show that the government of the old French monarchy followed any deliberately concerted plan to effect this difficult operation. That government merely obeyed the instinct which leads all governments to aim at the exclusive management of affairs, an instinct which ever remained the same in spite of the diversity of its agents. The monarchy had left to the ancient powers of France their venerable names and their honors, but it had gradually subtracted from them their authority. They had not been expelled, but enticed out of their domains. By the indolence of one man, by the egotism of another, the government had found means to occupy their places. Availing itself of all their vices, never attempting to correct, but only to supersede them, the government at last found means to substitute for almost all of them its own sole agent, the intendant, whose very name was unknown when those powers which he supplanted came into being. The judicial institutions had alone impeded the government in this great enterprise, but even there the state had seized the substance of power, leaving only the shadow of it to its adversaries. The parliaments of France had not been excluded from the sphere of the administration, but the government had extended itself gradually in that direction so as to appropriate almost the whole of it. In certain extraordinary and transient emergencies, in times of scarcity, for instance, when the passions of the people lent a support to the ambition of the magistrates, the central government allowed the parliaments to administer for a brief interval, and to leave a trace upon the page of history, but the government soon silently resumed its place and gently extended its grasp over every class of men and of affairs. In the struggles between the French parliaments and the authority of the crown, it will be seen, on attentive observation, that these encounters almost always took place on the field of politics, properly so called rather than on that of administration. These quarrels generally arose from the introduction of a new tax. That is to say, it was not administrative power which these rival authorities disputed, but legislative power, to which the one had as little rightful claim as the other. This became more and more the case as the Revolution approached. As the passions of the people began to take fire, the parliaments assumed a more active part in politics, and as at the same time the central power and its agents were becoming more expert and more adroit, the parliaments took a less active part in the administration of the country. They acquired every day less the administrator and more of the tribune. The course of events, moreover, incessantly opens new fields of action to the executive government, where judicial bodies have no aptitude to follow, for these are new transactions not governed by precedent and alien to judicial routine. The great progress of society continually gives birth to new wants, and each of these wants is a fresh source of power to the government, which is alone able to satisfy them. Whilst the sphere of the administration of justice by the courts of law remains unaltered, that of the executive government is variable and constantly expands with civilization itself. The revolution which was approaching and which had already begun to agitate the mind of the whole French people suggested to them a multitude of new ideas which the central power of the government could alone realize. The revolution developed that power before it overthrew it, and the agents of the government underwent the same process of improvement as everything else. This fact becomes singularly apparent from the study of the old administrative archives. The Comptroller General and the Intendant of 1780 no longer resemble the Comptroller General and the Intendant of 1740. The administration was already transformed. The agents were the same, but they were impelled by a different spirit. In proportion as it became more minute and more comprehensive, it also became more regular and more scientific. It became more temperate. As its ascendancy became universal, it oppressed less, it directed more. The first outbreak of the Revolution destroyed this grand institution of the monarchy, but it was restored in 1800. It was not, as has so often been said, the principles of 1789 which triumphed at that time and ever since in the public administration of France, but on the contrary, the principles of the administration anterior to the Revolution, which then resumed their authority and have since retained it. If I am asked how this fragment of the state of society anterior to the Revolution could thus be transplanted in its entirety and incorporated into the new state of society which had sprung up, I answer that if the principle of centralization did not perish in the Revolution, it was because that principle was itself the precursor and the commencement of the Revolution. And I add that when a people has destroyed aristocracy in its social constitution, that people is sliding by its own weight into centralization. Much less exertion is then required to drive it down that declivity than to hold it back. Among such a people all powers tend naturally to unity, and it is only by great ingenuity that they can still be kept separate. The democratic revolution, which destroyed so many of the institutions of the French monarchy, served therefore to consolidate the centralized administration, and centralization seemed so naturally to find its place in the society which the revolution had formed that it might easily be taken for its offspring. End of section 12. Section 13 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 6. The Administrative Habits of France before the Revolution. It is impossible to read the letters addressed by an intendant of one of the provinces of France under the old monarchy to his superiors and his subordinates without admiring the similitude engendered by similar institutions between the administrators of those times and the administrators of our own. They seem to join hands across the abyss of the revolution which lies between them. The same may be said of the people they govern. The power of legislation over the minds of men was never more distinctly visible. The ministers of the crown had already conceived the design of taking actual cognizance of every detail of business and of regulating everything by their own authority from Paris. As time advanced and the administration became more perfect, this passion increased. Towards the end of the 18th century, not a charitable workshop could be established in a distant province of France until the Comptroller General himself had fixed the cost, drawn up the scheme, and chosen the site. If a poor house was to be built, the minister must be informed of the names of the beggars who frequent it when they arrive, when they depart. As early as the middle of the same century, in 1733, Monsieur d'Argenson wrote, "The details of business thrown upon the ministers are immense. Nothing is done without them, nothing except by them, and if their information is not as extensive as their powers, they are obliged to leave everything to be done by clerks who become in reality the masters." The Comptroller General not only called for reports on matters of business, but even for minute particulars relating to individuals. To procure these particulars, the intendant applied in his turn to his subdelegates, and of course repeated precisely what they told him, just as if he had himself been thoroughly acquainted with the subject. In order to direct everything from Paris and to know everything there, it was necessary to invent 1,000 checks and means of control. The mass of paper documents was already enormous, and such was the tedious slowness of these administrative proceedings that I have remarked it always took at least a year before a parish could obtain leave to repair a steeple or to rebuild a parsonage. More frequently 2 or 3 years elapsed before the demand was granted. The council itself remarked in one of its minutes, March 29, 1773, that the administrative formalities lead to infinite delays and too frequently excite very well-grounded complaints. These formalities are, however, all necessary, added the council. I used to believe that the taste for statistics belonged exclusively to the administrators of the present day, but I was mistaken. At the time immediately preceding the Revolution of 1789, small printed tables were frequently sent to the intendant, which he merely had to get filled up by his subdelegates and by the syndics of parishes. The Comptroller General, he required reports upon the nature of the soil, the methods of cultivation, the quality and quantity of the produce, the number of cattle, and the occupations and manners of the inhabitants. The information thus obtained was neither less circumstantial nor more accurate than that afforded under similar circumstances by sub-prefects and mayors at the present day. The opinions recorded on these occasions by the sub-delegates as to the character of those under their authority were for the most part far from favorable. They continually repeated that the peasants are naturally lazy and would not work unless forced to do so in order to live. This economical doctrine seemed very prevalent amongst this class of administrators. Even the official language of the two periods is strikingly alike. In both the style is equally colorless, flowing, vague, and feeble. The peculiar characteristics of each individual writer are effaced and lost in a general mediocrity. It is much the same thing to read the effusions of a modern prefect or of an ancient intendant. Towards the end of a century, however, when the peculiar language of Diderot and Rousseau had had time to spread and mingle with the vulgar tongue, the false sensibility with which the works of those writers are filled infected the administrators and reached even the financiers. The official style, usually so dry in its texture, was become more unctuous and even tender. A subdelegate laments to the intendant of Paris that in the exercise of his functions he often feels grief most poignant to a feeling heart. Then, as at the present time, the government distributed certain charitable donations among the various parishes, on condition that the inhabitants should, on their part, give certain alms. When the sum thus offered by them was sufficient, the Comptroller General wrote on the margin of the list of contributions, "Good, express satisfaction," but if the sum was considerable, he wrote, "Good, express satisfaction and sensibility." The administrative functionaries, nearly all belonging to the middle ranks, already formed a class imbued with a spirit peculiar to itself, and possessing traditions, virtues, and honor, and a pride of its own. This was in fact the aristocracy of the new order of society, completely formed and ready to start into life. It only waited until the Revolution had made room for it. The administration of France was already characterized by the violent hatred which it entertained indiscriminately towards all those not within its own pale, whether belonging to the nobility or to the middle classes, who attempted to take any part in public affairs. The smallest independent body, which seemed likely to be formed without its intervention, caused alarm. The smallest voluntary association, whatever was its object, was considered troublesome, and none were suffered to exist but those which it composed in an arbitrary manner, and over which it presided. Even the great industrial companies found little favor in the eyes of the administration. In a word, it did not choose that the citizens should take any concern whatever in the examination of their own affairs, and preferred sterility to competition. But as it has always been necessary to allow the French people the indulgence of a little license to console them for their servitude, the government suffered them to discuss with great freedom all sorts of general and abstract theories of religion, philosophy, morals, and even politics. It was ready enough to allow the fundamental principles upon which society then rested to be attacked, and the existence of God himself to be discussed, provided no comments were made upon the very least of its own agents. Such speculations were supposed to be altogether irrelevant to the state. Although the newspapers of the 18th century, or as they were then called, the gazettes, contained more epigrams than polemics, the administration looked upon this small power with a very jealous eye. It was indulgent enough towards books, but already extremely harsh towards newspapers. So, being unable altogether to suppress them, it endeavored to turn them to its own purposes. Under the date of 1761, I find a circular addressed to all the intendants throughout the kingdom, announcing that the king, Louis XV, had directed that in future the Gazette de France should be drawn up under the inspection of the government, his Majesty being desirous, says the circular, to render that journal interesting and to ensure to it a superiority over all others. In consequence whereof, adds the minister, you will take care to send me a bulletin of everything that happens in your district likely to engage the curiosity of the public, more especially whatever relates to physical science, natural history, or remarkable and interesting occurrences. This circular is accompanied by a prospectus setting forth that the new Gazette, though appearing oftener and containing more matter than the journal which it supersedes, will cost the subscribers much less. Furnished with these documents, the intendant wrote to his subdelegates and set them to work, but at first they replied that they knew nothing. This called forth a second letter from the minister, complaining bitterly of the sterility of the province as to news. His Majesty commands me to tell you that it is his intention that you should pay very serious attention to this matter, and that you should give the most precise order to your agents. Hereupon the subdelegates undertake the task. One of them reported that a smuggler of salt had been hung, and had displayed great courage. Another that a woman in his district had been delivered of 3 girls at a birth. A third that a dreadful storm had occurred, though without doing any mischief. One of them declared that in spite of all his efforts he had been unable to discover anything worth recording, but that he would subscribe himself to so useful a journal, and would exhort all respectable persons to follow his example. All these efforts seem, however, to have produced but little effect, for a fresh letter informs us that the king, who has the goodness, as the minister says, himself to enter into the whole detail of the measures for perfecting the Gazette, and who wishes to give to this journal the superiority and celebrity it deserves, has testified much dissatisfaction on seeing his views so ill carried out. History is a picture gallery containing few originals and a great many copies. It must be admitted, however, that in France the central government never imitated those governments of the south of Europe which seem to have taken possession of everything only in order to render everything barren. The French government frequently showed great intelligence as to its functions and always displayed prodigious activity, but its activity was often unproductive and even mischievous, because at times it endeavored to do that which was beyond its power, or that which no one could control. It rarely attempted or quickly abandoned the most necessary reforms, which could only be carried out by persevering energy, but it constantly changed its bylaws and its regulations. Within the sphere of its presence nothing remained in repose for a moment. New regulations succeeded each other with such extraordinary rapidity that the agents of government, amidst the multiplicity of commands they received, often found it difficult to discover how to obey them. Some municipal officers complained to the Comptroller General himself of the extreme mobility of this subordinate legislation. The variation of the financial regulations alone, said they, is such that a municipal officer, even were his appointment permanent, has no time for anything but studying the new rules as fast as they come out, even to the extent of being forced to neglect his own business. Even when the law itself was not altered, its application varied every day. Without seeing the working of the administration under the old French government in the secret documents which are still in existence, it is impossible to imagine the contempt into which the law eventually falls, even in the eyes of those charged with the application of it, when there are no longer either political assemblies or public journals to check the capricious activity or to set bounds to the arbitrary and changeable humor of the ministers and their offices. We hardly find a single order in council that does not recite some anterior laws, often of very recent date, which had been enacted but never executed. There was not an edict, a royal declaration, or any solemnly registered letters patent that did not encounter 1,000 impediments in its application. The letters of the comptrollers general and the intendants show that the government constantly permitted things to be done by exception, at variance with its own orders. It rarely broke the law, but the law was perpetually made to bend slightly in all directions to meet particular cases and to facilitate the conduct of affairs. An intendant writes to the minister with reference to a duty of octroi, from which a contractor of public works wanted to be exempted. It is certain that according to the strict letter of the edicts and decrees which I have just quoted, no person throughout the kingdom is exempted from these duties, but those who are versed in the knowledge of affairs are well aware that these imperative enactments stand on the same footing as to the penalties which they impose, and that although they are to be found in almost every edict, declaration, and decree for the imposition of taxes, they have never prevented exceptions from being made. The whole essence of the then state of France is contained in this passage. Rigid rules and lax practice were its characteristics. Any one who should attempt to judge the government of that period by the collection of its laws would fall into the most absurd mistakes. Under the date 1757, I found a royal declaration condemning to death any one who shall compose or print writings contrary to religion or established order. The bookseller who sells and the peddler who hawks them are to suffer the same punishment. Was this in the age of St. Dominic? It was under the supremacy of Voltaire. It is a common subject of complaint against the French that they despise law. But when, alas, could they have learned to respect it, it may be truly said that amongst the men of the period I am describing, the place which should be filled in the human mind by the notion of law was empty. Every petitioner entreated that the established order of things should be set aside in his favor with as much vehemence and authority as if he were demanding that it should be properly enforced. And indeed its authority was never alleged against him but as a means of getting rid of his importunity. The submission of the people to the existing powers was still complete, but their obedience was the effect of custom rather than of will, and when by chance they were stirred up, the slightest excitement led at once to violence, which again was almost always repressed by counter-violence and arbitrary power, not by the law. In the 18th century, the central authority in France had not yet acquired that sound and vigorous constitution which it has since exhibited. Nevertheless, as it had already succeeded in destroying all intermediate authorities, and had left only a vast blank between itself and the individuals constituting the nation, it already appeared to each of them from a distance as the only spring of the social machine, the sole and indispensable agent of public life. Nothing shows this more fully than the writings even of its detractors, when the long period of uneasiness which preceded the Revolution began to be felt. All sorts of new systems of society and government were concocted. The ends which these various reformers had in view were various, but the means they proposed were always the same. They wanted to employ the power of the central authority in order to destroy all existing institutions, and to reconstruct them according to some new plan of their own device. No other power appeared to them capable of accomplishing such a task. The power of the state ought, they said, to be as unlimited as its rights. All that was required was to force it to make a proper use of both. The elder Mirabeau, a nobleman so imbued with the notion of the rights of his order that he openly called the intendants intruders, and declared that if the appointment of the magistrates was left altogether in the hands of the government, the courts of justice would soon be mere bands of commissioners. Mirabeau himself looked only to the action of the central authority to realize his visionary schemes. These ideas were not confined to books. They found entrance into men's minds, modified their customs, affected their habits, and penetrated throughout society, even into everyday life. No one imagined that any important affair could be properly carried out without the intervention of the state. Even the agriculturalists, a class usually refractory to precept, were disposed to think that if agriculture did not improve, it was the fault of the government, which did not give them sufficient advice and assistance. One of them writes to an intendant in a tone of irritation which foreshadows the coming revolution, "Why does not the government appoint inspectors to go once a year into the provinces to examine the state of cultivation, to instruct the cultivators how to improve it, to tell them what to do with their cattle, how to fatten, rear, and sell them, and where to take them to market? These inspectors should be well paid, and the farmers who exhibited proofs of the best system of husbandry should receive some mark of honor." Agricultural inspectors and crosses of honor, such means of encouraging agriculture never would have entered into the head of a Suffolk farmer. In the eyes of the majority of the French, the government was alone able to ensure public order. The people were afraid of nothing but the patrols, and men of property had no confidence in anything else. Both classes regarded the gendarme on its rounds not merely as the chief defender of order, but as order itself. No one, says the Provincial Assembly of Guyenne, can fail to observe that the sight of a patrol is well calculated to restrain those most hostile to all subordination. Accordingly, every one wanted to have a squadron of them at his own door. The archives of an intendancy are full of requests of this nature. No one seemed to suspect that under the guise of a protector a master might be concealed. Nothing struck the émigrés so much on their arrival in England as the absence of this military force. It filled them with surprise and often even with contempt for the English. One of them, a man of ability, but whose education had not prepared him for what he was to see, wrote as follows: "It is perfectly true that an Englishman congratulates himself on having been robbed, on the score that at any rate there is no patrol in his country. A man may lament anything that disturbs public tranquillity, but he will nevertheless comfort himself when he sees the turbulent restored to society, with the reflection that the letter of the law is stronger than all other considerations. Such false notions, however," he adds, "are not absolutely universal. There are some wise people who think otherwise, and wisdom must prevail in the end." But that these eccentricities of the English could have any connection with their liberties never entered into the mind of this observer. He chose rather to explain the phenomenon by more scientific reasons. In a country, he said, where the moisture of the climate and the want of elasticity in the air give a somber tinge to the temperament, the people are disposed to give themselves up to serious objects. The English people are naturally inclined to occupy themselves with the affairs of government, to which the French are averse. The French government having thus assumed the place of Providence, it was natural that every one should invoke its aid in his individual necessities. Accordingly, we find an immense number of petitions which, while affecting to relate to the public interest, really concern only small individual interests. The boxes containing them are perhaps the only place in which all the classes composing that society of France, which has long ceased to exist, are still mingled. It is a melancholy task to read them. We find peasants praying to be indemnified for the loss of their cattle or their horses, wealthy landowners asking for assistance in rendering their estates more productive, manufacturers soliciting from the intendant privileges by which they may be protected from a troublesome competition, and very frequently confiding the embarrassed state of their affairs to him, and begging him to obtain for them relief or a loan from the Comptroller General. It appears that some fund was set apart for this purpose. Even the nobles were often very importunate solicitants. The only mark of their condition is the lofty tone in which they begged. The tax of 20ths was to many of them the principal link in the chain of their dependence. Their quota of this tax was fixed every year by the council upon the report of the intendant, and to him they addressed themselves in order to obtain delays and remissions. I've read a host of petitions of this nature made by nobles, nearly all men of title, and often of very high rank, in consideration, as they stated, of the insufficiency of their revenues or the disordered state of their affairs. The nobles usually address the intendant as monsieur, but I have observed that under these circumstances they invariably called him monseigneur, as was usually done by men of the middle class. Sometimes pride and poverty were drolly mixed in these petitions. One of the nobles wrote to the intendant, "Your feeling heart will never consent to see the father of a family of my rank strictly taxed by 20ths like a father of the lower classes." At the periods of scarcity which were so frequent during the 18th century, the whole population of each district looked to the intendant, and appeared to expect to be fed by him alone. It is true that every man already blamed the government for all his sufferings. The most inevitable privations were ascribed to it, and even the inclemency of the seasons was made a subject of reproach to it. We need not be astonished at the marvelous facility with which centralization was re-established in France at the beginning of this century. The men of 1789 had overthrown the edifice, but its foundations remained deep in the very minds of the destroyers, and on these foundations it was easy to build it up anew, and to make it more stable than it had ever been before. End of section 13. Section 14 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 7. Of all European nations, France was already that in which the metropolis had acquired the greatest preponderance over the provinces, and had most completely absorbed the whole empire. The political preponderance of capital cities over the rest of the empire is caused neither by their situation, their size, nor their wealth, but by the nature of the government. London, which contains the population of a kingdom, has never hitherto exercised a sovereign influence over the destinies of Great Britain. No citizen of the United States ever imagined that the inhabitants of New York could decide the fate of the American Union. Nay, more, no one, even in the state of New York, conceives that the will of that city alone could direct the affairs of the nation. Yet New York at this moment numbers as many inhabitants as Paris contained when the Revolution broke out. At the time of the wars of religion in France, Paris was thickly peopled in proportion to the rest of the kingdom, as in 1789. Nevertheless, at that time it had no decisive power. At the time of the Fronde, Paris was still no more than the largest city in France. In 1789 it was already France itself. As early as 1740, Montesquieu wrote to one of his friends, "Nothing is left in France but Paris, and the distant provinces, because Paris has not yet had time to devour them." In 1750 the Marquis de Mirabeau, a fanciful but sometimes deep thinker, said in speaking of Paris without naming it, "Capital cities are necessary, but if the head grows too large, the body becomes apoplectic, and the whole perishes." What then will be the result if, by giving over the provinces to a sort of direct dependence, and considering their inhabitants only as subjects of the crown, of an inferior order, to whom no means of consideration are left, and no career for ambition is open, every man possessing any talent is drawn towards the capital? He called this a kind of silent revolution, which must deprive the provinces of all their men of rank, business, and talent. The reader who has followed the preceding chapters attentively already knows the causes of this phenomenon. It would be a needless tax on his patience to enumerate them afresh in this place. This revolution did not altogether escape the attention of the government, but chiefly by its physical effect on the growth of the city. The government saw the daily extension of Paris, and was afraid that it would become difficult to administer so large a city properly. A great number of ordinances issued by the kings of France, chiefly during the 17th and 18th centuries, were destined to put a stop to the growth of the capital. These sovereigns were concentrating the whole public life of France more and more in Paris, or at its gates, and yet they wanted Paris to remain a small city. The erection of new houses was forbidden, or else commands were issued that they should be built in the most costly manner, and in unattractive situations which were fixed upon beforehand. Every one of these ordinances, it is true, declares that in spite of all preceding edicts, Paris had continued to spread. 6 times during the course of his reign did Louis XIV, in the height of his power, in vain attempt to check the increase of Paris. The city grew continually in spite of all edicts. Its political and social preponderance increased even faster than its walls, not so much owing to what took place within them as to the events passing without. During this period all local liberties gradually became extinct, the symptoms of independent vitality disappeared, the distinctive features of the various provinces became confused, and the last traces of the ancient public life were effaced. Not that the nation was falling into a state of languor. On the contrary, activity everywhere prevailed, but the motive principle was no longer anywhere but in Paris. I will cite but one example of this from amongst 1,000. In the reports made to the minister on the condition of the bookselling trade, I find that in the 16th century and at the beginning of the 17th, many considerable printing offices existed in provincial towns, which are now without printers, or where the printers are without work. Yet there can be no doubt that many more literary productions of all kinds were published at the end of the 18th century than during the 16th, but all mental activity now emanated from the centre alone. Paris had totally absorbed the provinces. At the time when the French Revolution broke out, this first revolution was fully accomplished. The celebrated traveller Arthur Young left Paris soon after the meeting of the States General and a few days before the taking of the Bastille. The contrast between that which he had just seen in the city and that which he found beyond its walls filled him with surprise. In Paris all was noise and activity. Every hour produced a fresh political pamphlet. As many as 92 were published in a week. Never, said he, did I see such activity in publishing, even in London. Out of Paris all seemed inert and silent. Few pamphlets and no newspapers were printed. Nevertheless, the provinces were agitated and ready for action, but motionless. If the inhabitants assembled from time to time, it was in order to hear the news which they expected from Paris. In every town, Young asked the inhabitants what they intended to do. The answer, he says, was always the same: "Ours is but a provincial town. We must wait to see what will be done at Paris." These people, he adds, do not even venture to have an opinion until they know what is thought at Paris. Nothing was more astonishing than the extraordinary ease with which the Constituent Assembly destroyed at a single stroke all the ancient French provinces, many of which were older than the monarchy, and then divided the kingdom methodically into 83 distinct portions, as though it had been the virgin soil of the New World. Europe was surprised and alarmed by a spectacle for which it was so little prepared. "This is the first time," said Burke, "that we have seen men tear their native land in pieces in so barbarous a manner. No doubt it appeared like tearing in pieces living bodies, but in fact the provinces that were thus dismembered were only corpses." While Paris was thus finally establishing its supremacy externally, a change took place within its own walls, equally deserving the notice of history. After having been a city merely of exchange, of business, of consumption, and of pleasure, Paris had now become a manufacturing town, a second fact which gave to the first a new and more formidable character. The origin of this change was very remote. It appears that even during the Middle Ages Paris was already the most industrious as well as the largest city of the kingdom. This becomes more manifest as we approach modern times. In the same degree that the business of administration was brought to Paris, industrial affairs found their way thither. As Paris became more and more the arbiter of taste, the sole centre of power and of the arts, and the chief focus of national activity, the industrial life of the nation withdrew and concentrated itself there in the same proportion. Although the statistical documents anterior to the Revolution are, for the most part, deserving of little confidence, I think it may safely be affirmed that during the 60 years which preceded the French Revolution, the number of artisans in Paris was more than doubled, whereas during the same period the general population of the city scarcely increased 1/3. Independently of the general causes which I have stated, there were other very peculiar causes which attracted workingmen to Paris from all parts of France, and agglomerated them by degrees in particular quarters of their town, which they ended by occupying almost exclusively. The restrictions imposed upon manufactures by the fiscal legislation of the time were lighter at Paris than anywhere else in France. It was nowhere so easy to escape from the tyranny of the guilds. Certain faubourgs, such as the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, and did his best to gather together an immense working population in that spot, being desirous, said that unfortunate monarch in one of his edicts, to bestow upon the artisans of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine a further mark of our protection, and to relieve them from the restrictions which are injurious to their interest as well as to the freedom of trade. The number of workshops, manufactories, and foundries had increased so greatly in Paris toward the approach of the Revolution that the government at length became alarmed at it. The sight of this progress inspired it with many imaginary terrors. Amongst other things, we find an order in council in 1782 stating that the king, apprehending that the rapid increase of manufactures would cause a consumption of wood likely to become prejudicial to the supply of the city, prohibits for the future the creation of any establishment of this nature within a circuit of 15 leagues round Paris. The real danger likely to arise from such an agglomeration gave no uneasiness to any one. Thus, then, Paris had become the mistress of France, and the popular army which was destined to make itself master of Paris was already assembling. It is pretty generally admitted, I believe, now that administrative centralization and the omnipotence of Paris have had a great share in the overthrow of all the various governments which have succeeded one another during the last 40 years. it would not be difficult to show that the same state of things contributed largely to the sudden and violent ruin of the old monarchy, and must be numbered among the principal causes of that first revolution which has produced all the succeeding ones. End of section 14. Section 15 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 8. France was the country in which men had become the most alike. If we carefully examine the state of society in France before the Revolution, we may see it under two very contrary aspects. It would seem that the men of that time, especially those belonging to the middle and upper ranks of society, who alone were at all conspicuous, were all exactly alike. Nevertheless, we find that this monotonous crowd was divided into many different parts by a prodigious number of small barriers, and that each of these small divisions formed a distinct society, exclusively occupied with its own peculiar interests and taking no share in the life of the community at large. When we consider this almost infinitesimal division, we shall perceive that the citizens of no other nation were so ill prepared to act in common or to afford each other a mutual support during a crisis, and that a society thus constituted might be utterly demolished in a moment by a great revolution. Imagine all those small barriers thrown down by an earthquake, and the result is at once a social body more compact and more homogeneous than any, perhaps, that the world had ever seen. I've shown that throughout nearly the whole kingdom the independent life of the provinces had long been extinct. This had powerfully contributed to render all Frenchmen very much alike. Through the diversities which still subsisted, the unity of the nation might already be discerned. Uniformity of legislation brought it to light. As the 18th century advanced, there was a great increase in the number of edicts, royal declarations, and orders in council, applying the same regulations in the same manner in every part of the empire. It was not the governing body alone, but the mass of those governed, who conceived the idea of a legislation so general and so uniform, the same everywhere and for all. This idea was apparent in all the plans of reform which succeeded each other for 30 years before the outbreak of the Revolution. 2 centuries earlier, the very materials for such conceptions, if we may use such a phrase, would have been wanting. Not only did the provinces become more and more alike, but in each province men of various classes, those at least who were placed above the common people, grew to resemble each other more and more, in spite of differences of rank. Nothing displays this more clearly than the perusal of the instructions to the several orders of the States General of 1789. The interests of those who drew them up were widely different, but in all else they were identical. In the proceedings of the earlier States General, the state of things was totally different. The middle classes and the nobility had then more common interests, more business in common. They displayed far less reciprocal animosity, yet they appeared to belong to two distinct races. Time, which had perpetuated and in many respects aggravated the privileges interposed between two classes of men, had powerfully contributed to render them alike in all other respects. For several centuries the French nobility had grown gradually poorer and poorer. Spite of its privileges, the nobility is ruined and wasted day by day, and the middle classes get possession of the large fortunes, wrote a nobleman in a melancholy strain in 1755. Yet the laws by which the estates of the nobility were protected still remained the same. Nothing appeared to be changed in their economical condition. Nevertheless, the more they lost their power, the poorer they everywhere became in exactly the same proportion. It would seem as if in all human institutions, as in man himself, there exists, independently of the organs which manifestly fulfill the various functions of existence, some central and invisible force, which is the very principle of life. In vain do the organs appear to act as before. When this vivifying flame is extinct, the whole structure languishes and dies. The French nobility still had entails. Indeed, Burke remarked that in his time entails were more frequent and more strict in France than in England. The right of primogeniture, territorial and perpetual dues, and whatever was called a beneficial interest in land. They had been relieved from the heavy obligation of carrying on war at their own charge, and at the same time had retained an increased exemption from taxation. That is to say, they kept the compensation and got rid of the burden. Moreover, they enjoyed several other pecuniary advantages which their forefathers had never possessed. Nevertheless, they gradually became impoverished in the same degree that they lost the exercise and the spirit of government. Indeed, it is to this gradual impoverishment that the vast subdivision of landed property, which we have already remarked, must be partly attributed. The nobles had sold their lands piecemeal to the peasants, reserving to themselves only the seigneurial rights which gave them the appearance rather than the reality of their former position. Several provinces of France, like the Limousin, mentioned by Turgot, were filled with a small poor nobility, owning hardly any land, and living only on seigneurial rights and rent charges on their former estates. In this district, an intendant at the beginning of the century, the number of noble families still amounts to several thousands, but there are not 15 amongst them who have 20,000 livres a year. I find in some minutes addressed by another intendant of Franche-Comté to his successor in 1750, the nobility of this part of the country is pretty good but extremely poor, and as proud as it is poor. It is greatly humbled compared to what it used to be. It is not bad policy to keep the nobles in this state of poverty in order to compel them to serve and to stand in need of our assistance. They form, he adds, a confraternity into which those only are admitted who can prove the 4 quarterings. This confraternity is not patented, but only allowed. It meets only once a year and in the presence of the intendant. After dining and hearing mass together, these noblemen return every man to his home, some on their rosinant, and the rest on foot. You will see what a comical assemblage it is. This gradual impoverishment of the nobility was more or less apparent, not only in France, but in all parts of the continent, in which, as in France, the feudal system was finally dying out without being replaced by a new form of aristocracy. This decay was especially manifest and excited great attention amongst the German states on the banks of the Rhine. In England alone contrary was the case. There the ancient noble families which still existed had not only kept, but greatly increased their fortunes. They were still first in riches as in power. The new families which had risen beside them had only copied but had not surpassed their wealth. In France, the non-noble classes alone seemed to inherit all the wealth which the nobility had lost. They fattened, as it were, upon its substance, yet there were no laws to prevent the middle class from ruining themselves or to assist them in acquiring riches. Nevertheless, they incessantly increased their wealth, and in many instances they had become as rich as, and often richer than, the nobles. Nay, more, their wealth was of the same kind, for though dwelling in the town, they were often landowners in the country, and sometimes they even bought seigneurial estates. Education and habits of life had already created 1,000 other points of resemblance between these two classes of men. The middle-class man was as enlightened as the noble, and it deserves to be remarked his acquirements were derived from the very same source. The same light shone upon both. Their education had been equally theoretical and literary. Paris, which became more and more the sole preceptor of France, had ended by giving to all minds one common form and action. At the end of the 18th century, no doubt, some difference was still perceptible between the manners of the nobility and those of the middle class, for nothing assimilates more slowly than that surface of society which we call manners. At bottom, however, all men above the rank of the common people were alike. They had the same ideas, the same habits, the same tastes, they indulged in the same pleasures, read the same books, and spoke the same language. The only difference left between them was in their rights. I much doubt whether this was the case in the same degree anywhere else, even in England, where the different classes, though firmly united by common interests, still differed in their habits and feelings. For political liberty, which possesses the admirable power of placing the citizens of a state in compulsory intercourse and mutual dependence, does not, on that account, always make them similar. It is the government of one man which, in the end, has the inevitable effect of rendering all men alike, and all mutually indifferent to their common fate. End of section 15. Section 16 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 9, showing how men thus similar were more divided than ever into small groups, estranged from and indifferent to each other. Let us now look at the other side of the picture, and we shall see that these same Frenchmen, who had so many points of resemblance amongst themselves, were nevertheless more completely isolated from each other than perhaps the inhabitants of any other country, or than had ever been the case before in France. It seems extremely probable that, at the time of the first establishment of the feudal system in Europe, the class which was subsequently called the nobility did not at once form a caste, but was originally composed of the chief men of the nation, and was therefore in the beginning merely an aristocracy. This, however, is a question which I have no intention of discussing here. It will be sufficient to remark that during the Middle Ages the nobility had become a caste, that is to say, that its distinctive mark was birth. It retained indeed one of the proper characteristics of an aristocracy, that of being a governing body of citizens, but birth alone decided who should be at the head of this body. Whoever was not born noble was excluded from this close and particular class, and could only fill a position more or less exalted, but still subordinate in the state. Wherever on the continent of Europe the feudal system had been established, it ended in caste. In England alone it returned to aristocracy. It has always excited my surprise that a fact which distinguishes England from all other modern nations, and which alone can throw light upon the peculiarities of its laws, its spirit, and its history, has not attracted to a still greater degree the attention of philosophers and statesmen, and that habit has rendered it, as it were, imperceptible to the English themselves. It has frequently been seen by glimpses and imperfectly described, but no complete and distinct view has, I believe, ever been taken of it. Montesquieu, it is true, on visiting Great Britain in 1739, wrote, "I am now in a country which has little resemblance to the rest of Europe, but that is all." It was indeed not so much its parliament, its liberty, its publicity, or its jury, which at that time rendered England so unlike the rest of Europe. It was something far more peculiar and far more powerful. England was the only country in which the system of caste had been not only modified, but effectually destroyed. The nobility and the middle classes in England followed the same business, embraced the same professions, and, what is far more significant, intermarried with each other. the daughter of the greatest nobleman could already, without disgrace, marry a man of yesterday. In order to ascertain whether caste, with the ideas, habits, and barriers it creates amongst a nation, is definitely destroyed, look at its marriages. They alone give the decisive feature which we seek. At this very day, in France, after 60 years of democracy, we shall generally seek it in vain. The old and the new families, between which no distinction any longer appears to exist, avoid as much as possible to intermingle with each other by marriage. It has often been remarked that the English nobility has been more prudent, more able, and less exclusive than any other. It would have been much nearer the truth to say that in England for a very long time past no nobility, properly so called, has existed, if we take the word in the ancient and limited sense it has everywhere else retained. This singular revolution is lost in the night of ages, but a living witness of it yet survives in the idiom of language. For several centuries the word gentleman has altogether changed its meaning in England, and the word roturier has ceased to exist. It would have been impossible to translate literally into English the well-known line from the Tartuffe, even when Molière wrote it in 1664, Et quand le voit, il est bon gentilhomme. If we make a further application of the science of language to the science of history, and pursue the fate of the word gentleman through time and through space, the offspring of the French word gentilhomme, we shall find its application extending in England in the same proportion in which classes draw near one another and amalgamate. In each succeeding century it is applied to persons placed somewhat lower in the social scale. At length it traveled with the English to America, where it is used to designate every citizen indiscriminately. Its history is that of democracy itself. In France, the word gentilhomme has always been strictly limited to its original meaning. Since the Revolution it has been almost disused, but its application has never changed. The word which was used to designate the members of the caste was kept intact because the caste itself was maintained as separate from all the rest as it had ever been. I go even further and assert that this caste had become far more exclusive than it was when the word was first invented, and that in France a change had taken place in the direction opposed to that which had occurred in England. Though the nobility and the middle class in France had become far more alike, they were at the same time more isolated from each other, two things which are so essentially distinct that the former, instead of extenuating the latter, may frequently aggravate it. During the Middle Ages, and whilst the feudal system was still in force, all those who held land under a lord, and who were properly called vassals in feudal law, were constantly associated with the lord, though many of them were not noble, in the government of the seigneury. Indeed, this was the principal condition of their tenures. Not only were they bound to follow the lord to war, but they were bound in virtue of their holdings to spend a certain part of the year at his court, that is, in helping him to administer justice and to govern the inhabitants. The lord's court was the mainspring of the feudal system of government. It played a part in all the ancient laws of Europe, and very distinct vestiges of it may still be found in many parts of Germany. The learned feudalist Edme de Feuilly-Mainville, who 30 years before the French Revolution thought fit to write a thick volume on feudal rights and on the renovation of manor rolls, informs us that he had seen in the titles of a number of manors that the vassals were obliged to appear every fortnight at the lord's court, and that being there assembled, they judged conjointly with the lord and his ordinary judge the assizes and differences which had arisen between the inhabitants. He adds that he had found there were sometimes 80, 150, and even as many as 200 vassals in one lordship, a great number of whom were roturiers. I have quoted this not as a proof, for 1,000 others might be adduced, but as an example of the manner in which, at the beginning and for long afterwards, the rural classes were united with the nobility, and mingled with them daily in the conduct of affairs. That which the Lord's Court did for the small rural proprietors, the provincial estates, and subsequently the States General, effected for the citizens of the towns. It is impossible to study the records of the States General of the 14th century, and above all of the provincial estates of the same period, without being astonished at the importance of the place which the tiers-état filled in those assemblies, and at the power it wielded in them. As a man, the Burgess of the 14th century was, doubtless, very inferior to the Burgess of the 18th, but the middle class, as a body, filled a far higher and more secure place in political society. Its right to a share in the government was uncontested. The part which it played in political assemblies was always considerable and often preponderating. The other classes of the community were forced to a constant reckoning with the people. But what strikes us most is that the nobility and the tiers-état found it at that time so much easier to transact business together or to offer a common resistance than they have ever found it since. This is observable not only in the States General of the 14th century, many of which had an irregular and revolutionary character, impressed upon them by the disasters of the time, but in the provincial estates of the same period, where nothing seems to have interrupted the regular and habitual course of affairs. Thus in Auvergne we find that the three orders took the most important measures in common, and that the execution of them was superintended by commissioners chosen equally from all three. The same thing occurred at the same time in Champagne. Everyone knows the famous act by which, at the beginning of the same century, the nobles and burgesses of a large number of towns combined together to defend the franchises of the nation and the privileges of their provinces against the encroachments of the crown. During that period of French history we find many such episodes which appear, as if borrowed from the history of England. In the following centuries events of this character altogether disappeared. The fact is that as by degrees the government of the lordships became disorganized, and the States General grew rarer or ceased altogether, that as the general liberties of the country were finally destroyed, involving the local liberties in their ruin, the burgess and the noble ceased to come into contact in public life. They no longer felt the necessity of standing by one another, or of a mutual compact. Every day rendered them more independent of each other, but at the same time estranged them more and more. In the 18th century this revolution was fully accomplished. The two conditions of men never met but by accident in private life. Therefore the two classes were not merely rivals but enemies. One circumstance which seems very peculiar to France was that at the very time when the order of nobility was thus losing its political powers, the nobles individually acquired several privileges which they had never possessed before, or increased those which they already enjoyed. It was as if the members enriched themselves with the spoil of the body. The nobility had less and less right to command, but the nobles had more and more the exclusive prerogative of being the first servants of the master. It was more easy for a man of low birth to become an officer under Louis XIV than under Louis XVI. This frequently happened in Prussia at a time when there was no example of such a thing in France. Every one of these privileges, once obtained, adhered to the blood and was inseparable from it. The more the French nobility ceased to be an aristocracy, the more did it become a caste. Let us take the most invidious of all these privileges, that of exemption from taxation. It is easy to perceive that from the 15th century until the French Revolution, this privilege was continually increasing, and that it increased with the rapid progress of the public burdens. When, as under Charles VII, only 1,200,000 livres were raised by the taille, the privilege of being exempted from it was but small. But when, under Louis XVI, 80 millions were raised by the same tax, the privilege of exemption became very great. When the taille was the only tax levied on the non-noble classes, the exemption of the nobility was little felt, but when taxes of this description were multiplied 1,000-fold under various names and shapes, when 4 other taxes had been assimilated with the taille, when burdens unknown in the Middle Ages, such as the application of forced labor by the crown to all public works or services, the militia, etc., had been added to the taille with its accessories, and were distributed with the same inequality, then indeed the exemption of birth appeared immense. The inequality, though great, was indeed still more apparent than real, for the noble was often reached through his farmer by the tax which he escaped in his own person. But in such matters as this, the inequality which is seen does more harm than that which is felt. Louis XIV, pressed by the financial difficulties which overwhelmed him towards the end of his reign, had established 2 common taxes, the capitation tax and the 20th, but as if the exemption from taxation had been in itself a privilege so venerable that it was necessary to respect it in the very act by which it was infringed, care was taken to render the mode of collection different even when the tax was common. For one class it remained harsh and degrading, for the other indulgent and honorable. Although inequality under taxation prevailed throughout the whole continent of Europe, there were very few countries in which it had become so palpable or was so constantly felt as in France. Throughout a great part of Germany, most of the taxes were indirect, and even with respect to the direct taxes, the privilege of the nobility frequently consisted only in bearing a smaller share of the common burden. There were, moreover, certain taxes which fell only upon the nobles, and which were intended to replace the gratuitous military service which was no longer exacted. Now, of all means of distinguishing one man from another, and of marking the difference of classes, inequality of taxation is the most pernicious and the most calculated to add isolation to inequality, and in some sort to render both irremediable. Let us look at its effects. When the noble and the middle classes are not liable to the same tax, the assessment and collection of each year's revenue draws afresh sharpness and precision the line of demarcation between them. Every year each member of the privileged order feels an immediate and pressing interest in not suffering himself to be confounded with the mass, and makes a fresh effort to place himself apart from it. As there is scarcely any matter of public business that does not either arise out of or result in a tax, it follows that as soon as the 2 classes are not equally liable to it, they can no longer have any reason for common deliberation, or any cause of common wants and desires. No effort is needed to keep them asunder. The occasion and the desire for common action have been removed. In the highly colored description which Mr. Burke gave of the ancient Constitution of France, he urged in favor of the constitution of the French nobility the ease with which the middle classes could be ennobled by acquiring an office. He fancied that this bore some analogy to the open aristocracy of England. Louis XI had, it is true, multiplied the grants of nobility. With him it was a means of lowering the aristocracy. His successors lavished them in order to obtain money. Necker informs us that in his time the number of offices which conferred nobility amounted to 4,000. Nothing like this existed in any other part of Europe, but the analogy which Burke sought to establish between France and England on this score was all the more false. If the middle classes of England, instead of making war upon the aristocracy, have remained so intimately connected with it, it is not specially because the aristocracy is open to all, but rather, as has been said, because its outline is indistinct and its limit unknown. Not so much because any man could be admitted into it as because it was impossible to say with certainty when he took rank there. so that all who approached it might look upon themselves as belonging to it, might take part in its rule, and derive either lustre or profit from its influence. Whereas the barrier which divided the nobility of France from the other classes, though easily enough passed, was always fixed and visible, and manifested itself to those who remained without by striking and odious tokens. He who at once crossed it was separated from all those whose ranks he had just quitted by privileges which were burdensome and humiliating to them. The system of creating new nobles, far from lessening the hatred of the roturier to the nobleman, increased it beyond measure. It was envenomed by all the envy with which the new noble was looked upon by his former equals. For this reason the tailleurs d'état, in all their complaints, always displayed more irritation against the newly ennobled than against the old nobility, and far from demanding that the gate which led out of their own condition should be made wider, they continually required that it should be narrowed. In no period of French history had it been so easy to acquire nobility as in 1789, and never were the middle classes and the nobility so completely separated. Not only did the nobles refuse to endure in their electoral colleges any one who had the slightest taint of middle-class blood, but the middle classes also as carefully excluded all those who might in any degree be looked upon as noble. In some provinces the newly ennobled were rejected by one class because they were not noble enough, and by the other because they were too much so. This, it is said, was the case with the celebrated Lavoisier. If, leaving the nobility out of the question, we turn our attention to the middle classes, we shall find the same state of things, the man of the middle classes living almost as far apart from the common people as the noble was from the middle class. Almost the whole of the middle class before the Revolution dwelt in the towns. Two causes had principally led to this result: the privileges of the nobles and the taille. The seigneur who lived on his estates usually treated his peasants with a certain good-natured familiarity, but his arrogance towards his neighbors of the middle class was unbounded. It had never ceased to augment as his political power had diminished, and for that very reason, for on the one hand, as he had ceased to govern, he no longer had any interest in conciliating those who could assist him in that task, whilst, on the other, as has frequently been observed, he tried to console himself for the loss of real power by an immoderate display of his apparent rights. Even his absence from his estates, instead of relieving his neighbors, only served to increase their annoyance. Absenteeism had not even that good effect, for privileges enforced by proxy were all the more insupportable. I am not sure, however, that the taille and all the taxes which had been assimilated to it were not still more powerful causes. I could show, I think, in very few words why the taille and its accessories press much more heavily on the country than on the towns. But the reader would probably think it superfluous. It would be sufficient to point out that the middle classes gathered together in the towns could find 1,000 means of alleviating the weight of the taille, and often indeed of avoiding it altogether, which not one of them could have employed singly had he remained on the estate to which he belonged. Above all, he thereby escaped the obligation of collecting the taille, which he dreaded far more than that of paying it, and not without reason, for there never was under the old French government, or I believe under any government, a worse condition than that of the parochial collector of the taille. I shall have occasion to show this hereafter, yet no one in a village except the nobles could escape this office, and rather than subject himself to it, the rich man of the middle class let his estates and withdrew to a neighboring town. Turgot coincides with all the secret documents which I have had an opportunity of consulting when he says that the collecting of the taille converts all the non-noble landowners of the country into burgesses of the towns. Indeed, this, to make a passing remark, was one of the chief causes why France was fuller of towns, and especially of small towns, than almost any other country in Europe. Once ensconced within the walls of a town, a wealthy though low-born member of the middle class soon lost the tastes and ideas of rural life. He became totally estranged from the labors and the affairs of those of his own class whom he had left behind. His whole life was now devoted to one single object. He aspired to become a public officer in his adopted town. It is a great mistake to suppose that the passion for place, which fills almost all Frenchmen of our time, more especially those belonging to the middle ranks, has arisen since the Revolution. Its birth dates from several centuries back, and it has constantly increased in strength thanks to the variety of fresh food with which it has been continually supplied. Places under the old government did not always resemble those of our day, but I believe they were even more numerous. The number of petty places was almost infinite. It has been reckoned that between the years 1693 and 1790 alone 40,000 such places were created, almost all within the reach of the lower middle class. I have counted that in 1750, in a provincial town of moderate size, no less than 109 persons were engaged in the administration of justice, and 126 in the execution of the judgments delivered by them, all inhabitants of the town. The eagerness with which the townspeople of the middle class sought to obtain these places was really unparalleled. No sooner had one of them become possessed of a small capital than, instead of investing it in business, he immediately laid it out in the purchase of a place. This wretched ambition has done more harm to the agriculture and the trade of France than the guilds or even the taille. When the supply of places failed, the imagination of place hunters instantly fell to work to invent new ones. A certain Sieur Lemberville published a memorial to prove that it was quite in accordance with the interest of the public to create inspectors for a particular branch of manufactures, and he concluded by offering himself for the employment. Which of us has not known a Lemberville, a man endowed with some education and small means, thought it not decorous to die without having been a government officer? Every man, according to his condition, says a contemporary writer, wants to be something by command of the king. The principal difference in this respect between the time of which I have been speaking and the present is that formerly the government sold the places, whereas now it gives them away. A man no longer pays his money in order to purchase a place. He does more, he sells himself. Separated from the peasantry by the difference of residence, and still more by the manner of life, the middle classes were also for the most part divided from them by interest. The privileges of the nobles with respect to taxation were justly complained of, but what then can be said of those enjoyed by the middle class? The offices which exempted them, wholly or in part, from public burdens were counted by thousands. One exempted them from the militia, another from the corvée, a third from the taille. Is there a parish, says a writer of the time, that does not contain, independently of the nobles and ecclesiastics, a number of inhabitants who have purchased for themselves, by dint of places or commissions, some sort of exemption from taxation? One of the reasons why a certain number of offices destined for the middle classes were, from time to time, abolished is the diminution of the receipts caused by the exemption of so large a number of persons from the taille. I have no doubt that the number of those exempted among the middle class was as great as, and often greater than, among the nobility. These miserable privileges filled those who were deprived of them with envy, and those who enjoyed them with the most selfish pride. Nothing is more striking throughout the 18th century than the hostility of the citizen of the towns toward the surrounding peasantry, and the jealousy felt by the peasants of the townspeople. Every single town, says Turgot, absorbed by its own separate interests, is ready to sacrifice to them the country and the villages of its district. You have often been obliged, said he, elsewhere, in addressing his subdelegates, to repress the constant tendency to usurpation and encroachment which characterizes the conduct of the towns towards the country people and the villages of their district. Even the common people who dwelt within the walls of the towns with the middle classes became estranged from and almost hostile to them. Most of the local burdens which they imposed were so contrived as to press most heavily on the lower classes. More than once I have had occasion to ascertain the truth of what Turgot also says in another part of his works, namely that the middle classes of the towns had found means to regulate the octroi in such manner that the burden did not fall on themselves. What is most obvious in every act of the French middle classes was their dread of being confounded with the common people, and their passionate desire to escape by every means in their power from popular control. If it were His Majesty's pleasure, said the burgesses of a town in a memorial addressed to the Comptroller General, that the office of mayor should become elective, it would be proper to oblige the electors to choose him only from the chief notables, and even from the corporation. We have seen that it was a part of the policy of the kings of France successively to withdraw from the population of the towns the exercise of their political rights. From Louis XI to Louis XV, their whole legislation betrays this intention. Frequently the burgesses themselves seconded that intention. Sometimes they suggested it. At the time of the municipal reform of 1764, an intendant consulted the municipal officers of a small town on the point of preserving to the artisans and working classes, autres menus peuple, the right of electing their magistrates. These officers replied that it was true that the people had never abused this right, and that it would doubtless be agreeable to preserve to them the consolation of choosing their own masters, but that it would be still better in the interest of good order and the public tranquillity to make over this duty altogether to the Assembly of Notables. The subdelegate reported on his side that he had held a secret meeting at his own house of the 6 best citizens of the town. These 6 best citizens were unanimously of opinion that the wisest course would be to entrust the election not even to the Assembly of Notables, as the municipal officers had proposed, but to a certain number of deputies chosen from the different bodies of which that assembly was composed. The subdelegate, more favorable to the liberties of the people than these burgesses themselves, reported their opinion, but added as his own that it was nevertheless very hard upon the working classes to pay, without any means of controlling the expenditure of the money, sums imposed on them by such of their fellow citizens who were probably, by reason of the privileged exemptions from taxation, the least interested in the question. Let us complete this survey. Let us now consider the middle classes as distinguished from the people, just as we have previously considered the nobility as distinguished from the middle classes. We shall discover in this small portion of the French nation, thus set apart from the rest, infinite subdivisions. It seems as if the people of France was like those pretended simple substances in which modern chemistry perpetually detects new elements by the force of its analysis. I've discovered not less than 36 distinct bodies among the notables of one small town. These distinct bodies, though already very diminutive, were constantly employed in reducing each other to still narrower dimensions. They were perpetually throwing off the heterogeneous particles they might still contain, so as to reduce themselves to the most simple elements. Some of them were reduced by this elaborate process to no more than 3 or 4 members, but their personality only became more intense and their tempers more contentious. All of them were separated from each other by some diminutive privileges, the least honorable of which was still a mark of honor. Between them raged incessant disputes for precedency. The intendant and even the courts of justice were distracted by their quarrels. It has just been decided that holy water is to be offered to the magistrates, le présidial, before it is offered to the corporation. The Parliament hesitated, but the king has called up the affair to his council and decided it himself. It was high time this question had thrown the whole town into a ferment. If one of these bodies obtained precedency over another in the General Assembly of Notables, the latter instantly withdrew and preferred abandoning altogether the public business of the community rather than submit to an outrage on his dignity. The body of periwig makers of the town of La Flèche decided that it would express in this manner its well-founded grief occasioned by the precedency which had been granted to the bakers. A portion of the notables of another town obstinately refused to perform their office because, as the intendant reported, some artisans have been introduced into the assembly, with whom the principal burgesses cannot bear to associate. If the place of sheriff, said the intendant of another province, be given to a notary, the other notables will be disgusted, as the notaries are here men of no birth, not being of the families of the notables, and all of them having been clerks. The 6 best citizens whom I have already mentioned, and who so readily decided that the people ought to be deprived of their political rights, were singularly perplexed when they had to determine who the notables were to be, and what order of precedency was to be established amongst them. In such a strait they presume only to express their doubts, fearing, as they said, to cause to some of their fellow citizens too sensible a mortification. The natural vanity of the French was strengthened and stimulated by the incessant collision of their pretensions in these small bodies, and the legitimate pride of the citizens was forgotten. Most of these small corporations, of which I have been speaking, already existed in the 16th century, but at that time their members, after having settled among themselves the business of their own fraternity, joined all the other citizens to transact in common the public business of the city. In the 18th century these bodies were almost entirely wrapped up in themselves, for the concerns of their municipal life had become scarce, and they were all managed by delegates. Each of these small communities, therefore, lived only for itself, was occupied only with itself, and had no affairs but its own interests. Our forefathers had not yet acquired the term of individuality, which we have coined for our own use, because in their times there was no such thing as an individual not belonging to some group of persons, and who could consider himself as absolutely alone. But each of the 1,000 little groups of which French society was then composed thought only of itself. It was, if I may so express myself, a state of collective individuality, which prepared the French mind for that state of positive individuality which is the characteristic of our own time. But what is most strange is that all these men who stood so much aloof from one another had become so extremely similar amongst themselves, that if their positions had been changed no distinction could have been traced among them. Nay, more, if any one could have sounded their innermost convictions, he would have found that the slight barriers which still divided persons in all other respects so similar appeared to themselves alike contrary to the public interest and to common sense, and that in theory they already worshipped the uniformity of society and the unity of power. Each of them clung to his own particular condition, only because a particular condition was the distinguishing mark of others, but all were ready to confound their own condition in the same mass, provided no one retained any separate lot or rose above the common level. End of section 16. Section 17 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 10. The destruction of political liberty and the estrangement of classes were the causes of almost all the disorders which led to the dissolution of the old society of France. Of all the disorders which attacked the constitution of society in France as it existed before the Revolution, and led to the dissolution of that society, that which I have just described was the most fatal. But I must pursue the inquiry to the source of so dangerous and strange an evil, and show how many other evils took their origin from the same cause. If the English had from the period of the Middle Ages altogether lost, like the French, political freedom and all those local franchises which cannot long exist without it, it is highly probable that each of the different classes of which the English aristocracy is composed would have seceded from the rest, as was the case in France, and more or less all over the continent, and that all those classes together would have separated themselves from the people. But freedom compelled them always to remain within reach of each other, so as to combine their strength in time of need. It is curious to observe how the British aristocracy, urged even by its own ambition, has contrived whenever it seemed necessary to mix familiarly with its inferiors, and to feign to consider them as its equals. Arthur Young, whom I have already quoted, and whose book is one of the most instructive works which exist on the former state of the society in France, relates that happening to be one day at the country house of the Duc de la Rochefoucauld at La Roche-Guyon, he expressed a wish to converse with some of the best and most wealthy farmers of the neighborhood. The Duke had the kindness to order his steward to give me all the information I wanted relative to the agriculture of the country, and to speak to such persons as were necessary on points that he was in doubt about. At an English nobleman's house there would have been 3 or 4 farmers asked to meet me, who would have dined with the family among ladies of the first rank. I do not exaggerate when I say that I have had this at least 100 times in the first houses of our islands. It is, however, a thing that in the present state of manners in France would not be met with from Calais to Bayonne, except by chance in the house of some great lord who had been much in England, and then not unless it were asked for. I once knew it at the Duke of de Liancourt's. Unquestionably, the English aristocracy is of a haughtier nature than that of France, and less disposed to mingle familiarly with those who live in a humbler condition. But the obligations of its own rank have imposed that duty upon it. It submitted that it might command. For centuries no inequality of taxation has existed in England, except such exemptions as have been successively introduced for the relief of the indigent classes. Observe to what results different political principles may lead nations so nearly contiguous. In the 18th century, the poor man in England enjoyed the privilege of exemption from taxation, the rich in France. In one country, the aristocracy has taken upon itself the heaviest public burdens, in order to retain the government of the state. In the other, the aristocracy retained to the last exemption from taxation as a compensation for the loss of political power. In the 14th century, the maxim, no tax without the consent of the taxed, n'impose qui ne veut, appeared to be as firmly established in France as in England. It was frequently quoted. To contravene it always seemed an act of tyranny. To conform to it was to revert to the law. At that period, as I have already remarked, a multitude of analogies may be traced between the political institutions of France and those of England. But then the destinies of the two nations separated and constantly became more unlike as time advanced. They resemble 2 lines starting from contiguous points at a slight angle, which diverge indefinitely as they are prolonged. I venture to affirm that when the French nation, exhausted by the protracted disturbances which had accompanied the captivity of King John and the madness of Charles VI., suffered the crown to levy a general tax without the consent of the people, and when the nobility had the baseness to allow the middle and lower classes to be so taxed on condition that its own exemption should be maintained, at that very time was sown the seed of almost all the vices and almost all the abuses which afflicted the ancient society of France during the remainder of its existence, and ended by causing its violent dissolution. And I admire the rare sagacity of Philippe de Comines when he says, Charles VII, who gained the point of laying on the taille at his pleasure without the consent of the states of the realm, laid a heavy burden on his soul and on that of his successors, and gave a wound to his kingdom which will not soon be closed. Observe how that wound, widened with the course of years, follows step by step that fact to its consequences. Bonnet says with truth in his learned researches on the finances of France that in the Middle Ages the sovereigns generally lived on the revenues of their domains. And as the extraordinary wants of the state, he adds, were provided for by extraordinary subsidies, they were levied equally on the clergy, the nobility, and the people. The greater part of the general subsidies voted by the three orders in the course of the 14th century were, in point of fact, so levied. Almost all the taxes established at the time were indirect, that is, they were paid indiscriminately by all classes of consumers. Sometimes the tax was direct, but then it was assessed not on property but on income. The nobles, the priests, and the burgesses were bound to pay over to the king for a year a tenth, for instance, of all their incomes. This remark as to the charges voted by the estates of the realm applies equally to those which were imposed at the same period by the different provincial estates within their own territories. It is true that already at that time the direct tax known by the name of the taille was never levied on the noble classes. The obligation of gratuitous military service was the ground of their exemption, but the taille was at that time partially in force as a general impost, belonging rather to the seigneurial jurisdictions than to the kingdom. When the king first undertook to levy taxes by his own authority, he perceived that he must select a tax which did not appear to fall directly on the nobles, for that class, formidable and dangerous to the monarchy itself, would never have submitted to an innovation so prejudicial to their own interests. The tax selected by the crown was therefore a tax from which the nobles were exempt, and that tax was the taille. Thus, to all the private inequalities of condition which already existed, another and more general inequality was added, which augmented and perpetuated all the rest. From that time this tax spread and ramified in proportion as the demands of the public treasury increased with the functions of the central authority. It was soon decoupled, and all the new taxes assumed the character of the taille. Every year, therefore, inequality of taxation separated the classes of society and isolated the individuals of whom they consisted more deeply than before. Since the object of taxation was not to include those most able to pay taxes, but those least able to defend themselves from paying, the monstrous consequence was brought about that the rich were exempted and the poor burdened. It is related that Cardinal Mazarin, being in want of money, hit upon the expedient of levying a tax upon the principal houses in Paris, but that having encountered some opposition from the parties concerned, he contented himself with adding the 5 millions he required to the general brevet of the taille. He meant to tax the wealthiest of the king's subjects. He did tax the most indigent, but to the treasury the result was the same. The produce of taxes thus unjustly allotted had limits, but the demands of the crown had none. Yet the kings of France would neither convoke the States General to obtain subsidies, nor would they provoke the nobility to demand that measure by imposing taxes on them without it. Hence arose that prodigious and mischievous fecundity of financial expedients which so peculiarly characterized the administration of the public resources during the last 3 centuries of the old French monarchy. It is necessary to study the details of the administrative and financial history of that period to form a conception of the violent and unwarrantable proceedings which the want of money may prescribe even to a mild government, but without publicity and without control, when once time has sanctioned its power and delivered it from the dread of revolution, that last safeguard of nations. Every page in these annals tells of possessions of the crown first sold and then resumed as unsaleable, of contracts violated and of vested interests ignored, of sacrifices wrung at every crisis from the public creditor, and of incessant repudiations of public engagements. Privileges granted in perpetuity were perpetually resumed, if we could bestow our compassion on the disappointments of a foolish vanity, the fate of those luckless persons might deserve it who purchased letters of nobility, but who were exposed during the whole of the 17th and 18th centuries to buy over and over again the empty honours or the unjust privileges which they had already paid for several times. Thus Louis XIV annulled all the titles of nobility acquired in the preceding 92 years, though most of them had been conferred by himself, but they could only be retained upon furnishing a fresh subsidy, all these titles having been obtained by surprise, said the edict. The same example was duly followed by Louis XV 80 years later. The militiaman was forbidden to procure a substitute for fear, it was said, of raising the price of recruits to the state. Towns, corporations, and hospitals were compelled to break their own engagements in order that they might be able to lend money to the crown. Parishes were restrained from undertaking works of public improvement, lest by such a diversion of their resources they should pay their direct taxes with less punctuality. It is related that M. Horry and M. Trudin, of whom one was the Comptroller General and the other the Director General of Public Works, had formed a plan for substituting for the forced labor of the peasantry on the roads a rate to be levied on the inhabitants of each district for the repair of their thoroughfares. The reason which led these able administrators to forego that plan is instructive. They feared, it is said, that when a fund had been raised by such a rate, it would be impossible to prevent the Treasury from appropriating the money to its own purposes, so that ere long the ratepayers would have had to support both the new money payment and the old charge of forced labor. I do not hesitate to say that no private person could have escaped the grasp of the criminal law who should have managed his own fortune as the great Louis, in all his glory, managed the fortune of the nation. If you stumble upon any old establishment of the Middle Ages which maintained itself with every aggravation of its original defects in direct opposition to the spirit of the age, or upon any mischievous innovation, search to the root of the evil, you will find it to be some financial expedient perpetuated in the form of an institution. To meet the pressure of the hour, new powers were called into being which lasted for centuries. A peculiar tax, which was called the due of franc-fief, had been levied from a distant period on the non-noble holders of noble lands. This tax established between lands the same distinction which existed between the classes of society, and the one constantly tended to increase the other. Perhaps this due of franc-fief contributed more than any other cause to separate the roturier and the noble, because it prevented them from mingling together in that which most speedily and most effectually assimilates men to each other, in the possession of land. A chasm was thus opened between the noble landowner on the one hand and his neighbor, the non-noble landowner, on the other. Nothing, on the contrary, contributed to hasten the cohesion of these two classes in England more than the abolition, as early as the 16th century, of all outward distinctions between the fiefs held under the crown and lands held in villenage. In the 14th century this feudal tax of franc-fief was light, and was only levied here and there, but in the 18th century, when the feudal system was well nigh abolished, it was rigorously exacted in France every 20 years, and it amounted to 1 whole year's revenue. A son paid it on succeeding his father. This tax, said the Agricultural Society of Tours in 1761, is extremely injurious to the improvement of the art of husbandry. Of all the imposts borne by the king's subjects, there is indisputably none so vexatious and so onerous to the rural population. This duty, said another contemporary writer, which was at first levied but once in a lifetime, is become in course of time a very cruel burden. The nobles themselves would have been glad that it should be abolished, for it prevented persons of inferior condition from purchasing their lands, but the fiscal demands of the state required that it should be maintained and increased. The Middle Ages are sometimes erroneously charged with all the evils arising from the trading or industrial corporations, but at their origin These guilds and companies served only as means to connect the members of a given calling with each other, and to establish in each trade a free government in miniature, whose business it was at once to assist and to control the working classes. Such and no more seems to have been the intention of St. Louis. It was not till the commencement of the 16th century, in the midst of that period which is termed the revival of arts and letters, that it was proposed for the first time to consider the right to labor in a particular vocation as a privilege to be sold by the crown. Then it was that each company became a small, close aristocracy, and at last those monopolies were established which were so prejudicial to the progress of the arts, and which so exasperated the last generation. From the reign of Henry III, who generalized the evil, if he did not give birth to it, down to Louis XVI, who extirpated it, it may be said that the abuse of the system of guilds never ceased to augment and to spread at the very time when the progress of society rendered those institutions more insupportable, and when the common sense of the public was most opposed to them. Year after year more professions were deprived of their freedom. Year after year the privileges of the incorporated trades were increased. Never was the evil carried to greater lengths than during what are commonly called the prosperous years of the reign of Louis XIV, because at no former period had the want of money been more imperious, or the resolution not to raise money with the assent of the nation more firmly taken. Latronne said with truth in 1775, "The state has only established the trading companies to furnish pecuniary resources, partly by the patents which it sells, partly by the creation of new offices which the companies are forced to buy up." The edict of 1673 carried the principles of Henry III to their furthest consequences by compelling all the companies to take out letters of confirmation upon payment for the same, and all the workmen who were not yet incorporated in some one of these bodies were compelled to enter them. This wretched expedient brought in 300,000 livres. We have already seen how the whole municipal constitution of the towns was overthrown, not by any political design, but in the hope of picking up a pittance for the treasury. This same want of money, combined with the desire not to seek it from the States General of the kingdom, gave rise to the venality of public offices, which became at last a thing so strange that its like had never been seen in the world. It was by this institution, engendered by the fiscal spirit of the government, that the vanity of the middle classes was kept on the stretch for 3 centuries and exclusively directed to the acquisition of public employments, and thus was the universal passion for places made to penetrate to the bowels of the nation, where it became the common source of revolutions and of servitude. As the financial embarrassments of the state increased, new offices sprang up, all of which were remunerated by exemptions from taxation and by privileges, and as these offices were produced by the wants of the treasury, not of the administration, the result was the creation of an almost incredible number of employments which were altogether superfluous or mischievous. As early as 1664, upon an inquiry instituted by Colbert, it was found that the capital invested in this wretched property amounted to nearly 500 millions of livres. Richelieu had suppressed, it was said, 100,000 offices, but they cropped out again under other names. For a little money the state renounced the right of directing, of controlling, and of compelling its own agents. An administrative engine was thus gradually built up, so vast, so complicated, so clumsily, and so unproductive, that it came at last to be left swinging on in space, whilst a more simple and handy instrument of government was framed beside it, which really performed the duties these innumerable public officers were supposed to be doing. It is clear that none of these pernicious institutions could have subsisted for 20 years if they could have been brought under discussion. None of them would have been established or aggravated if the estates had been consulted, or if their remonstrances had been listened to when by chance they were still called together. Rarely, as the States General were convoked in the last ages of the monarchy, they never ceased to protest against these abuses. On several occasions these assemblies pointed out as the origin of all these evils the power of arbitrarily levying taxes which had been arrogated by the king, or, to borrow the identical terms employed by the energetic language of the 15th century, the right of enriching himself from the substance of the people without the consent and deliberation of the three estates. Nor did they confine themselves to their own rights alone. They demanded with energy, and frequently they obtained greater deference to the rights of the provinces and towns. In every session some voices were raised in those bodies against the inequality of the public burdens. They frequently demanded the abolition of the system of close guilds. They attacked with increasing vigor in each successive age the venality of public employments. He who sells office sells justice, which is infamous, was their language. When that venality was established, they still complained of the abusive creation of offices. They denounced so many useless places and dangerous privileges, but always in vain. Three institutions had been previously established against themselves. They had originated in the desire not to convoke these assemblies, and in the necessity of disguising from the French nation the taxation which it was unsafe to exhibit in its real aspect. And it must be observed that the best kings were as prone to have recourse to these practices as the worst. Louis XII completed the introduction of the venality of public offices. Henry IV extended the sale of them to reversions. The vices of the system were stronger than the virtues of those who applied it. The same desire of escaping from the control of the States General caused the parliaments to be entrusted with most of their political functions. The result was an intermixture of judicial and administrative offices, which proved extremely injurious to the good conduct of business. It was necessary to seem to afford some new guarantees in place of those which were taken away, for though the French support absolute power patiently enough, so long as it be not oppressive, they never like the sight of it, and it is always prudent to raise about it some appearance of barriers, which serve at least to conceal what they do not arrest. Lastly, it was this desire of preventing the nation, when asked for its money, from asking back its freedom, which gave rise to an incessant watchfulness in separating the classes of society, so that they should never come together or combine in a common resistance, and that the government should never have on its hands at once more than a very small number of men separated from the rest of the nation. In the whole course of this long history, in which have figured so many princes remarkable for their ability, sometimes remarkable for their genius, almost always remarkable for their courage, not one of them ever made an effort to bring together the different classes of his people, or to unite them otherwise than by subjecting them to a common yoke. One exception there is indeed to this remark. One king of France there was who not only desired this end, but applied himself with his whole heart to attain it. That prince, for such are the inscrutable judgments of Providence, was Louis XVI. The separation of classes was the crime of the old French monarchy, but it became its excuse, for when all those who constitute the rich and enlightened portion of a nation can no longer agree and cooperate in the work of government, a country can by no possibility administer itself, and a master must intervene. The nation, said Turgot, with an air of melancholy, in a secret report addressed to the king, is a community consisting of different orders ill compacted together, and of a people whose members have very few ties among themselves, so that every man is exclusively engrossed by his personal interest. Nowhere is any common interest discernible. The villages, the towns, have not any stronger mutual relations than the districts to which they belong. They cannot even agree among themselves to carry on the public works which they require. Amidst this perpetual conflict of pretensions and of undertakings, your Majesty is compelled to decide everything in person or by your agents. Your special injunctions are expected before men will contribute to the public advantage or respect the rights of others, or even sometimes before they will exercise their own. It is no slight enterprise to bring more closely together fellow citizens who have thus been living for centuries as strangers or as enemies to each other, and to teach them how to carry on their affairs in common. To divide them was a far easier task than it then becomes to reunite them. Such has been the memorable example given by France to the world, when the different classes which divided the ancient social system of France came once more into contact 60 years ago, after having been isolated so long, and by so many barriers. They encountered each other on those points on which they felt most poignantly, and they met in mutual hatred. Even in this our day, their jealousies and their animosities have survived them. End of section 17. Section 18 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 11. Of the species of liberty which existed under the old monarchy, and of the influence of that liberty on the Revolution. If the reader were here to interrupt the perusal of this book, he would have but a very imperfect impression of the government of the old French monarchy, and he would not understand the state of society produced by the Revolution. Since the citizens of France were thus divided, and thus contracted within themselves, since the power of the crown was so extensive and so great, it might be inferred that the spirit of independence had disappeared with public liberty, and that the whole French people were equally bent in subjection. Such was not the case. The government had long conducted absolutely and alone all the common affairs of the nation, but it was as yet by no means master of every individual existence. Amidst many institutions already prepared for absolute power, some liberty survived, but it was a sort of strange liberty, which it is not easy at the present day to conceive aright, and which must be very closely scrutinized to comprehend the good and the evil resulting from it. Whilst the central government superseded all local powers and filled more and more the whole sphere of public authority, some institutions which the government had allowed to subsist, or which it had created, some old customs, some ancient manners, some abuses even, served to check its action, to keep alive in the hearts of a large number of persons a spirit of resistance, and to preserve the consistency and the independent outline of many characters. Centralization had already the same tendency, the same mode of operation, the same aims as in our own time, but it had not yet the same power. Government, having, in its eagerness to turn everything into money, put up to sale most of the public officers, had thus deprived itself of the power of giving or withdrawing those offices at pleasure. Thus one of its passions had considerably impaired the success of another. Its rapacity had balanced its ambition. The state was therefore incessantly reduced to act through instruments which it had not forged and which it could not break. The consequence was that its most absolute will was frequently paralyzed in the execution of it. This strange and vicious constitution of the public offices thus stood instead of a sort of political guarantee against the omnipotence of the central power. It was a sort of irregular and ill-constructed breakwater which divided the action and checked the stroke of the supreme power. Nor did the government of that day dispose as yet of that countless multitude of favors, assistances, honors, and moneys which it has now to distribute. It was therefore far less able to seduce as well as to compel. The government, moreover, was imperfectly acquainted with the exact limits of its power. None of its rights were regularly acknowledged or firmly established. Its range of action was already immense, but that action was still hesitating and uncertain, as one who gropes along a dark and unknown track. This formidable obscurity, which at that time concealed the limits of every power and enshrouded every right, though it might be favourable to the designs of princes against the freedom of their subjects, was frequently not less favourable to the defence of it. The administrative power, conscious of the novelty of its origin and of its low extraction, was ever timid in its action when any obstacle crossed its path. It is striking to observe in reading the correspondence of the French ministers and intendants of the 18th century how this government, which was so absolute and so encroaching as long as its authority is not contested, stood aghast at the aspect of the least resistance, agitated by the slightest criticism, alarmed by the slightest noise, ready on all such occasions to stop, to hesitate, to parley, to retreat, and often to fall considerably below the natural limits of its power. The nerveless egotism of Louis XV and the mild benevolence of his successor contributed to this state of things. It never occurred to these sovereigns that they could be dethroned. They had nothing of that harsh and restless temper which fear has since often imparted to those who govern. They trampled on none but those whom they did not see. Several of the privileges, of the prejudices, of the false notions most opposed to the establishment of a regular and salutary free government kept alive amongst many persons a spirit of independence, and disposed them to hold their ground against the abuses of authority. The nobles despised the administration, properly so called, though they sometimes had occasion to apply to it. Even after they had abandoned their former power, they retained something of that pride of their forefathers which was alike adverse to servitude and to law. They cared little for the general liberty of the community, and readily allowed the hand of authority to lie heavy on all about them. But they did not admit that it should lie heavy on themselves, and they were ready in case of need to run all risks to prevent it. At the commencement of the Revolution, that nobility of France which was about to fall with the throne still held towards the king, and still more towards the king's agents, an attitude far higher and language far more free than the middle class, which was so soon to overthrow the monarchy. Almost all the guarantees against the abuse of power which France possessed during the 37 years of her representative government were already loudly demanded by the nobles. In reading the instructions of that order to the States General, amidst its prejudices and its crotchets, the spirit and some of the great qualities of an aristocracy may still be felt. It must ever be deplored that instead of bending that nobility to the discipline of law, it was uprooted and struck to the earth. By that act the nation was deprived of a necessary portion of its substance, and a wound was given to freedom which will never be healed. A class which has marched for ages in the first rank has acquired in this long and uncontested exercise of greatness a certain loftiness of heart, a natural confidence in its strength, and a habit of being looked up to, which makes it the most resisting element in the frame of society. Not only is its own disposition manly, but its example serves to augment the manliness of every other class. By extirpating such an order, its very enemies are enervated. Nothing can ever completely replace it. It can be born no more. It may recover the titles and the estates, but not the soul of its progenitors. The clergy, who have since frequently shown themselves so servilely submissive to the temporal sovereign in civil matters, whosoever that temporal sovereign might be, and who become his most barefaced flatterers on the slightest indication of favor to the church, formed at that time one of the most independent bodies in the nation, and the only body whose peculiar liberties would have enforced respect. The provinces had lost their franchises, the rights of the towns were reduced to a shadow. No 10 noblemen could meet to deliberate together on any matter without the express permission of the king. but the Church of France retained to the last her periodical assemblies. Within her bosom even ecclesiastical power was circumscribed by limits which were respected. The lower clergy enjoyed the protection of solid guarantees against the tyranny of their superiors, and was not prepared for passive obedience to the sovereign by the uncontrolled despotism of the bishop. I do not attempt to pass any judgment on this ancient constitution of the Church. I merely assert that by this constitution the spirit of the priesthood was not fashioned to political servility. Many of the ecclesiastics were, moreover, gentlemen of birth, and they brought with them into the Church the pride and indocility of their condition. All of them had, moreover, an exalted rank in the state and certain privileges there. The exercise of those feudal rights which had proved so fatal to the moral power of the Church gave to its members in their individual capacity a spirit of independence towards the civil authority. But that which especially contributed to give the clergy the opinions, the wants, the feelings, and often the passions of citizens was the ownership of land. I have had the patience to read most of the reports and debates still remaining to us from the old provincial estates of France, and particularly those of Languedoc, a province in which the clergy participated even more than elsewhere in the details of the public administration. I have also examined the journals of the provincial assemblies, which sat in 1779 and 1787. Bringing with me in this inquiry the impressions of our own times, I have been surprised to find bishops and priests, many of whom were equally eminent for their piety and for their learning, drawing up reports on the construction of a road or a canal, discussing with great science and skill the best methods to augment the produce of agriculture, to ensure the well-being of the inhabitants, and to encourage industry, these churchmen being always equal and often superior to all the laymen engaged with them in the transaction of the same affairs. I maintain, in opposition to an opinion which is very generally and very firmly established, that the nations which deprive the Roman Catholic clergy of all participation in landed property and convert their incomes into salaries do in fact only promote the interests of the papacy and those of the temporal ruler, whilst they renounce an important element of freedom amongst themselves. A man who, as far as the best portion of his nature is concerned, is the subject of a foreign authority, and who in the country where he dwells can have no family, will only be linked to the soil by one durable tie, namely landed property. Break that bond, and he belongs to no place in particular. In the place where the accident of birth may have cast him, he lives like an alien in the midst of a civil community, scarcely any of whose civil interests can directly affect him. His conscience binds him to the Pope, his maintenance to the sovereign, his only country is the Church. In every political event he perceives little more than the advantage or the loss of his own profession. Let but the Church be free and prosperous, what matters all the rest? His most natural political state is that of indifference, an excellent member of the Christian commonwealth, but elsewhere a worthless citizen. Such sentiments and such opinions as these in a body of men who are the directors of childhood and the guardians of morality cannot fail to enervate the soul of the entire nation in relation to public life. A correct impression of the revolution which may be effected in the human mind by a change wrought in social conditions may be obtained from a perusal of the instructions given to the delegates of the clergy at the States General of 1789. The clergy in those documents frequently showed their intolerance and sometimes a tenacious attachment to several of their former privileges, but in other respects not less hostile to despotism, not less favorable to civil liberty, nor less enamored of political liberty than the middle classes or the nobility. This order proclaimed that personal liberty must be secured, not by promises alone, but by a form of procedure analogous to the Habeas Corpus Act. They demanded the destruction of the state prisons, the abolition of extraordinary jurisdictions, and of the practice of calling up causes to the Council of State. Publicity of procedure, the permanence of judicial officers, the admissibility of all ranks to public employments, which should be open to merit alone, a system of military recruiting less oppressive and humiliating to the people, and from which none should be exempted, the extinction by purchase of seigneurial rights, which sprung from the feudal system, were, they said, contrary to freedom, unrestricted freedom of labor. The suppression of internal custom houses, the multiplication of private schools, insomuch that one gratuitous school should exist in every parish, lay charitable institutions in all the rural districts, such as workhouses and workshops of charity, and every kind of encouragement to agriculture. In the sphere of politics, properly so called, the clergy proclaimed louder than any other class that the nation had an indefeasible and inalienable right to assemble, to enact laws, and to vote taxes. No Frenchman, said the priests of that day, can be forced to pay a tax which he has not voted in person or by his representative. The clergy further demanded that States General freely elected should annually assemble, that they should, in presence of the nation, discuss all its chief affairs, that they should make general laws paramount to all usages or particular privileges, that the deputies should be inviolable, and the ministers of the crown constantly responsible. The clergy also desired that assemblies of states should be created in all the provinces, and municipal corporations in all the towns. Of divine right, not a word. Upon the whole, and notwithstanding the notorious vices of some of its members, I question if there ever existed in the world a clergy more remarkable than the Catholic clergy of France, at the moment when it was overtaken by the Revolution, a clergy more enlightened, more national, less circumscribed within the bounds of private duty, and more alive to public obligations, and at the same time more zealous for the faith. Persecution proved it. I entered on the study of these forgotten institutions full of prejudices against the clergy of that day. I conclude that study full of respect for them. They had in truth no defects but those inherent in all corporate bodies, whether political or religious, when they are strongly constituted and knit together, such as a tendency to aggression, a certain intolerance of disposition, and an instinctive, sometimes a blind, attachment to the particular rights of their order. The middle classes of the time preceding the Revolution were also much better prepared than those of the present day to show a spirit of independence. Many even of the defects of their social constitution contributed to this result. We've already seen that the public employments occupied by these classes were even more numerous than at present, and that the passion for obtaining these situations was equally intense. But mark the difference of the age, most of those places being neither given nor taken away by the government, increased the importance of those who filled them without placing them at the mercy of the ruler. Hence the very cause which now completes the subjection of so many persons was precisely that which most powerfully enabled them at that time to maintain their independence. The immunities of all kinds which so unhappily separated the middle from the lower classes converted the former into a spurious aristocracy, which often displayed the pride and the spirit of resistance of the real aristocracy. In each of those small particular associations which divided the middle classes into so many sections, the general advantage was readily overlooked, but the interests and the rights of each body were always kept in view. The common dignity, the common privileges were to be defended. No man could ever lose himself in the crowd, or find a hiding place for base subserviency. Every man stood, as it were, on a stage, extremely contracted, it is true, but in a glare of light, and there he found himself in presence of the same audience, ever ready to applaud or to condemn him. The art of stifling every murmur of resistance was at that time far less perfected than it is at present. France had not yet become that dumb region in which we dwell. Every sound, on the contrary, had an echo, though political liberty was still unknown, and every voice that was raised might be heard afar. That which more especially in those times ensured to the oppressed the means of being heard was the constitution of the courts of justice. France had become a land of absolute government by her political and administrative institutions, but her people were still free by her institutions of justice. The judicial administration of the old monarchy was complicated, troublesome, tedious, and expensive. These were no doubt great faults, but servility towards the government was not to be met with there, that servility which is but another form of venality, and the worst form. That capital vice, which not only corrupts the judge, but soon infects the whole body of the people, was altogether unknown to the elder magistracy. The judges could not be removed, and they sought no promotion, two things alike necessary to their independence. For what matters it that a judge cannot be coerced, if there are 1,000 means of seduction? It is true that the power of the crown had succeeded in depriving the courts of ordinary jurisdiction, of the cognizance of almost all the suits in which the public authorities were interested, but though they had been stripped, they still were feared. Though they might be prevented from recording their judgments, the government did not always dare to prevent them from receiving complaints or from recording their opinions. And as the language of the courts still preserved the tone of that old language of France, which loved to call things by their right names, the magistrates not unfrequently stigmatized the acts of the government as arbitrary and despotic. The irregular intervention of the courts in the affairs of government, which often disturbed the conduct of them, thus served occasionally to protect the liberties of the subject. The evil was great, but it served to curb a greater evil. In these judicial bodies and all around them, the vigor of the ancient manners of the nation was preserved in the midst of modern opinions. The parliaments of France doubtless thought more of themselves than of the Commonwealth, but it must be acknowledged that, in defence of their own independence and honor, they always bore themselves with intrepidity, and that they imparted their spirit to all that came near them. When in 1770 the Parliament of Paris was broken, the magistrates who belonged to it submitted to the loss of their profession and their power without a single instance of any individual yielding to the will of the sovereign. Nay, more, some courts of a different kind, such as the Court of Aids, which were neither affected nor menaced, voluntarily exposed themselves to the same harsh treatment when that treatment had become certain. Nor is this all. The leading advocates who practised before the Parliament resolved of their own accord to share its fortune. They renounced all that made their glory and their wealth, and condemned themselves to silence rather than appear before dishonored judges. I know of nothing in the history of free nations grander than what occurred on this occasion, and yet this happened in the 18th century, hard by the court of Louis XV. The habits of the French courts of justice had become in many respects the habits of the nation. The courts of justice had given birth to the notion that every question was open to discussion, and every decision subject to appeal, and likewise to the use of publicity and to a taste for forms of proceeding, things adverse to servitude. This was the only part of the education of a free people which the institutions of the old monarchy had given to France. The administration itself had borrowed largely from the language and the practice of the courts. The king considered himself obliged to assign motives for his edicts and to state his reasons before he drew the conclusion. The Council of State caused its orders to be preceded by long preambles. The intendants promulgated their ordinances in the forms of judicial procedure. In all the administrative bodies of any antiquity, such, for example, as the body of the treasurers of France, or that of the élus, who assess the taille, the cases were publicly debated and decided after argument at the bar. All these usages, all these formalities were so many barriers to the arbitrary power of the sovereign. The people alone, applying that term to the lower orders of society, and especially the people of the rural districts, were almost always unable to offer any resistance to oppression except by violence. Most of the means of defense which I have here passed in review were in fact beyond their reach. To employ those means, a place in society where they could be seen, or a voice loud enough to make itself heard, was requisite. But above the ranks of the lower orders there was not a man in France who, if he had the courage, might not contest his obedience and resist in giving way. The king spoke as the chief of the nation rather than as its master. "We glory," said Louis XVI at his accession, "in the preamble of a decree. We glory to command a free and generous nation." One of his ancestors had already expressed the same idea in older language, when, thanking the States General for the boldness of their remonstrances, he said, "We like better to speak to free men than to serfs." The men of the 18th century knew little of that sort of passion for comfort which is the mother of servitude, a relaxing passion, though it be tenacious and unalterable, which mingles and intertwines itself with many private virtues, such as domestic affections, regularity of life, respect for religion, and even with the lukewarm though assiduous practice of public worship, which favors propriety but proscribes heroism, and excels in making decent livers but base citizens. The men of the 18th century were better, and they were worse. The French of that age were addicted to joy and passionately fond of amusement. They were perhaps more lax in their habits and more vehement in their passions and opinions than those of the present day, but they were strangers to the temperate and decorous sensualism that we see about us. In the upper classes men thought more of adorning life than of rendering it comfortable. They sought to be illustrious rather than to be rich. Even in the middle ranks the pursuit of comfort never absorbed every faculty of the mind. That pursuit was often abandoned for higher and more refined enjoyments. Every man placed some object beyond the love of money before his eyes. "I know my countrymen," said a contemporary writer, in language which, though eccentric, is spirited, "apt to melt and dissipate the metals. They are not prone to pay them habitual reverence, and they will not be slow to turn again to their former idols, to valor, to glory, and I will add, to magnanimity." The baseness of mankind is, moreover, not to be estimated by the degree of their subserviency to a sovereign power. That standard would be an incorrect one. However submissive the French may have been before the Revolution to the will of the king, one sort of obedience was altogether unknown to them. They knew not what it was to bow before an illegitimate and contested power, a power but little honored, frequently despised, but which is willingly endured because it may be serviceable or because it may hurt. To this degrading form of servitude they were ever strangers. The king inspired them with feelings which none of the most absolute princes who have since appeared in the world have been able to call forth, and which are become incomprehensible to the present generation, so entirely has the Revolution extirpated them from the hearts of the nation. They loved him with the affection due to a father. They revered him with the respect due to God. In submitting to the most arbitrary of his commands, they yielded less to compulsion than to loyalty, and thus they frequently preserved great freedom of mind, even in the most complete dependence. To them the greatest evil of obedience was compulsion. To us it is the least. The worst is in that servile sentiment which leads men to obey. We have no right to despise our forefathers. Would to God that we could recover, with their prejudices and their faults, something of their greatness. It would then be a mistake to think that the state of society in France before the Revolution was one of servility and dependence. Much more liberty existed in that society than in our own time, but it was a species of irregular and intermittent liberty, always contracted within the bounds of certain classes, linked to the notion of exemption and of privilege, which rendered it almost as easy to defy the law as to defy arbitrary power, and scarcely ever went far enough to furnish to all classes of the community the most natural and necessary securities. Thus reduced and thus deformed, liberty was still not unfruitful. It was this liberty which, at the very time when centralization was tending more and more to equalize, to emasculate, and to dim the character of the nation, still preserved amongst a large class of private persons their native vigor, their color, and their outline, fostered self-respect in the heart, and often caused the love of glory to predominate over every other taste. By this liberty were formed those vigorous characters, those proud and daring spirits which were about to appear, and were to make the French Revolution at once the object of the admiration and the terror of succeeding generations. It would have been so strange that virtue so masculine should have grown on a soil where freedom was no more. But if this sort of ill-regulated and morbid liberty prepared the French to overflow despotism, perhaps it likewise rendered them less fit than any other people to establish in lieu of that despotism the free and peaceful empire of constitutional law. End of section 18. Section 19 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 12, showing that the condition of the French peasantry, notwithstanding the progress of civilization, was sometimes worse in the 18th century than it had been in the 13th. In the 18th century, the French peasantry could no longer be preyed upon by petty feudal despots. They were seldom the object of violence on the part of the government. They enjoyed civil liberty and were owners of a portion of the soil. But all the other classes of society stood aloof from this class, and perhaps in no other part of the world had the peasantry ever lived so entirely alone. The effects of this novel and singular kind of oppression deserve a very attentive separate consideration. As early as the beginning of the 17th century, Henry IV complained, as we learn from Preface, that the nobles were quitting the rural districts. In the middle of the 18th century, this desertion had become almost general. All the records of the time indicate and deplore the fact. Economists in their writings, the attendants in their reports, agricultural societies in their proceedings. A more authentic proof of the same fact is to be found in the registers of the capitation tax. The capitation tax was levied at the actual place of residence, and it was paid by the whole of the great nobility and by a portion of the landed gentry at Paris. In the rural districts none remained but such of the gentry as their limited means compelled to stay there. These persons must have found themselves placed in a position with reference to the peasants, his neighbors, such as no rich proprietor can be conceived to have occupied before. Being no longer in the position of a chief, they had not the same interest as of old to attend to or assist or direct the village population, and on the other hand, not being subject to the same burdens, they could neither feel much sympathy with poverty which they did not share, nor with grievances to which they were not exposed. The peasantry were no longer the subjects of the gentry were not yet the fellow citizens of the peasantry, a state of things unparalleled in history. This gave rise to a sort of absenteeism of feeling, if I may so express myself, even more frequent and more effectual than absenteeism properly so called. Hence it arose that a gentleman residing on his estate frequently displayed the views and sentiments which his steward would have entertained in his absence. Like his steward, he learned to look upon his tenants as his debtors, and he rigorously exacted from them all that he could claim by law or by custom, which sometimes rendered the application of the last remnant of feudal rights more harsh than it had been in the feudal times. Often embarrassed and always needy, the small gentry lived shabbily in their country houses, caring only to amass money enough to spend in town during the winter. The people, who often find an expression which hits the truth, had given to these small squires the name of the least of the birds of prey, a hobereau, a sort of squire kite. No doubt individual exceptions might be presented to these observations. I speak of classes which ought alone to detain the attention of history. That there were in those times many rich landowners who, without any necessary occasion and without a common interest, attended to the welfare of the peasantry, who will deny? But these were persons who struggled successfully against the law of their new condition, which in spite of themselves was driving them into indifference as it was driving their former vassals into hatred. This abandonment of a country life by the nobility has often been attributed to the peculiar influence of certain ministers and certain kings, by some to Richelieu, by others to Louis XIV. It was no doubt an idea almost always pursued by the kings of France during the 3 last centuries of the monarchy to separate the gentry from the people and to attract the former to court and to public employments. This was especially the case in the 17th century, when the nobility were still an object of fear to royalty. Amongst the questions addressed to the intendants, they were sometimes asked, "Do the gentry of your province like to stay at home or to go abroad?" A letter from an intendant has been found giving his answer on this subject. He laments that the gentry of his province like to remain with their peasants instead of fulfilling their duties about the king. And let it here be well remarked that the province of which this intendant was speaking was Anjou, that province which was afterwards La Vendée. These country gentlemen who refused, as he said, to fulfill their duties about the king, were the only country gentlemen who defended with arms in their hands the monarchy in France and died there fighting for the crown. They owed this glorious distinction simply to the fact that they had found means to retain their hold over the peasantry with whom they were blamed for wishing to live. Nevertheless, the abandonment of the country by the class which then formed the head of the French nation must not be mainly attributed to the direct influence of some of the French kings. The principal and permanent cause of this fact lay not so much in the will of certain men as in the slow and incessant influence of institutions. And the proof is that when, in the 18th century, the government endeavored to combat this evil, it could not even check the progress of it. In proportion as the nobility completely lost its political rights without acquiring others, and as local freedom disappeared, this emigration of the nobles increased. It became unnecessary to entice them from their homes. They cared not to remain there. Rural life had become distasteful to them. What I here say of the nobles applies in all countries to rich landowners. In all centralized countries, the rural districts lose their wealthy and enlightened inhabitants. I might add that in all centralized countries the art of cultivation remains imperfect and unimproved. A commentary on the profound remark of Montesquieu, which determines his meaning when he says that land produces less by reason of its own fertility than of the freedom of its inhabitants. But I will not transgress the limits of my subject. We have seen elsewhere that the middle classes, equally ready to quit the rural districts, sought refuge from all sides in the towns. On no point are all the records of French society anterior to the Revolution more agreed. They show that a second generation of rich peasants was a thing almost unknown. No sooner had a farmer made a little money by his industry than he took his son from the plough, sent him to the town, and bought him a small appointment. From that period may be dated the sort of strange aversion which the French husbandman often displays even in our own times, for the calling which has enriched him. The effect has survived the cause. To say the truth, the only man of education, or as he would be called in England, the only gentleman, who permanently resided amongst the peasantry and in constant intercourse with them, was the parish priest. The result was that the priest would have become the master of the rural populations, in spite of Voltaire, if he had not been himself so nearly and ostensibly linked to the political order of things. The possession of several political privileges exposed him in some degree to the hatred inspired by those political institutions. The peasant was thus almost entirely separated from the upper classes. He was removed from those of his fellow creatures who might have assisted and directed him. In proportion as they attained to enlightenment or competency, they turned their backs on him. He stood, as it were, tabooed and set apart in the midst of the nation. This state of things did not exist in an equal degree amongst any of the other civilized nations of Europe, and even in France it was comparatively recent. The peasantry of the 14th century were at once more oppressed and more relieved. The aristocracy sometimes tyrannized over them, but never forsook them. In the 18th century, a French village was a community of persons, all of whom were poor, ignorant, and coarse. Its magistrates were as rude and as contemned as the people. Its syndic could not read. Its collector could not record in his own handwriting the accounts on which the income of his neighbors and his own depended. Not only had the former lord of the manor lost the right of governing this community, but he had brought himself to consider it a sort of degradation to take any part in the government of it. To assess the taille, to call out the militia, to regulate the forced labor, were servile offices devolving on the syndic. The central power of the state alone took any care of the matter, and as that power was very remote, and had as yet nothing to fear from the inhabitants of the villages, the only care it took of them was to exact revenue. Let me show you what a forsaken class of society becomes, which no one desires to oppress, but which no one attempts to enlighten or to serve. The heaviest burdens which the feudal system had imposed on the rural population had without doubt been withdrawn and mitigated, but it is not sufficiently known that for these burdens others had been substituted, perhaps more onerous. The peasant had not to endure all the evils endured by his forefathers, but he supported many hardships which his forefathers had never known. The taille had been decoupled almost exclusively at the cost of the peasantry in the preceding 2 centuries, and here a word must be said of the manner in which this tax was levied, to show what barbarous laws may be founded and maintained in civilized ages, when the most enlightened men in the nation have no personal interest in changing them. I find in a confidential letter written by the Comptroller General himself in 1772 to the intendants a description of this tax, which is a model of brevity and accuracy. The taille, said the minister, arbitrarily assessed, collectively levied as a personal, not a real tax in the great part of France, is subject to continual variations from all the changes which happen every year in the fortunes of the taxpayers. The whole is in these 3 phrases. It is impossible to depict more ably the evil by which the writer profited. The whole sum to be paid by each parish was fixed every 3 years. It perpetually varied, as the minister says, so that no farmer could foresee a year beforehand what he would have to pay in the year following. In the internal economy of each parish, any one of the peasants named by the collector was entrusted with the apportionment of the tax on the rest. I've said I would explain what was the condition of this collector. Let us take this explanation in the language of the Assembly of the province of Berry in 1779, a body not liable to suspicion, for it was entirely composed of privileged persons who paid no taille and were chosen by the king. As every one seeks to evade this office of collector, said this assembly, each person must fill it in turn. The levy of the taille is therefore entrusted every year to a fresh collector, without regard to his ability or his integrity. The preparation of each roll of assessment bears marks, therefore, of the personal character of the officer who makes it. The collector stamps on his own fears, or foibles, or vices. How indeed could he do better? He is acting in darkness, for who can tell with precision the wealth of his neighbor, or the proportion of his wealth to that of another? Nevertheless, the opinion of the collector alone is to decide these points, and he is responsible with all his property, and even his person, for the receipts. He is commonly obliged for 2 whole years to lose half his days in running after the taxpayers. Those who cannot read are obliged to find a neighbor to perform the office for them. Turgot had already said of another province a short time before, this office of collector drives to despair and generally to ruin those on whom it is imposed. By this means all the wealthier families of a village are successively reduced to poverty. This unhappy officer was, however, armed with the most arbitrary powers. He was almost as much a tyrant as a martyr. Whilst he was discharging functions by which he ruined himself, he had it in his power to ruin everybody else. Preference for his relations to recur to the language of the provincial assembly, or for his friends and neighbors, hatred and revenge against his enemies, the want of a patron, the fear of affronting a man of property who had work to give, were at issue with every feeling of justice. Personal fear often hardened the heart of the collector. There were parishes in which he never went out but escorted by constables and bailiffs. "When he comes without the constable," said an intendant to a minister in 1764, "the persons liable to the tax will not pay." In the district of Villefranche alone, says the Provincial Assembly of Guyenne, there were 106 officers constantly out to serve writs and levy distraints. To evade this violent and arbitrary taxation, the French peasantry in the midst of the 18th century acted like the Jews in the Middle Ages. They were ostensibly paupers, even when by chance they were not so in reality. They were afraid to be well off, and not without reason, as may be seen from a document which I select, not from Guyenne, but 100 leagues off. The Agricultural Society of Maine announced in its report of 1761 that it proposed to distribute cattle by way of prizes and encouragements. This plan was stopped, it adds, on account of the dangerous consequences to be apprehended by a low jealousy of the winners of these prizes, which, by means of the arbitrary assessment of the public taxes, would occasion them annoyance in the following year. Under this system of taxation, each taxpayer had in fact a direct and permanent interest to act as a spy on his neighbors, and to denounce to the collector the progress of their fortunes. The whole population was thus trained to delation and to hatred. Were not such things rather to be expected in the domains of a Raja of Hindostan? There were, however, at the same time in France, certain districts in which the taxes were raised with regularity and moderation. These were called the Pays d'État. It is true that to these districts the right of levying their own taxes had been left. In Languedoc, for example, the taille was assessed on real property, and did not vary according to the means of the holder. Its fixed and known basis was a survey which had been carefully made, and was renewed every 30 years, and in which the lands were divided, according to their fertility, into 3 classes. Every taxpayer knew beforehand exactly what his proportion of the charge amounted to. If he failed to pay, he alone, or rather his land alone, was liable. If he thought the assessment unjust, he might always require that his share should be compared with that of any other inhabitant of the parish, on the principle of what is now termed in France an appeal to proportionate equality. These regulations are precisely those which are now followed in France. They have not been improved since that time, but they have been generalized. For it deserves observation that although the form of the public administration in France has been taken from the government anterior to the Revolution, nothing else has been copied from that government. The best of the administrative forms of proceeding in modern France have been borrowed from the old provincial assemblies, and not from the government. The machine was adopted, but its produce rejected. The habitual poverty of the rural population had given birth to maxims little calculated to put an end to it. If nations were well off, said Richelieu in his political testament, hardly would they keep within the rules. In the 18th century this maxim was modified, but it was still believed that the peasantry would not work without the constant stimulus of necessity, and that want was the only security against idleness. That is precisely the theory which is sometimes professed with reference to the Negro population of the colonies. It was an opinion so generally diffused amongst those who governed that almost all the economists thought themselves obliged to combat it at length. The primary object of the taille was to enable the king to purchase recruits so as to dispense the nobles and their vassals from military service. But in the 17th century the obligation of military service was again imposed, as we have seen, under the name of the militia, and henceforth it weighed upon the common people only, and almost exclusively on the peasantry. The infinite number of police reports from the constables which are still to be found amongst the records of any intendancy, all relating to the pursuit of refractory militiamen, or deserters suffice to prove that this force was not raised without obstacles. It seems indeed that no public burden was more insupportable to the peasantry than this. To evade it they frequently fled into the woods, where they were pursued by the armed authorities. This is the more singular when we see the facility with which the conscription works in France in the present times. The extreme repugnance of the peasantry of France before the Revolution to the militia was attributable less to the principle of the law than to the manner in which the law was executed, more especially from the long period of uncertainty during which it threatened those liable to be drawn. They could be taken until 40 years of age unless they were married, from the arbitrary power of revision, which rendered the advantage of a lucky number almost useless, from the prohibition to hire a substitute, from disgust at a hard and perilous profession in which all hope of advancement was forbidden, but above all from the feeling that this oppressive burden rested on themselves alone, and on the most wretched amongst themselves, the ignominy of this condition rendering its hardship more intolerable. I have had means of referring to many of the returns of the draft for the militia, as it was made in 1769 in a large number of parishes. In all these returns there are some exemptions. This man is a gentleman's servant, that the gamekeeper of an abbey. A third is only the valet of a man of inferior birth, but who at least lives like a nobleman. Wealth alone afforded an exemption when a farmer annually figured amongst those who paid the largest sum in taxes. His sons were dispensed from the militia. That was called encouragement of agriculture. Even the economists, who in all their points were great partisans of social equality, were not shocked by this privilege. They only suggested that it should be extended, or in other words, that the burden of the poorest and most friendless of the peasants should become more severe. The low pay of the soldier, said one of these writers, the manner in which he is lodged, dressed, and fed, and his entire state of dependence, would render it too cruel to take any but a man of the lowest orders. Down to the close of the reign of Louis XIV, the high roads were not repaired, or were repaired at the cost of those who used them, namely, the state and the adjacent landowners. But about that time the roads began to be repaired by forced labor only, that is to say, exclusively at the expense of the peasantry. This expedient for making roads without paying for them was thought so ingenious that in 1737 a circular of the Comptroller General, Ory, established it throughout France. The intendants were armed with the right of imprisoning the refractory at pleasure, or of sending constables after them. From that time, whenever trade augmented, so that more roads were wanted or desired, the corvée or forced labor extended to new lines and had more work to do. It appears from the report made in 1779 to the Provincial Assembly of Berry that the works executed by forced labor in that poor province were estimated in 1 year at 700,000 livres. In 1787 they were computed at about the same sum in Lower Normandy. Nothing can better demonstrate the melancholy state of the rural population. The progress of society, which enriched all the other classes, drove them to despair, and civilization itself turned against that class alone. I find about the same time in the correspondence of the intendants that leave was to be refused to the peasants to do their forced labor on the private roads of their own villages, since this labor was to be reserved to the great high roads only, or as they were then called, the King's Highway. The strange notion that the cost of the roads was to be defrayed by the poorest persons, and by those who were the least likely to travel by them, though of recent date, took such root in the minds of those who were to profit by it, that they soon imagined that the thing could not be done differently. In 1766 an attempt was made to commute this forced labor into a local rate, but the same inequality survived and affected this new species of tax. Though originally a seigneurial right, the system of forced labor, by becoming a royal right, was gradually extended to almost all public works. In 1719 I find it was employed to build barracks. Parishes are to send their best workmen, said the ordinance, and all other works are to give way to this. The same forced service was used to escort convicts to the galleys and beggars to the workhouse. It had to cart the baggage of troops as often as they changed their quarters, a burden which was very onerous at a time when each regiment carried heavy baggage after it. Many carts and oxen had to be collected for the purpose. This sort of obligation, which signified little at its origin, became one of the most burdensome when standing armies grew more numerous. Sometimes the government contractors loudly demanded the assistance of forced labor to convey timber from the forest to the naval arsenals. These peasants commonly received certain wages, but they were arbitrarily fixed and low. The burden of an impost so ill assessed sometimes became so heavy as to excite the uneasiness of the receivers of the taille. The outlay required of the peasants on the roads, said one of these officers in 1751, is such that they will soon be quite unable to pay the taille. Could all these new oppressions have been established if there had been in the vicinity of these peasants any men of wealth and education, disposed and able, if not to defend them, at least to intercede for them, with that common master who already held in his grasp the fortunes of the poor and of the rich? I've read a letter of a great landowner writing in 1774 to the intendant of his province to induce him to open a road. This road, he said, would cause the prosperity of the village, and for several reasons. He then went on to recommend the establishment of a fair, which would double, he thought, the price of produce. With excellent motives, he added that with the assistance of a small contribution, a school might be established, which would furnish the king with more industrious subjects. It was the first time that these necessary ameliorations had occurred to him. He had only thought of them in the preceding 2 years, which he had been compelled by a lettre de cachet to spend in his own house. My exile for the last 2 years in my estates, he candidly observed, has convinced me of the extreme utility of these things. It was more especially in times of scarcity that the relaxation or total interruption of the ties of patronage and dependence which formerly connected the great rural proprietors and the peasantry was manifest. At such critical times the central government, alarmed by its own isolation and weakness, sought to revive for the nonce the personal influences or the political associations which the government itself had destroyed. They were summoned to its aid, but they were summoned in vain, and the state was astonished to find that those persons were defunct whom it had itself deprived of life. In this extremity, some of the intendants, Turgot for instance, in the poorest provinces, issued illegal ordinances to compel the rich landowners to feed their tenants till the next harvest. I found, under the date of 1770, letters from several parish priests who proposed to the intendants to tax the great landowners, both clerical and lay, who possess vast estates which they do not inhabit, and from which they draw large revenues to be spent elsewhere. At all times the villages were infested with beggars, for, as Latran observes, the poor were relieved in the towns, but in the country during the winter mendacity was their only resource. Occasionally these poor wretches were treated with great violence. In 1767 the Duc de Choiseul, then minister, resolved suddenly to suppress mendacity in France. The correspondence of the intendant still shows with what rigor his measures were taken. The patrol was ordered at once to take up all the beggars found in the kingdom. It is said that more than 50,000 of them were seized. Able-bodied vagabonds were to be sent to the galleys. As for the rest, more than 40 workhouses were opened to receive them. It would have been more to the purpose to have opened the hearts of the rich. The government of the ancient French monarchy, which was, as I have said, so mild and sometimes so timid, so full of formalities, of delays, and of scruples, when it had to do with those who were placed above the common people, was always harsh and always prompt in proceeding against the lower orders, especially against the peasantry. Amongst the records which I have examined, I have not seen one relating to the arrest of a man of the middle class by order of the intendant, but the peasants were arrested continually, some for forced labor, some for begging, some for the militia, some by the police, or for 100 other causes. The former class enjoyed independent courts of justice, long trials, and a public procedure. The latter fell under the control of the provost marshal, summarily and without appeal. The immense distance which exists between the common people and all the other classes of society, Necker wrote in 1785, contributes to avert our observation from the manner in which authority may be handled in relation to all those persons lost in a crowd. Without the gentleness and humanity which characterize the French and the spirit of the sage, this would be a continual subject of sorrow to those who can feel for others under burdens from whom they are themselves exempt. But this oppression was less apparent in the positive evil done to those unhappy classes than in the impediments which prevented them from improving their own condition. They were free, and they were owners of land, yet they remained almost as ignorant and often more indigent than the serfs, their forefathers. They were still without industrial employment amidst all the wonderful creations of the modern arts. They were still uncivilized in a world glittering with civilization. If they retained the peculiar intelligence and perspicacity of their race, they had not been taught to use these qualities. They could not even succeed in the cultivation of the soil, the only thing they had to do. The husbandry I see before me is that of the 10th century, was the remark of a celebrated English agriculturalist. In France they excelled in no profession but in that of arms. There, at least, they came naturally and necessarily into contact with the other classes. In the depth of isolation and indigence the French peasantry lived. They lived enclosed and inaccessible within it. I've been surprised and almost shocked to perceive that less than 20 years before the Catholic worship was abolished, without resistance in France, and the churches desecrated, the means taken to ascertain the population of a district were these: the parish priests reported the number of persons who had attended at Easter at the Lord's table. An estimate was added for the probable number of children and of the sick. The result gave the whole body of the population. Nevertheless, the spirit of the age had begun to penetrate by many ways into these untutored minds. It penetrated by irregular and hidden channels, and assumed the strangest shapes in their narrow and obscure capacities. Yet nothing seemed as yet externally changed. The manners, the habits, the faith of the peasant seemed to be the same. He was submissive, and was even merry. There is something fallacious in the merriment which the French often exhibit in the midst of the greatest calamities. It only proves that, believing their ill fortune to be inevitable, they seek to throw it off by not thinking of it, but not that they do not feel it. Open to them a door of escape from the evil they seem to bear so lightly, and they will rush towards it with such violence as to pass over your body without so much as seeing you, if you are on their path. These things are clear to us from our point of observation, but they were invisible to contemporary eyes. It is always with great difficulty that men belonging to the upper classes succeed in discerning with precision what is passing in the mind of the common people, and especially of the peasantry. The education and the manner of life of the peasantry give them certain views of their own, which remain shut to all other classes. But when the poor and the rich have scarcely any common interests, common grievances, or common business, the darkness which conceals the mind of the one from the mind of the other becomes impenetrable, and the two classes might live for ever side by side without the slightest interpenetration. It is curious to observe in what strange security all those who inhabited the upper or the middle stories of the social edifice were living at this very time when the Revolution was beginning, and to mark how ingeniously they discoursed on the virtues of the common people, on their gentleness, on their attachment to themselves, on their innocent diversions. The absurd and terrible contrast of '93 was already beneath their feet. Let us here pause for a moment as we proceed to consider, amidst all these minute particulars which I have been describing, one of the greatest laws of Providence in the government of human societies. The French nobility persisted in standing aloof from the other classes. The landed gentry ended by obtaining exemptions from most of the public burdens which rested upon them. They imagined that they should preserve their rank, whilst they evaded its duties, or for a time this seemed to be so. But soon an internal and invisible malady appeared to have infected their condition. It dwindled away, though no one touched it, and whilst their immunities increased, their substance declined. The middle classes, with which they had been so reluctant to mingle, grew in wealth and in intelligence beside them. Without them and against them, they had rejected the middle classes as associates and as fellow citizens, but they were about to find in those classes their rivals, soon their enemies, at length their masters. A superior power had relieved them from the care of directing, of protecting, of assisting their vassals, but as that power had left them in the full enjoyment of their pecuniary rights and their honorary privileges, they conceived that nothing was lost to them. As they still marched first, they still thought they were leading, and indeed they had still about them men whom, in the language of the law, they named their subjects. Others were called their vassals, their tenants, their farmers. But in reality none followed them. They were alone, and when those very classes rose against them, flight was their only resource. Although the destinies of the nobility and the middle classes have differed materially from each other, they have had one point of resemblance. The men of the middle classes had ended by living as much apart from the common people as those of the upper classes. Far from drawing nearer to the peasantry, they had withdrawn from all contact with their hardships. Instead of uniting themselves closely to the lower orders to struggle in common against a common inequality, they only sought to establish fresh preferences in their own favor, and they were as eager to obtain exemptions for themselves as the nobles were to maintain their privileges. These peasants from whom the middle classes had sprung were not only become strangers to their descendants, but were literally unknown by them. And it was not until arms had been placed by the middle classes in their hands that those classes perceived what unknown passions they had kindled, passions which they could neither guide nor control, and which ended by turning the instigators of those passions into their victims. In all future ages, the ruins of that great House of France, which had seemed destined to extend over the whole of Europe, will be the wonder of mankind. But those who read its history with attention will understand without difficulty its fall. Almost all the vices, almost all the errors, almost all the fatal prejudices I have had occasion to describe owed either their origin or their duration or their extent to the arts practised by most of the kings of France to divide their subjects in order to govern them more absolutely. But when the middle classes were thus thoroughly severed from the nobility, and the peasantry from the nobility as well as from the middle classes, when, by the progress of the same influences within each class, each of them was internally subdivided into minute bodies, almost as isolated from each other as the classes to which they belonged, the result was one homogeneous mass, the parts of which no longer cohered. Nothing was any longer so organized as to thwart the government, nothing so as to assist it, insomuch that the whole fabric of the grandeur of the monarchy might fall to pieces at once and in a moment as soon as the society on which it rested was disturbed. And the people, which alone seemed to have learnt something from the misconduct and the mistakes of all its masters, if indeed it escaped their empire, failed to shake off the false notions, the vicious habits, the evil tendencies which those masters had imparted to it, or allowed it to assume. Sometimes that people has carried the predilections of a slave into the enjoyment of its liberty, alike incapable of self-government and hostile to those who would have directed it. I now resume my track, and losing sight of the old and general facts which have prepared the great revolution I design to paint, I proceed to the more particular and more recent incidents which finally determined its occurrence, its origin, and its character. End of section 19. Section 20 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 13. Showing that towards the middle of the 18th century, men of letters became the leading political men of France, and of the effects of this occurrence. France had long been the most literary of all the nations of Europe, although her literary men had never exhibited such intellectual powers as they displayed about the middle of the 18th century, or occupied such a position as that which they then assumed. Nothing of the kind had ever been seen in France or perhaps in any other country. They were not constantly mixed up with the public affairs, as in England. At no period, on the contrary, had they lived more apart from them. They were invested with no authority whatever, and filled no public offices in a society crowded with public officers. Yet they did not, like the greater part of their brethren in Germany, keep entirely aloof from the arena of politics and retire into the regions of pure philosophy and polite literature. They busied themselves incessantly with matters appertaining to government, and this was in truth their special occupation. Thus they were continually holding forth on the origin and primitive forms of society, the primary rights of the citizen and of the government, the natural and artificial relations of men, the wrong or right of customary laws, and the principles of legislation. While they thus penetrated to the fundamental basis of the constitution of their time, they examined its structure with minute care and criticized its general plan. All, it is true, did not make a profound and special study of these great problems. The greater part only touched upon them cursorily and, as it were, in sport. But they all dealt with them more or less. This species of abstract and literary politics was scattered in unequal proportions through all the works of the period. From the ponderous treatise to the popular song, not one of them but contained some grains of it. As for the political systems of these writers, they varied so greatly one from the other that any attempt to reconcile them or to form any one theory of government out of them would be an impracticable task. Nevertheless, by discarding matters of detail so as to get at the first leading ideas, it may be easily discovered that the authors of these different systems agreed, at least, in one very general notion, which all of them seem to have alike conceived, and which appears to have pre-existed in their minds before all the notions peculiar to themselves, and to have been made their common fountainhead. However widely they may have diverged in the rest of their course, they all started from this point. They all agreed that it was expedient to substitute simple and elementary rules, deduced from reason and natural law, for the complicated traditional customs which governed the society of their time. Upon a strict scrutiny it may be seen that what might be called the political philosophy of the 18th century consisted, properly speaking, in this one notion. These opinions were by no means novel. For 3,000 years they had unceasingly traversed the imaginations of mankind, though without being able to stamp themselves there. How came they at last to take possession of the minds of all the writers of this period? Why, instead of progressing no farther than the heads of a few philosophers, as had frequently been the case, had they at last reached the masses, and assumed the strength and the fervour of a political passion to such a degree that general and abstract theories upon the nature of society became daily topics of conversation, and even inflamed the imagination of women and of the peasantry? How was it that literary men, possessing neither rank, nor honours, nor fortune, nor responsibility, nor power, became in fact the principal political men of the day, and even the only political men, inasmuch as whilst others held the reins of government, they alone grasped its authority? A few words may suffice to show what an extraordinary and terrible influence these circumstances, which apparently belong only to the history of French literature, exercised upon the Revolution and even upon the present condition of France. It was not by chance that the philosophers of the 18th century thus coincided in entertaining notions so opposed to those which still served as bases to the society of their time. These ideas had been naturally suggested to them by the aspect of the society which they had all before their eyes. The sight of so many unjust or absurd privileges, the burden of which was more and more felt whilst their cause was less and less understood, urged, or rather precipitated, the minds of one and all towards the idea of the natural equality of man's condition. Whilst they looked upon so many strange and irregular institutions, born of other times, which no one had attempted either to bring into harmony with each other or to adapt to modern wants, and which appeared likely to perpetuate their existence though they had lost their worth, they learned to abhor what was ancient and traditional, and naturally became desirous of reconstructing the social edifice of their day upon an entirely new plan, a plan which each one traced solely by the light of his reason. These writers were predisposed by their own position to relish general and abstract theories upon the subject of government, and to place in them the blindest confidence. The almost immeasurable distance in which they lived from practical duties afforded them no experience to moderate the ardor of their character. Nothing warned them of the obstacles which the actual state of things might oppose to reforms, however desirable. They had no idea of the perils which always accompany the most needful revolutions. They had not even a presentiment of them, for the complete absence of all political liberty had the effect of rendering the transaction of public affairs not only unknown to them, but even invisible. They were neither employed in those affairs themselves, nor could they see what those employed in them were doing. They were consequently destitute of that superficial instruction which the sight of a free community and the tumult of its discussions bestow even upon those who are least mixed up with government. Thus they became far more bold in innovation, more fond of generalizing and of systems, more disdainful of the wisdom of antiquity, and still more confident in their individual reason than is commonly to be seen in authors who write speculative books on politics. The same state of ignorance opened to them the ears and hearts of the people. It may be confidently affirmed that if the French had still taken part, as they formerly had done, in the States General, or if even they had found a daily occupation in the administration of the affairs of the country in the assemblies of their several provinces, they would not have allowed themselves to be inflamed as they were by the ideas of the writers of the day, since they would have retained certain habits of public business which would have preserved them from the evils of pure theory. Had they been able, like the English, gradually to modify the spirit of their ancient institutions by practical experience without destroying them, they would perhaps have been less inclined to invent new ones. But there was not a man who did not daily feel himself injured in his fortune, in his person, in his comfort, or his pride, by some old law, some ancient political custom, or some other remnant of former authority, without perceiving at hand any remedy that he could himself apply to his own particular hardship. It appeared that the whole constitution of the country must either be endured or destroyed. The French, however, had still preserved one liberty amidst the ruin of every other. They were still free to philosophize, almost without restraint, upon the origin of society, the essential nature of governments, and the primordial rights of mankind. All those who felt themselves aggrieved by the daily application of existing laws were soon enamored of these literary politics. The same taste soon reached even those who, by nature or by their condition of life, seemed the farthest removed from abstract speculations. Every taxpayer wronged by the unequal distribution of the taille was fired by the idea that all men ought to be equal. Every little landowner devoured by the rabbits of his noble neighbor was delighted to be told that all privileges were, without distinction, contrary to reason. Every public passion thus assumed the disguise of philosophy. All political action was violently driven back into the domain of literature, and the writers of the day, undertaking the guidance of public opinion, found themselves at one time in that position which the heads of parties commonly hold in free countries. No one, in fact, was any longer in a condition to contend with them for the part they had assumed. An aristocracy in all its vigor not only carries on the affairs of a country, but directs public opinion, gives a tone to literature, and the stamp of authority to ideas. But the French nobility of the 18th century had entirely lost this portion of its supremacy. Its influence had followed the fortunes of its power, and the position it had occupied in the direction of the public mind had been entirely abandoned to the writers of the day to occupy as they pleased. Nay, more, this very aristocracy, whose place they thus assumed, favoured their undertaking. So completely had it forgotten the fact that general theories, once admitted, inevitably transform themselves in time into political passions and deeds, that doctrines the most adverse to the peculiar rights and even to the existence of the nobility were looked upon as ingenious exercises of the mind. The nobles even shared as a pleasant pastime in these discussions, and quietly enjoyed their immunities and privileges, whilst they serenely discussed the absurdity of all established customs. Astonishment has frequently been expressed at the singular blindness with which the higher classes under the old monarchy of France thus contributed to their own ruin. But whence could they have become more enlightened? Free institutions are not less necessary to show the greater citizens their perils than to secure to the lesser their rights. For more than a century since the last traces of public life had disappeared in France, no shock, no rumour had ever warned those most directly interested in the maintenance of the ancient constitution that the old building was tottering to its fall. As nothing had changed in its external aspect, they imagined that everything had remained the same. Their minds were thus bounded by the same horizon at which that of their fathers had stopped. In the public documents of the year 1789, the nobility appears to have been as much preoccupied with the idea of the encroachments of the royal power as it could possibly have been in those of the 15th century. On the other hand, the unfortunate Louis XVI, just before his own destruction by the incursion of democracy, still continued, as has been justly remarked by Burke, to look upon the aristocracy as the chief rival of the royal power, and mistrusted it as much as if he was still living in the days of the Fronde. The middle and lower classes, on the contrary, were in his eyes, as in those of his forefathers, the sure support of the throne. But that which must appear still more strange to men of the present day, men who have the shattered fragments of so many revolutions before their eyes, is the fact that not the barest notion of a violent revolution ever entered into the minds of the generation which witnessed it. Such a notion was never discussed, for it was never conceived. Those minor shocks which the exercise of political liberty is continually imparting to the best constituted societies serve daily to call to mind the possibility of an earthquake, and to keep the public vigilance on the alert. But in the state of society of France in the 18th century, on the brink of this abyss, nothing had yet indicated that the fabric leaned. On examining with attention the instructions drawn up by the three orders before their convocation in 1789 by all three, the nobility and clergy, as well as the tiers-état, noting seriatim all the demands made for the changes of laws or customs, it will be seen with a sort of terror, on terminating this immense labor, and casting up the sum total of all these particular requirements, that what was required is no less than the simultaneous and systematic abolition of every law and every usage current throughout the country, and that what was impending must be one of the most extensive and dangerous revolutions that ever appeared in the world. Yet the very men who were so shortly to become its victims knew nothing of it. They fancied that the total and sudden transformation of so ancient and complicated a state of society was to be effected without any concussion, by the aid and efficacy of reason alone. And they fatally forgot that maxim which their forefathers 400 years before had expressed in the simple and energetic language of their time, par requérir de trop grande franchise et liberté jetant en trop grand servage. By requiring too great liberty and franchise, men fall into too great servitude. It was not surprising that the nobility and middle classes, so long excluded from all public action, should have displayed this strange inexperience. But what astonishes far more is that the very men who had conduct of public affairs, the ministers, the magistrates, and the intendants, should not have evinced more foresight. Many of them, nevertheless, were very clever men in their profession, and were thoroughly possessed of all the details of the public administration of their time. But in that great science of government, which teaches the comprehension of the general movement of society, the appreciation of what is passing in the minds of the masses, and the foreknowledge of the probable results. They were just as much novices as the people itself. In truth, it is only the exercise of free institutions that can teach the statesman this principal portion of his art. This may easily be seen in the memoir addressed by Turgot to the king in 1775, in which, amongst other matters, he advised his Majesty to summon a representative assembly, freely elected by the whole nation, to meet every year for 6 weeks about his own person, but to grant it no effective power. His proposal was that this assembly should take cognizance of administrative business, but never of the government, should offer suggestions rather than express a will, and in fact should be commissioned to discuss laws, but not to make them. In this wise, said the memoir, the royal power would be enlightened, but not thwarted, and public opinion contented without danger, for these assemblies would have no authority to oppose any indispensable operation. And if, which is most improbable, they should not lend themselves to this duty, his Majesty would still be the master to do as he pleases. It was impossible to show greater ignorance of the true bearing of such a measure, and of the spirit of the times. It has frequently happened, it is true, that towards the end of a revolutionary period, such a proposal as that made by Turgot has been carried into effect with impunity, and that a shadow of liberty has been granted without the reality. Augustus made the experiment with success. A nation fatigued by a prolonged struggle may willingly consent to be duped in order to obtain repose. And history shows that enough may then be done to satisfy it, by collecting from all parts of the country a certain number of obscure or dependent individuals, and making them play before it the part of a political assembly for the wages they receive. There have been several examples of the kind, but at the commencement of a revolution such experiments always fail. They inflame without satisfying the people. This truth, known to the humblest citizen of a free country, was not known to Turgot, great administrator as he was. If now it be taken into consideration that this same French nation, so ignorant of its own public affairs, so utterly devoid of experience, so hampered by its institutions, and so powerless to amend them, was also in those days the most lettered and witty nation of the earth, it may readily be understood how the writers of the time became a great political power, and ended by being the first power in the country. In England, those who wrote on the subject of government were connected with those who governed. The latter applied new ideas to practice. The former corrected or controlled their theories by practical observation. But in France the political world remained divided into two separate provinces, with no mutual intercourse. One portion governed, the other established abstract principles on which all government ought to be founded. Here measures were taken in obedience to routine. There general laws were propounded, without even a thought as to the means of their application. These kept the direction of affairs, those guided the intelligence of the nation. Above the actual state of society, the constitution of which was still traditional, confused, and irregular, and in which the laws remained conflicting and contradictory, ranks sharply sundered, the conditions of the different classes fixed whilst their burdens were unequal, an imaginary state of society was thus springing up, in which everything appeared simple and coordinate, uniform, equitable, and agreeable to reason. The imagination of the people gradually deserted the former state of things in order to seek refuge in the latter. Interest was lost in what was to foster dreams of what might be, and men thus dwell in fancy in this ideal city, which was the work of literary invention. The French Revolution has been frequently attributed to that of America. The American Revolution had certainly considerable influence upon the French, but the latter owed less to what was actually done in the United States than to what was thought at the same time in France. Whilst to the rest of Europe the Revolution of America still only appeared a novel and strange occurrence, in France it only rendered more palpable and more striking that which was already supposed to be known. Other countries it astonished. To France it brought more complete conviction. The Americans seemed to have done no more than execute what the literary genius of France had already conceived. They gave the substance of reality to that which the French had excogitated. It was as if Fenelon had suddenly found himself in Salentum. This circumstance, so novel in history of the whole political education of a great people being formed by its literary men, contributed more than anything perhaps to bestow upon the French Revolution its peculiar stamp, and to cause those results which are still perceptible. The writers of the time not only imparted their ideas to the people who effected the revolution, but they gave them also their peculiar temperament and disposition. The whole nation ended, after being so long schooled by them, in the absence of all other leaders, and in profound ignorance of practical affairs, by catching up the instincts, the turn of mind, the taste, and even the humors of those who wrote, so that when the time for action came, it transported into the arena of politics all the habits of literature. A study of the history of the French Revolution will show that it was carried on precisely in that same spirit which has caused so many abstract books to be written on government. There was the same attraction towards general theories, complete systems of legislation, and exact symmetry in the laws, the same contempt of existing facts, the same reliance upon theory, the same love of the original, the ingenious, and the novel in institutions, the same desire to reconstruct all at once the entire Constitution by the rules of logic, and upon a single plan, rather than seek to amend it in its parts. The spectacle was an alarming one, for that which is a merit in a writer is often a fault in a statesman, and the same things which have often caused great books to be written may lead to great revolutions. Even the political language of the time caught something of the tone in which the authors spoke. It was full of general expressions, abstract terms, pompous words, and literary turns. This style, aided by the political passions which it expressed, penetrated through all classes, and descended with singular facility even to the lowest. Considerably before the Revolution, the edicts of Louis XVI frequently spoke of the law of nature and the rights of man, and I have found instances of peasants who, in their memorials, call their neighbors fellow citizens, their intendant a respectable magistrate, their parish priest the minister of the altar, and God the supreme being, and who wanted nothing but spelling to become very indifferent authors. These new qualities became so completely incorporated with the old stock of the French character that habits resulting only from this singular education have frequently been attributed to the natural disposition of the French. It has been asserted that the taste, or rather the passion, which the French have displayed during the last 60 years for general ideas and big words in political discussion arose from some characteristic peculiar to the French race, which has been somewhat pedantically called the genius of France, as if this pretended characteristic could suddenly have displayed itself at the end of the last century after having remained concealed during the whole history of the country. It is singular that the French have preserved the habits which they had derived from literature, whilst they have almost entirely lost their ancient love of literature itself. I have been frequently astonished in the course of my own public life to see that men who had never read the works of the 18th century or of any other, and who had a great contempt for authors, nevertheless so faithfully retain some of the principal defects which were displayed before their birth by the literary spirit of that day. End of section 20. Section 21 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 14, showing how irreligion had become a general and dominant passion amongst the French of the 18th century, and what influence this fact had on the character of the Revolution. From the time of the great Revolution of the 16th century, when the spirit of free inquiry undertook to decide which were false and which were true among the different traditions of Christianity, it had never ceased to engender certain minds of a more curious or a bolder stamp who contested or rejected them all. The same spirit that in the days of Luther had at once driven several millions of Catholics out of the pale of Catholicism, continued to drive in individual cases some few Christians out of the pale of Christianity itself. Heresy was followed by unbelief. It may be said generally that in the 18th century Christianity had lost over the whole of the continent of Europe a great part of its power, but in most countries it was rather neglected than violently contested, and even those who forsook it did so with regret. Irreligion was disseminated among the courts and wits of the age, but it had not yet penetrated into the hearts of the middle and lower classes. It was still the caprice of some leading intellects, not the opinion of the vulgar. It is a prejudice commonly diffused throughout Germany, said Mirabeau in 1787, that the Prussian provinces are full of atheists, when in truth, although some freethinkers are to be met with there, the people of those parts are as much attached to religion as in the most superstitious countries, and even a great number of fanatics are to be found there. To this he added that it was much to be regretted that Frederick II had not sanctioned the marriage of the Catholic clergy, and above all had refused to leave those priests who married in possession of the income of their ecclesiastical preferment, a measure, he continued, which we should have ventured to consider worthy of the great man. Nowhere but in France had irreligion become a general passion, fervid, intolerant, and oppressive. There the state of things was such as had never occurred before. In other times established religions had been attacked with violence, but the ardor evinced against them had always taken rise in the zeal inspired by a new faith. Even the false and detestable religions of antiquity had not had either numerous or passionate adversaries until Christianity arose to supplant them. Till then they were quietly and noiselessly dying out in doubt and indifference, dying in fact the death of religions by old age. But in France the Christian religion was attacked with a sort of rage, without any attempt to substitute any other belief. Continuous and vehement efforts having been made to expel from the soul of man the faith that had filled it, the soul was left empty. A mighty multitude wrought with ardor at this thankless task. That absolute incredulity in matters of religion, which is so contrary to the natural instincts of man, and places his soul in so painful a condition, appeared attractive to the masses. That which until then had only produced the effect of a sickly languor began to generate fanaticism and a spirit of propagandism. The occurrence of several great writers, all disposed to deny the truth of the Christian religion, can hardly be accepted as a sufficient explanation of so extraordinary an event. For how, it may be asked, came all these writers, every one of them, to turn their talents in this direction rather than any other? Why, among them all, cannot one be found who took it into his head to support the other side? And finally, how was it that they found the ears of the masses far more open to listen to them than any of their predecessors had done, and men's minds so inclined to believe them? The efforts of all these writers, and above all their success, can only be explained by causes altogether peculiar to their time and their country. The spirit of Voltaire had already been long in the world, but Voltaire himself, in truth, could never have attained his supremacy except in the 18th century and in France. It must first be acknowledged that the Church was not more open to attack in France than elsewhere. The corruptions and abuses which had been allowed to creep into it were less, on the contrary, there than in most other Catholic countries. The Church of France was infinitely more tolerant than it had ever been previously, and than the Church still was in other nations. Consequently, the peculiar causes of this phenomenon must be looked for less in the condition of religion itself than in that of society. For the thorough comprehension of this fact, what was said in the preceding chapter must not be lost sight of, namely that the whole spirit of political opposition, excited by the corruption of the government, not being able to find a vent in public affairs, had taken refuge in literature. and that the writers of the day had become the real leaders of the great party which tended to overthrow the social and political institutions of the country. This being well understood, the question is altered. We no longer ask in what the Church of that day erred as a religious institution, but how far it stood opposed to the political revolution which was at hand, and how it was more especially irksome to the writers who were the principal promoters of this revolution. The Church, by the first principles of her ecclesiastical government, was adverse to the principles which they were desirous of establishing in civil government. The Church rested principally upon tradition. They professed great contempt for all institutions based upon respect for the past. The Church recognized an authority superior to individual reason. They appealed to nothing but that reason. The Church was founded upon a hierarchy. They aimed at an entire subversion of ranks. To have come to a common understanding, it would have been necessary for both sides to have recognized the fact that political society and religious society, being by nature essentially different, cannot be regulated by analogous laws. But at that time they were far enough from any such conclusion, and it was fancied that in order to attack the institutions of the state, those of the Church must be destroyed which served as their foundation and their model. Moreover, the Church was itself the first of the political powers of the time, and although not the most oppressive, the most hated, for she had contrived to mix herself up with those powers without having any claim to that position either by her nature or her vocation. She often sanctioned in them the very defects she blamed elsewhere. She covered them with her own sacred inviolability, and seemed desirous of rendering them as immortal as herself. An attack upon the Church was sure at once to chime in with the strong feeling of the public. But besides these general reasons, the literary men of France had more special and, so to say, personal reasons for attacking the Church in the first instance. The Church represented precisely that portion of the government which stood nearest and most directly opposed to themselves. The other powers of the state were only felt by them from time to time, but the ecclesiastical authority, being specially employed in keeping watch over the progress of thought and the censorship of books, was a daily annoyance to them. By defending the common liberties of the human mind against the Church, they were combating in their own cause, and they began by bursting the shackles which pressed most closely upon themselves. Moreover, the Church appeared to them to be, and was, in fact, the most open and the worst defended side of all the vast edifice which they were assailing. Her strength had declined at the same time that the temporal power of the crown had increased. After having been first the superior of the temporal powers, then their equal, she had come down to be their client, and a sort of reciprocity had been established between them. The temporal powers lent the Church their material force, whilst the Church lent them her moral authority. They caused the Church to be obeyed, the Church caused them to be respected. A dangerous interchange of obligations in times of approaching revolution, and always disadvantageous to a power founded not upon constraint but upon faith. Although the kings of France still called themselves the eldest sons of the Church, they fulfilled their obligations towards her most negligently. They evinced far less ardor in her protection than in the defense of their own government. They did not, it is true, permit any direct attack upon her, but they suffered her to be transfixed from a distance by 1,000 shafts. The sort of semi-constraint which was at that time imposed upon the enemies of the Church, instead of diminishing their power, augmented it. There are times when the restraint imposed on literature succeeds in arresting the progress of opinions. There are others when it accelerates their course. But a species of control, similar to that then exercised over the press, has invariably augmented its power 100-fold. Authors were persecuted enough to excite compassion, not enough to inspire them with terror. They suffered from that kind of annoyance which irritates to opposition, not from the heavy yoke which crushes. The prosecutions directed against them, which were almost always dilatory, noisy, and vain, appeared less calculated to prevent their writing than to excite them to the task. A complete liberty of the press would have been less prejudicial to the Church. You consider our intolerance more favorable to the progress of the mind than your unlimited liberty, wrote Diderot to David Hume in 1768. D'Holbach, Helvetius, Morellet, and Suard are not of your opinion, yet it was the Scotsman who was right. He possessed the experience of the free country in which he lived. Diderot looked upon the matter as a literary man, Hume as a politician. If the first American who might be met by chance, either in his own country or abroad, were to be stopped and asked whether he considered religion useful to the stability of the law and the good order of society, he would answer without hesitation that no civilized society, but more especially none in a state of freedom, can exist without religion. Respect for religion is, in his eyes, the greatest guarantee of the stability of the state and of the safety of the community. Those who are ignorant of the science of government know that fact at least, yet there is not a country in the world where the boldest doctrines of the philosophers of the 18th century on political subjects have been more adopted than in America. Their anti-religious doctrines alone have never been able to make way there, even with the advantage of an unlimited liberty of the press. As much may be said of the English. French irreligious philosophy had been preached to them even before the greater part of the French philosophers were born. It was Bolingbroke who set up Voltaire. Throughout the 18th century, infidelity had celebrated champions in England. Able writers and profound thinkers espoused that cause, but they were never able to render it triumphant as in France, inasmuch as all those who had anything to fear from revolutions eagerly came to the rescue of the established faith. Even those who were the most mixed up with the French society of the day, and who did not look upon the doctrines of French philosophy as false, rejected them as dangerous. Great political parties, as is always the case in free countries, were interested in attaching their cause to that of the Church, and Bolingbroke himself became the ally of the bishops. The clergy, animated by these examples, and never finding itself deserted, combated manfully in its own cause. The Church of England, in spite of the defects of its constitution and the abuses of every kind that swarmed within it, supported the shock victoriously. Authors and orators rose within it, and applied themselves with ardor to the defense of Christianity. The theories hostile to the religion, after having been discussed and refuted, were finally rejected by the action of society itself, and without any interference on the part of the government. It is not necessary, however, to seek examples beyond France itself. What Frenchman would ever think in our times of writing such books as those of Diderot or Helvetius? Who would read them now? And it may almost be said, who even knows their titles? The imperfect experience of public life which France has acquired during the last 60 years has been sufficient to discuss the French with this dangerous literature. It is only necessary to see how much the respect for religion has gradually resumed its sway among the different classes of the nation, according as each of them acquired that experience in the rude school of revolution. The old nobility, which was the most irreligious class before 1789, became the most fervent after 1793. It was the first infected and the first cured. When the bourgeoisie felt itself struck down in its triumph, it began also in its turn gradually to revert to religious faith. Little by little, respect for religion penetrated to all the classes in which men had anything to lose by popular disturbances, and infidelity disappeared, or at least hid its head more and more as the fear of revolutions arose. But this was by no means the case at the time immediately preceding the Revolution of 1789. The French had so completely lost all practical experience in the great affairs of mankind, and were so thoroughly ignorant of the part held by religion in the government of empires, that infidelity first established itself in the minds of the very men who had the greatest and most pressing personal interest in keeping the state in order and the people in obedience. Not only did they themselves embrace it, but in their blindness they disseminated it below them. They made impiety the pastime of their vacant existence. The Church of France, so prolific down to that period in great orators, when she found herself deserted by all those who ought to have rallied by a common interest to her cause, became mute. It seemed at one time that, provided she retained her wealth and her rank, she was ready to renounce her faith. As those who denied the truths of Christianity spoke aloud, and those who still believed held their peace, a state of things was the result which has since frequently occurred again in France, not only on the question of religion, but in very different matters. Those who still preserved their ancient opinions thus, that which was still only the feeling of a portion of the nation, appeared to be the opinion of all, and from that very fact seemed irresistible even to those who had themselves given it this false appearance. The universal discredit into which every form of religious belief had fallen at the end of the last century exercised without any doubt the greatest influence upon the whole of the French Revolution. It stamped its character. Nothing contributed more to give its features that terrible expression which they wore. In seeking to distinguish between the different effects which irreligion at that time produced in France, it may be seen that it was rather by disturbing men's minds than by degrading their hearts or even corrupting their morals that it disposed the men of that day to go to such strange excesses. When religion thus deserted the souls of men, it did not leave them, as is frequently the case, empty and debilitated. They were filled for the time with sentiments and ideas that occupied its place, and did not at first allow them to be utterly prostrate. If the French who effected the Revolution were more incredulous than those of the present day in matters of religion, at least they had one admirable faith which the present generation has not. They had faith in themselves. They never doubted of the perfectibility and power of man. They were burning with enthusiasm for his glory. They believed in his worth. They placed that proud confidence in their own strength which so often leads to error, but without which a people is only capable of servitude. They never doubted of their call to transform the face of society and regenerate the human race. These sentiments and passions became like a sort of new religion to them, which, as it produced some of those great effects which religions produce, kept them from individual selfishness, urged them on even to self-sacrifice and heroism, and frequently rendered them insensible to all those petty objects which possess the men of the present day. After a profound study of history, we may still venture to affirm that there never was a revolution in which at the commencement more sincere patriotism, more disinterestedness, more true greatness were displayed by so great a number of men. The nation then exhibited the principal defect, but at the same time the principal ornament, which youth possesses, or rather did possess, namely, inexperience and generosity. Yet irreligion had produced an enormous public evil in most of the great political revolutions which up to that period had appeared in the world. Those who had attacked the established laws had respected the creeds of the country, and in the greater part of the religious revolutions, those who attacked religion made no attempt to change at one blow the nature and order of all the established authorities, and to raze to the ground the ancient constitution of the government. In the greatest convulsions of society, one point at least had remained unshaken. But in the French Revolution, the religious laws having been abolished at the same time that the civil laws were overthrown, the minds of men were entirely upset. They no longer knew either to what to cling or where to stop, and thus arose a hitherto unknown species of revolutionists, who carried their boldness to a pitch of madness, who were surprised by no novelty and arrested by no scruple, and who never hesitated to put any design whatever into execution. Nor must it be supposed that these new beings have been the isolated and ephemeral creation of a moment, and destined to pass away as that moment passed. They have since formed a race of beings which has perpetuated itself and spread into all the civilized parts of the world, everywhere preserving the same physiognomy, the same passions, the same character. The present generation found it in the world at its birth. It still remains before our eyes. End of section 21. Section 22. of the state of society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 15. That the French aimed at reform before liberty. It is worthy of observation that amongst all the ideas and all the feelings which led to the French Revolution, the idea and the taste for political liberty, properly so called, were the last to manifest themselves and the first to disappear. For some time past the ancient fabric of the government had begun to be shaken. It tottered already, but liberty was not yet thought of. Even Voltaire had scarcely thought about it. 3 years' residence in England had shown him what that liberty is, but without attaching him to it. The sceptical philosophy which was then in vogue in England enchanted him. The political laws of England hardly attracted his attention. He was more struck by their defects than by their merits. In his letters on England, which are one of his best pieces, Parliament is hardly mentioned. The fact was that he envied the English their literary freedom without caring for their political freedom, as if the former could ever long exist without the latter. Towards the middle of the 18th century, a certain number of writers began to appear who devoted themselves especially to questions of public administration, and who were designated, in consequence of several principles which they held in common, by the general name of political economists or physiocrates. These economists have left less conspicuous traces in history than the French philosophers. Perhaps they contributed less to the approach of the Revolution, yet I think that the true character of the Revolution may best be studied in their works. The French philosophers confined themselves for the most part to very general and very abstract opinions on government. The economists, without abandoning theory, clung more closely to facts. The former said what might be thought, the latter sometimes pointed out what might be done. All the institutions which the Revolution was about to annihilate for ever were the peculiar objects of their attacks. None found favor in their sight. All the institutions, on the contrary, which may be regarded as the product of the Revolution, were announced beforehand by these economical writers and ardently recommended. There is hardly one of these institutions of which the germ may not be discovered in some of their writings, and those writings may be said to contain all that is most substantial in the Revolution itself. Nay, more, their books already bore the stamp of that revolutionary and democratic temper which we know so well. They breathed not only the hatred of certain privileges, but even diversity was odious to them. They would adore equality, even in servitude. All that thwarts their designs is to be crushed. They cared little for plighted faith, nothing for private rights, or rather, to speak accurately, private rights have already ceased in their eyes to exist. Public utility is everything, yet these were men, for the most part, of gentle and peaceful lives, worthy persons, upright magistrates, able administrators, but the peculiar spirit of their task bore them onwards. The past was to these economists a subject of endless contempt. This nation has been governed for centuries on false principles, said Latran. Everything seems to have been done by haphazard. Starting from this notion, they set to work. No institution was so ancient or so well established in the history of France that they hesitated to demand its suppression from the moment that it incommoded them or deranged the symmetry of their plans. One of these writers proposed to obliterate at once all the ancient territorial divisions of the kingdom and to change all the names of the provinces 40 years before the Constituent Assembly executed this scheme. They had already conceived the idea of all the social and administrative reforms which the Revolution has accomplished before the idea of free institutions had begun to cross their minds. They were indeed extremely favorable to the free exchange of produce and to the doctrine of laissez-faire et laissez-passer, the basis of free trade and free labor, but as for political liberties, properly so called, these did not occur to their minds, or if perchance they did occur to their imaginations, such ideas were at once rejected. Most of them began to display considerable hostility to deliberative assemblies, to local or secondary powers, and in general to all the checks which have been established at different times in all free nations to balance the central power of the government. The system of checks, said Quesnay, is a fatal idea in government. The speculations on which a system of checks has been devised are chimerical, said a friend of the same writer. The sole guarantee invented by them against the abuse of power was public education, for, as Quesnay elsewhere observes, despotism is impossible when the nation is enlightened. Struck by the evils arising from abuses of authority, said another of his disciples, men have invented 1,000 totally useless means of resistance, whilst they have neglected the only means which are truly efficacious, namely public, general, and continual instruction in the principles of essential justice and natural order. This literary nonsense was, according to these thinkers, to supply the place of all political securities. Letron, who so bitterly deplored the forlorn condition in which the government had left the rural districts, who described them as without roads, without employment, and without information, never conceived that their concerns might be more successfully carried on if the inhabitants themselves were entrusted with the management of them. Turgot himself, who deserves to rank far above all the rest for the elevation of his character and the singular merits of his genius, had not much more taste than the other economists for political liberty, or at least that taste came to him later, and when it was forced upon him by public opinion. To him, as well as to all the others, the chief political security seemed to be a certain kind of public instruction given by the state on a particular system and with a particular tendency. His confidence in this sort of intellectual drug, or as one of his contemporaries expressed it, in the mechanism of an education regulated by principles, was boundless. "I venture to assure your Majesty," said he, in a report to the king, proposing a plan of this nature, "that in 10 years your people will have changed out of knowledge, and that by their attainments, by their morality, and by their enlightened zeal for your service and for that of the country, France will be raised far above all other nations. Children who are now 10 years of age will then have grown up as men prepared for the public service, attached to their country, submissive, not through fear but through reason, to authority, humane to their fellow citizens, accustomed to recognize and to respect the administration of justice." Political freedom had been so long destroyed in France that men had almost entirely forgotten what are its conditions and its effects. Nay, more, the shapeless ruins of freedom which still remained, and the institutions which seemed to have been formed to supply its place, rendered it an object of suspicion and of prejudice. Most of the provincial assemblies which were still in existence retained the spirit of the Middle Ages as well as their obsolete formalities, and they checked rather than advanced the progress of society. The parliaments, which alone stood in lieu of political bodies, had no power to prevent the evil which the government did, and frequently prevented the good which the government attempted to do. To accomplish the revolution which they contemplated by means of all these antiquated instruments appeared impracticable to the school of economists. To confide the execution of their plans to the nation, mistress of herself, was not more agreeable to them, for how was it possible to cause a whole people to adopt and follow a system of reform so extensive and so closely connected in all its parts? It seemed to them more easy and more proper to make the administrative power of the crown itself the instrument of their designs. That new administrative power had not sprung from the institutions of the Middle Ages, nor did it bear the mark of that period. In spite of its errors, they discovered in it some beneficial tendencies. Like themselves, it was naturally favorable to equality of conditions and to uniformity of rules. as much as themselves it cordially detested all the ancient powers which were born of feudalism or tended to aristocracy. In all Europe no machine of government existed so well organized, so vast or so strong. To find such a government ready to their hands seemed to them a most fortunate circumstance. They would have called it providential, if it had been the fashion then, as it now is, to cause providence. The state of France, said Latran, is infinitely better than that of England, for here reforms can be accomplished which will change the whole condition of the country in a moment, whilst among the English such reforms may always be thwarted by political parties. The point was then not to destroy this absolute power, but to convert it. The state must govern according to the rules of essential order, said Mercier de la Rivière, and when this is the case, it ought to be all-powerful. Let the state thoroughly understand its duty, and then let it be altogether free. From Quesnay to the Abbé Baudot, they were all of the same mind. They not only relied on the royal administration to reform the social condition of their own age, but they partially borrowed from it the idea of the future government they hoped to found. The latter was framed in the image of the former. These economists held that it is the business of the state not only to command the nation, but to fashion it in a certain manner, to form the character of the population upon a certain preconceived model, to inspire the mind with such opinions and the heart with such sentiments as it may deem necessary. In fact, they set no limits to the rights of the state, nor to what it could effect. The state was not only to reform men, but to transform them, perhaps, if it chose, to make others. The state can make men what it pleases, said Baudot. That proposition includes all their theories. This unlimited social power which the French economists had conceived was not only greater than any power they ever beheld, but it differed from every other power by its origin and its nature. It did not flow directly from the deity. It did not rest on tradition. It was an impersonal power. It was not called the king, but the state. It was not the inheritance of a family, but the product and the representative of all. It entitled them to bend the right of every man to the will of the rest. That peculiar form of tyranny which is called democratic despotism, and which was utterly unknown to the Middle Ages, was already familiar to these writers. No gradations in society, no distinctions of classes, no fixed ranks, a people composed of individuals nearly alike and entirely equal. This confused mass being recognized as the only legitimate sovereign, but carefully deprived of all the faculties which could enable it either to direct or even to superintend its own government. Above this mass a single officer charged to do everything in its name without consulting it. To control this officer, public opinion, deprived of its organs, to arrest him, revolutions, but no laws, in principle a subordinate agent, in fact a master. As nothing was as yet to be found about them which came up to this ideal, they sought it in the depths of Asia. I affirm without exaggeration that there is not one of these writers who has not, in some of his productions, passed an emphatic eulogy on China. That at least is always to be found in their books, and as China was still very imperfectly known, there is no trash they have not written about that empire. That stupid and barbarous government, which a handful of Europeans can overpower when they please, appeared to them the most perfect model to be copied by all nations of the earth. China was to them what England, and subsequently the United States, became for all Frenchmen. They express their emotion and enchantment at the aspect of a country whose sovereign, absolute but unprejudiced, drives a furrow once a year with his own hands in honor of the useful arts, where all public employments are obtained by competitive examination, and which has a system of philosophy for its religion, and men of letters for its aristocracy. It is supposed that the destructive theories which are designated in our times by the name of socialism are of recent origin. This again is a mistake. These theories are contemporary with the first French school of economists. Whilst they were intent on employing the all-powerful government they had conceived in order to change the form of society, other writers grasped in imagination the same power to subvert its foundations. in the Code de la Nature by Morelly will be found side by side with the doctrines of the economists on the omnipotence and unlimited rights of the state several of the political theories which have most alarmed the French nation in these later times, and which are supposed to have been born before our eyes: community of goods, the right to labor, absolute equality of conditions, uniformity in all things, a mechanical regularity in all the movements of individuals, a tyranny to regulate every action of daily life, and the complete absorption of the personality of each member of the community into the whole social body. Nothing in society shall belong in singular property to any one, says the first article of this code. Property is detestable, and whosoever shall attempt to re-establish it shall be shut up for life as a maniac or an enemy of mankind. Every citizen is to be supported, maintained, and employed at the public expense, says Article 2. All productions are to be stored in public magazines, to be distributed to the citizens, and to supply their daily wants. Towns will be erected on the same plan. All private dwellings or buildings will be alike. At 5 years of age all children will be taken from their parents and brought up in common at the cost of the state and in a uniform manner. Such a book might have been written yesterday. It is 100 years old. It appeared in 1755, at the very time when Quesnay founded his school. So true it is that centralization and socialism are products of the same soil. They are to each other what the grafted tree is to the wild stock. Of all the men of their time, these economists are those who would appear most at home in our own. Their passion for equality is so strong, and their taste for freedom is so questionable, that one might fancy they are our contemporaries. In reading the speeches and the books of the men who figured in the Revolution of 1789, we are suddenly transported into a place and a state of society quite unknown to us. But in perusing the books of this school of economists, one may fancy we have been living with these people and have just been talking with them. About the year 1750, the whole French nation would not have been disposed to exact a larger amount of political freedom than the economists themselves. The taste and even the notion of freedom had perished with the use of it. The nation desired reform rather than rights, and if there had been at that time on the throne of France a sovereign of the energy and the character of Frederick the Great, I doubt not that he would have accomplished in society and in government many of the great changes which have been brought about by the Revolution, and this not only without the loss of his crown, but with a considerable augmentation of his power. It is said that one of the ablest ministers of Louis XV, Monsieur de Machaut, had a glimpse of this idea and imparted it to his master, but such undertakings are not the result of advice. To be able to perform them, a man must have been able to conceive them. 20 years later, the state of things was changed. A vision of political freedom had visited the mind of France and was every day becoming more attractive, as may be inferred from a variety of symptoms. The provinces began to conceive the desire to manage once more their own affairs. The notion that the whole people has a right to take part in the government diffused itself and took possession of the public. Recollections of the old States General were revived. The nation, which detested its own history, recalled no other part of it with pleasure but this. This fresh current of opinion bore away the economists themselves and compelled them to encumber their Unitarian system with some free institutions. When in 1771 the parliaments were destroyed, the same public which had so often suffered from their prejudices was deeply affected by their fall. It seemed as if with them fell the last barrier which could still restrain the arbitrary power of the crown. This opposition astonished and irritated Voltaire. Almost all the kingdom is in a state of effervescence and consternation, he wrote to one of his friends. The ferment is as great in the provinces as at Paris itself, yet this edict seems to be full of useful reforms: to abolish the sale of public offices, to render the administration of justice gratuitous, to prevent suitors from coming from all corners of the kingdom to Paris to ruin themselves there, to charge the crown with the payment of the expenses of the seigneurial jurisdictions. Are not these great services rendered to the nation? These parliaments, moreover, have they not been often barbarous and persecutors? I'm really amazed at the out-of-the-way people who take the part of these insolent and indocile citizens. For my own part, I think the king right, and since we must serve, I think it better to serve under a lion born of a good family, and who is by birth much stronger than I am, than under 200 rats of my own condition. And he adds, by way of excuse, remember that I am bound to appreciate highly the favor the king has conferred on all the lords of manors by undertaking to pay the expenses of their jurisdictions. Voltaire, who had long been absent from Paris, imagined that public opinion still remained at the point where he had left it, but he was mistaken. The French people no longer confined themselves to the desire that their affairs should be better conducted. They began to wish to conduct their affairs themselves, and it was manifest that the great revolution to which everything was contributing would be brought about not only with the assent of the people, but by their hands. From that moment, I believe that this radical revolution, which was to confound in common ruin all that was worst and all that was best in the institutions and condition of France, became inevitable. A people so ill prepared to act for themselves could not undertake a universal and simultaneous reform without an universal destruction. An absolute sovereign would have been a less dangerous innovator. For myself, when I reflect that this same revolution which destroyed so many institutions, opinions, and habits adverse to freedom also destroyed so many of those things without which freedom can hardly exist, I incline to the belief that had it been wrought by a despot, it would perhaps have left the French nation less unfit one day to become a free people than wrought as it was by the sovereignty of the people and by the people themselves. What has here been said must never be lost sight of by those who would understand the history of the French Revolution. When the love of the French for political freedom was awakened, they had already conceived a certain number of notions on matters of government, which not only did not readily ally themselves with the existence of free institutions, but which were almost contrary to them. They had accepted as the ideal of society a people having no aristocracy, but that of its public officers a single and all-powerful administration, directing the affairs of state, protecting those of private persons, meaning to be free. They by no means meant to deviate from this first conception, only they attempted to reconcile it with that of freedom. They therefore undertook to combine an unlimited administrative centralization with a preponderating legislative body, the administration of a bureaucracy with the government of electors. The nation as a whole had all the rights of sovereignty. Each citizen, taken singly, was thrust into the strictest dependence. The former was expected to display the experience and the virtues of a free people, the latter the qualities of a faithful servant. This desire of introducing political freedom in the midst of institutions and opinions essentially alien or adverse to it, but which were already established in the habits or sanctioned by the taste of the French themselves, is the main cause of the abortive attempts at free government which have succeeded each other in France for more than 60 years, and which have been followed by such disastrous revolutions that, wearied by so many efforts, disgusted by so laborious and so sterile a work, abandoning their second intentions for their original aim, many Frenchmen have arrived at the conclusion that to live as equals under a master is, after all, not without some charm. Thus it is that the French of the present day are infinitely more similar to the economists of 1750 than to their fathers in 1789. I've often asked myself what is the source of that passion for political freedom which in all ages has been the fruitful mother of the greatest things which mankind has achieved, and in what feelings that passion strikes root and finds its nourishment. It is evident that when nations are ill-directed, they soon conceive the wish to govern themselves. But this love of independence, which only springs up under the influence of certain transient evils produced by despotism, is never lasting. It passes away with the accident that gave rise to it, and what seemed to be the love of freedom was no more than the hatred of a master. That which nations made to be free really hate is the curse of dependence. Nor do I believe that the true love of freedom is ever born of the mere aspect of its material advantages, for this aspect may frequently happen to be overcast. It is very true that in the long run freedom ever brings, to those who know how to keep it, ease, comfort, and often wealth, but there are times at which it disturbs for a season the possession of these blessings. There are other times when despotism alone can confer the ephemeral enjoyment of them. The men who prize freedom only for such things as these are not men who ever long preserved it. That which at all times has so strongly attached the affection of certain men is the attraction of freedom itself, its native charms, independent of its gifts, the pleasure of speaking, acting, and breathing without restraint, under no master but God and the law. He who seeks in freedom aught but herself is fit only to serve. There are nations which have indefatigably pursued her through every sort of peril and hardship. They loved her not for her material gifts. They regard herself as a gift so precious and so necessary that no other could console them for the loss of that which consoles them for the loss of everything else. Others grow weary of freedom in the midst of their prosperities. They allow her to be snatched without resistance from their hands, lest they should sacrifice by an effort that well-being which she had bestowed upon them. For them to remain free, nothing was wanting but a taste for freedom. I attempt no analysis of that lofty sentiment to those who feel it not. It enters of its own accord into the large hearts God has prepared to receive it. It fills them, it enraptures them, but to the meaner minds, which have never felt it, it is past finding out. End of section 22. Section 23 of the State of Society in France before the Revolution of 1789 by Alexis de Tocqueville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 16, showing that the reign of Louis XVI was the most prosperous epoch of the old French monarchy, and how this very prosperity accelerated the Revolution. It cannot be doubted that the exhaustion of the kingdom under Louis XIV began long before the reverses of that monarch. The first indication of it is to be perceived in the most glorious years of his reign. France was ruined long before she had ceased to conquer. Vauban left behind him an alarming essay on the administrative statistics of his time. The intendants of the provinces, in the reports addressed by them to the Duke of Burgundy at the close of the 17th century and before the disastrous War of the Spanish Succession, had begun, all alluded to the gradual decline of the nation, and they speak of it not as a very recent occurrence. The population has considerably decreased in this district, says one of them. This town, formerly so rich and flourishing, is now without employment, says another. Or again, there have been manufactures in this province, but they are now abandoned. Or the farmers formerly raised much more from the soil than they do at present. Agriculture was in a far better condition 20 years ago. Population and production have diminished by about 1/5 in the last 30 years, said an intendant of Orléans at the same period. The perusal of these reports might be recommended to those persons who are favorable to absolute government, and to those princes who are fond of war. As these hardships had their chief source in the evils of the Constitution, the death of Louis XIV and even the restoration of peace did not restore the prosperity of the nation. It was the general opinion of all those who wrote on the art of government or on social economy in the first half of the 18th century that the provinces were not recovering themselves. Many even thought that their ruin was progressive. Paris alone, they said, grows in wealth and in extent. Intendants, ex-ministers, and men of business were of the same opinion on this point as men of letters. For myself, I confess that I do not believe in this continuous decline of France throughout the first half of the 18th century, but an opinion so generally entertained amongst persons so well informed proves at least that the country was making at that time no visible progress. All the administrative records connected with this period of the history of France, which have fallen under my observation, denote indeed a sort of lethargy in the community. The government continued to revolve in the orbit of routine without inventing any new thing. The towns made scarcely an effort to render the condition of their inhabitants more comfortable or more wholesome. Even in private life, no considerable enterprise was set on foot. About 30 or 40 years before the Revolution broke out, the scene began to change. It seemed as if a sort of inward perturbation, not remarked before, thrilled through the social frame. At first none but a most attentive eye could discern it, but gradually this movement became more characterized and more distinct. Year by year it gained in rapidity and in extent. The nation stirs and seems about to rise once more. But beware, it is not the old life of France which reanimates her. The breath of a new life pervades the mighty body, but pervades it only to complete its dissolution. Restless and agitated in their own condition, all classes are straining for something else. To better that condition is the universal desire, but this desire is so feverish and wayward that it leads men to curse the past and to conceive a state of society altogether the reverse of that which lies before them. Nor was it long before the same spirit penetrated to the heart of the government. The government was thus internally transformed without any external alteration. The laws of the kingdom were unchanged, but they were differently applied. I have elsewhere remarked that the comptrollers general and the intendants of 1760 had no resemblance to the same officers in 1780. The correspondence of public offices demonstrates this fact in detail, yet the intendant of 1780 had the same powers, the same agents, the same arbitrary authority as his predecessor, but not the same purposes. The only care of the former was to keep his province in a state of obedience, to raise the militia, above all, to collect the taxes. The latter has very different views. His head is full of 1,000 schemes for the augmentation of the wealth of the nation. Roads, canals, manufactures, commerce are the chief objects of his thoughts. Agriculture more particularly attracts his notice. Sully came into fashion amongst the administrators of that age. Then it was that they began to form the agricultural societies, which I have already mentioned. They established exhibitions, they distributed prizes. Some of the circulars of the comptrollers general were more like treatises on husbandry than official correspondence. In the collection of all the taxes, the change which had come over the mind of the governing body was especially perceptible. The existing law was still unfair, arbitrary, and harsh, as it had long been, but all its defects were mitigated in the application of it. When I began to study our fiscal laws, says Monsieur Molion in his memoirs, I was terrified by what I found there. Fines, imprisonment, corporal punishment were placed at the disposal of exceptional courts for mere oversights. The clerks of the revenue farms had almost all property and persons in their power, subject to the discretion of their oaths. Fortunately, I did not confine myself to the mere perusal of this code, and I soon had occasion to find out that between the text of the law and its application there was the same difference as between the manners of the old and the new race of financiers. The collection of taxes may undoubtedly give rise to infinite abuses and annoyances, said the Provincial Assembly of Lower Normandy in 1787. We must, however, do justice to the gentleness and consideration with which these powers have been exercised for some years past. The examination of public records fully bears out this assertion. They frequently show a genuine respect for the life and liberty of man, and more especially a sincere commiseration for the sufferings of the poor, which before would have been sought for in vain. acts of violence committed by the fiscal officers on paupers had become rare. Remissions of taxation were more frequent, relief more abundant. The king augmented all the funds intended to establish workshops of charity in the rural districts or to assist the indigent, and he often founded new ones. Thus more than 80,000 livres were distributed by the state in this manner in the district of Upper Guyenne alone in 1779, 40,000 in 1784 in that of Tours, 48,000 in that of Normandy in 1787. Louis XVI did not leave this portion of the duties of government to his ministers only. He sometimes took it upon himself. When in 1776 an edict of the crown fixed the compensation due to the peasantry whose fields were devastated by the king's game in the neighborhood of the royal seats, and established a simple and certain method of enforcing the payment of it. The king himself drew the preamble of the decree. Turgot relates that this virtuous and unfortunate prince handed the paper to him with these words, "You see that I too have been at work." If we were to portray the government of the old French monarchy such as it was in the last years of its existence, the image would be too highly flattered and too unlike the reality. As these changes were brought about in the minds of the governing class and of the governed, the prosperity of the nation expanded with a rapidity heretofore unknown. It was announced by numerous symptoms. The population largely augmented, the wealth of the country augmented more largely still. The American War did not arrest this movement. The state was embarrassed by it, but the community continued to enrich itself by becoming more industrious, more enterprising, more inventive. Since 1774, says one of the members of the administration of that time, different kinds of industry have by their extension enlarged the area of taxation on all commodities. If we compare the terms of arrangement agreed upon at different periods of the reign of Louis XVI between the state and the financial companies which farmed the public revenue, the rate of payment will be found to have risen at each renewal with increasing rapidity. The farm of 1786 produced 14 millions more than that of 1780. It may be reckoned that the produce of duties on consumption is increasing at the rate of 2 millions per annum, said Necker in his report of 1781. Arthur Young declared that in 1788 Bordeaux carried on a larger trade than Liverpool. He adds, latterly the progress of maritime commerce has been more rapid in France than in England. Trade has doubled there in the last 20 years. With due regard to the difference of the times we are speaking of, it may be established that in no one of the periods which have followed the Revolution of 1789 has the national prosperity of France augmented more rapidly than it did in the 20 years preceding that event. The period of 37 years of the constitutional monarchy of France, which were times of peace and progress, can alone be compared in this respect to the reign of Louis XVI. The aspect of this prosperity, already so great and so rapidly increasing, may well be a matter of surprise if we think of all the defects which the government of France still included, and all the restrictions against which the industry of the nation had still to contend. Perhaps there may be politicians who, unable to explain the fact, deny it, being of the opinion of Molière's physician that a patient cannot recover against the rules of art. How are we to believe that France prospered and grew rich with unequal taxation, with a diversity of customary law, with internal custom houses, with feudal rights, with guilds, with purchased offices, etc.? In spite of all this, France was beginning to grow rich and expand on every side because, within all this clumsy and ill-regulated machinery, which seemed calculated to check rather than to impel the social engine, two simple and powerful springs were concealed which already sufficed to keep the fabric together and to drive it along in the direction of public prosperity. A government which was still powerful enough to maintain order throughout the kingdom, though it had ceased to be despotic, a nation which, in its upper classes, was already the most enlightened and the most free on the continent of Europe, and in which every man could enrich himself after his own fashion and preserve the fortune he had once acquired. The king still spoke the language of an arbitrary ruler, but in reality he himself obeyed that public opinion which inspired or influenced him day by day, and which he constantly consulted, flattered, feared. Absolute by the letter of the laws, limited by their application. As early as 1784, Necker said in a public document, as a thing not disputed, most foreigners are unable to form an idea of the authority now exercised in France by public opinion. They can hardly understand what is that invisible power which makes itself obeyed even in the king's palace, yet such is the fact. Nothing is more superficial than to attribute the greatness and the power of a people exclusively to the mechanism of its laws, for in this respect the result is obtained not so much by the perfection of the engine as by the amount of the propelling power. Look at England, whose administrative laws still at the present day appear so much more complicated, more anomalous, more irregular than those of France. Yet is there a country in Europe where the national wealth is greater, where private property is more extended, varied, and secure, or where society is more stable and more rich? This is not caused by the excellence of any laws in particular, but by the spirit which pervades the whole legislation of England. The imperfection of certain organs matters nothing, because the whole is instinct with life. As the prosperity which I have just described began to extend in France, the community nevertheless became more unsettled and uneasy. Public discontent grew fierce. Hatred against all established institutions increased. The nation was visibly advancing towards a revolution. Nay, more, those parts of France which were about to become the chief centres of this revolution were precisely the parts of the territory where the work of improvement was most perceptible. An examination of what remains of the archives of the ancient circumscription of the Île-de-France readily shows that the abuses of the monarchy had been soonest and most effectually reformed in the immediate vicinity of Paris. There the liberty and property of the peasants were already better secured than any other of what were termed the pays d'élection. Personal forced service had disappeared long before 1789. The taille was levied with greater regularity, moderation, and fairness than in any other part of France. The ordinance made in 1772 for the amelioration of this tax in this district is a striking proof of what an intendant could do for the advantage or for the misery of a whole province. As seen through this document, the aspect of the tax was already changed. Government commissioners were to proceed every year to each parish. The community was to assemble before them. The value of the taxable property was to be publicly established, and the resources of every taxpayer to be ascertained in his presence. In short, the taille was assessed with the assent of all those who had to pay it. The arbitrary powers of the village syndic, the unprofitable violence of the physical officers were at an end. The taille, no doubt, retained its inherent defects under any system of collection. It lighted upon but one class of taxpayers, and lay as heavy on industry as upon property, but in all other respects it widely differed from that which still bore the same name in the neighboring divisions of the territory. Nowhere, on the contrary, were the institutions of the whole monarchy less changed than on the banks of the Loire, near the mouth of that river, in the marshes of Poitou, and the heaths of Brittany. Yet there it was that the fire of civil war was kindled and kept alive, and that the fiercest and longest resistance was opposed to the revolution, so that it might be said that the French found their position the more intolerable the better it became. Surprising as this fact is, history is full of such contradictions. It is not always by going from bad to worse that a country falls into a revolution. It happens most frequently that a people which had supported the most crushing laws without complaint, and apparently as if they were unfelt, throws them off with violence as soon as the burden begins to be diminished. The state of things destroyed by a revolution is almost always somewhat better than that which immediately preceded it, and experience has shown that the most dangerous moment for a bad government is usually that when it enters upon the work of reform. Nothing short of great political genius can save a sovereign who undertakes to relieve his subjects after a long period of oppression. The evils which were endured with patience so long as they were inevitable seem intolerable as soon as a hope can be entertained of escaping from them. The abuses which are removed seem to lay bare those which remain, and to render the sense of them more acute. The evil has decreased, it is true, but the perception of the evil is more keen. Feudalism in all its strength had not inspired as much aversion to the French as it did on the eve of its disappearance. The slightest arbitrary proceedings of Louis XVI seemed more hard to bear than all the despotism of Louis XIV. The brief detention of Beaumarchais produced more excitement in Paris than the dragonnades. No one any longer contended in 1780 that France was in a state of decline. There seemed, on the contrary, to be just then no bounds to her progress. Then it was that the theory of the continual and indefinite perfectibility of man took its origin. 20 years before, nothing was to be hoped of the future, then nothing was to be feared. The imagination, grasping at this near and unheard-of felicity, caused men to overlook the advantages they already possessed, and hurried them forward to something new. Independently of these general reasons, there were other causes of this phenomenon, which were more peculiar and not less powerful. Although the financial administration had improved with everything else, it still retained the vices which are inherent in absolute government. As the financial department was secret and uncontrolled, many of the worst practices which had prevailed under Louis XIV and Louis XV were still followed. The very efforts which the government made to augment the public prosperity, the relief and the rewards it distributed, the public works it caused to be executed, continually increased the expenditure without adding to the revenue in the same proportion. Hence the king was continually thrown into embarrassments greater than those of his predecessors. Like them, he left his creditors unpaid. Like them, he borrowed in all directions, but without publicity and without competition, and the creditors of the crown were never sure of receiving their interest. Even their capital was always at the mercy of the sovereign. A witness worthy of credit, for he had seen these things with his own eyes, and was better qualified than any other person to see them well, remarks on this subject: the French were exposed to nothing but risks in their relations with their own government. If they placed their capital in the state stocks, they could never reckon with certainty on the payment of interest to a given day. If they built ships, repaired the roads, clothed the army, they had nothing to cover their advance, and no certainty of repayment, so that they were reduced to calculate the chances of a government contract as if it were a loan on terms of the utmost risk. And the same person adds very judiciously, at this time, when the rapid growth of industry had developed amongst a larger number of men the love of property and the taste and the desire of comfort, those who had entrusted a portion of their property to the state were the more impatient of a breach of contract on the part of that creditor who was especially bound to fulfill his obligations. The abuses which are here imputed to the French administration were not at all new. What was new was the impression they produced. The vices of the financial system had even been far more crying in former times, but changes had taken place in government and in society which rendered them infinitely more perceptible than they were of old. The government, having become more active in the last 20 years, and having embarked in every species of undertaking which it had never thought of before, was at last become the greatest consumer of the produce of industry and the greatest contractor of public works in the kingdom. The number of persons who had pecuniary transactions with the state, who were interested in government loans, lived by government wages, or speculated in government contracts, had prodigiously increased. Never before had the fortune of the nation and the fortunes of private persons been so much intermingled. The mismanagement of the public finances, which had long been no more than a public evil, thus became to a multitude of families a private calamity. In 1789 the state was indebted nearly 600 millions of francs to creditors who were almost all in debt themselves, and to inoculated with their own dissatisfaction against the government all those whom the irregularity of the public treasury caused to participate in their embarrassments. And it must be observed that as malcontents of this class became more numerous, they also became more exasperated. For the love of speculation, the thirst for wealth, the taste for comfort having grown and extended in proportion to the business transacted, the same evils which they might have endured 30 years before without complaint now appeared altogether insupportable. Hence it arose that the fund holders, the traders, the manufacturers, and other persons engaged in business or in monetary affairs, who generally form the class most hostile to political innovation, the most friendly to existing governments, whatever they may be, and the most submissive to the laws even when they despise and detest them, were on this occasion the class most eager and resolute for reform. They loudly demanded a complete revolution in the whole system of finance, without reflecting that to touch this part of the government was to cause every other part to fall. How could such a catastrophe be averted? On the one hand, a nation in which the desire of making fortunes extended every day; on the other, a government which incessantly excited this passion, which agitated, inflamed, and beggared the nation, driving by either path on its own destruction. End of section 23.